The Confessions of St. Augustine, Modern English Edition, Part 1, Books 1 through 9. A Catholic Listening Library audiobook adapted from the translation by Edward B. Pusey. Book 1, Chapter 1. You are great, O Lord, and greatly to be praised. Great is your power, and your wisdom is infinite. Man desires to praise you, man, who is only a small part of your creation, man who carries his mortality with him, the witness of his sin and the witness that you resist the proud. Yet man still desires to praise you, though he is only a small part of your creation. You stir us up to take delight in praising you, because you made us for yourself, and our heart is restless until it rests in you. Grant me, Lord, to know and understand which comes first, to call upon you or to praise you. And again, which comes first, to know you or to call upon you. For who can call upon you without knowing you? A man who does not know you may call upon you as something other than you are. Or is it rather that we call upon you so that we may know you? But how shall they call upon him in whom they have not believed? And how shall they believe without a preacher? Those who seek the Lord shall praise him. For those who seek shall find him, and those who find him shall praise him. I will seek you, Lord, by calling upon you, and I will call upon you while believing in you, for you have been preached to us. My faith, Lord, shall call upon you, the faith you have given me, the faith with which you have inspired me through the incarnation of your Son and through the ministry of the preacher. Chapter 2. And how shall I call upon my God and Lord, since when I call for him, I am calling him to myself? What room is there within me where my God can come? Where can God come into me, God who made heaven and earth? Is there anything in me, O Lord my God, that can contain you? Do heaven and earth, which you have made, and in which you have made me, contain you? Or, because nothing that exists could exist without you, does everything that exists therefore contain you? Since I also exist, why do I ask you to enter into me when I would not exist at all unless you were already in me? Why do I ask this, if you are not absent even in the lower depths? I have not gone down into hell, and yet you are there also. For if I go down into hell, you are there. I could not exist, O my God. I could not exist at all if you were not in me, or rather, unless I were in you, from whom are all things, by whom are all things, and in whom are all things. Even so, Lord, even so. Where do I call you, since I am in you? And from where can you enter into me? Where could I go beyond heaven and earth, so that from there my God might come into me? You who have said, I fill heaven and earth. Chapter 3. Do heaven and earth contain you, then, since you fill them? Or do you fill them and yet overflow them, because they cannot contain you? And when heaven and earth are filled, where do you pour out the rest of yourself? Or do you have no need for anything to contain you, since you contain all things? For what you fill by containing it. The vessels that you fill do not hold you up. Even if they were broken, you would not be poured out. And when you are poured out upon us, you are not cast down, rather you lift us up. You are not scattered, rather you gather us together. But you, who fill all things, do you fill them with your whole self? Or, since all things cannot contain you wholly, do they contain only part of you? And do all things contain the same part at once? Or does each contain its own part? The greater things more, and the smaller things less? Is one part of you greater and another part less? Or are you wholly everywhere, while nothing contains you wholly? Chapter 4. What then are you, my God? What are you but the Lord God? For who is Lord but the Lord? And who is God except our God? You are most high, most good, most powerful, most almighty, most merciful, yet most just, most hidden, yet most present, most beautiful, yet most strong. You are stable, yet beyond our understanding, unchangeable, yet changing all things. You are never new and never old. You renew all things, and you bring age upon the proud, though they do not know it. You are ever working and ever at rest, still gathering, yet lacking nothing, supporting, filling, and spreading over all things, creating, nourishing, and bringing to maturity, seeking, though you already possess all things. You love without passion. You are jealous without anxiety. You repent, yet you do not grieve. You are angry, yet serene. You change your works, while your purpose remains unchanged. You receive again what you find, though you never lost it. You are never in need, yet you rejoice in what you gain. You are never covetous, yet you require a return on what you give. You receive more than is owed, so that you may owe. And who has anything that is not yours? You pay debts, though you owe nothing. You forgive debts and lose nothing. And what have I now said, my God, my life, my holy joy? Or what does anyone say when he speaks of you? Yet woe to the one who does not speak of you, for even the most eloquent are mute. Chapter 5. Oh, that I might rest in you. Oh, that you would enter into my heart and make it drunk with your love, so that I may forget my evils and embrace you, my only good. What are you to me? In your mercy, teach me to say it. Or what am I to you, that you command me to love you, and if I do not, you are angry with me and threaten me with grievous woes? Is it then a small woe not to love you? For the sake of your mercies, tell me, O Lord my God, what you are to me. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. Speak in such a way that I may hear. Behold, Lord, my heart is before you. Open its ears and say to my soul, I am your salvation. After hearing this voice, let me hasten and take hold of you. Do not hide your face from me. Let me die to myself, lest I die eternally. Only let me see your face. The dwelling place of my soul is narrow. Enlarge it so that you may enter. It is ruinous. Repair it. It has within it what must offend your eyes. I confess this, and I know it. But who shall cleanse it? To whom should I cry except to you? Lord, cleanse me from my secret faults, and spare your servant from the power of the enemy. I believe, and therefore I speak. Lord, you know. Have I not confessed my transgressions against myself to you? And you, my God, have forgiven the iniquity of my heart. I do not contend in judgment with you, who are the truth. I fear to deceive myself, lest my iniquity lie to itself. Therefore I do not contend in judgment with you. For if you, Lord, should mark iniquities, O Lord, who shall stand? Chapter 6. Yet allow me to speak to your mercy, I, who am dust and ashes. Allow me to speak, since I speak to your mercy, and not to scornful man. Perhaps even you despise me, yet you will turn back and have compassion on me. For what can I say, O Lord my God, except that I do not know where I came from into this dying life? Or shall I call it a living death? Then immediately the comforts of your compassion received me, as I have heard from the parents of my flesh, for I do not remember it, from those out of whose substance you once formed me. Thus the comforts of a woman's milk received me, for neither my mother nor my nurses filled their own breasts for me. Rather, you gave me the food of my infancy through them, according to your ordinance, by which you distribute your riches through the hidden springs of all things. You also gave me to desire no more than you gave, and you gave my nurses the willingness to give me what you had given them. For they, with an affection taught by heaven, willingly gave me what they had received in abundance from you. For the good I received from them was also good for them. Indeed, it was not truly from them, but through them. For from you, O God, are all good things, and from my God comes all my health. This I learned afterward, as you proclaimed yourself to me through these gifts of yours, both within me and outside me. For at that time I knew only how to suck, to rest in what pleased me, and to cry at what offended my flesh, nothing more. Afterward I began to smile, first in sleep, then while awake. This was told to me about myself, and I believed it, because we see the same thing in other infants, though I do not remember it of myself. Thus, little by little, I became aware of where I was, and I began to wish to express my desires to those who could satisfy them. But I could not do so. My desires were within me, but those who could satisfy them were outside me, nor could they, by any sense of theirs, enter into my spirit. So I threw about my limbs and voice at random, making the few signs I could, such as I could make. They were somewhat like what I wished, though in truth very little like it. And when I was not immediately obeyed, because my desires were harmful or unintelligible, I became indignant with my elders for not submitting to me, and with those who owed me no service for not serving me. I avenged myself on them by tears. Such have I learned infants to be by observing them, and that I myself was such, they, without knowing it, have shown me better than my nurses who did know me. And behold, my infancy died long ago, and I live. But you, Lord, live forever, and in you nothing dies. Before the foundation of the worlds, and before all that can be called before, you are. You are God and Lord of all that you have created. In you abide forever the first causes of all things that do not abide. In you remain unchangeable the springs of all changing things. In you live the eternal reasons of all things that are without reason and subject to time. Say to me, Lord, your suppliant. Say, all-merciful one, to me, your pitiable one, did my infancy succeed another age of mine that had died before it? Was it the age I spent within my mother's womb? For I have heard something of that, and I have myself seen women with child. And before that life, O God, my joy, was I anywhere, or was I anyone? I have no one to tell me this, neither father nor mother, nor the experience of others, nor my own memory. Do you mock me for asking this, and command me to praise you and acknowledge you for what I do know? I acknowledge you, Lord of heaven and earth, and I praise you for the first beginnings of my being and for my infancy, though I remember none of it. For you have appointed that man should learn much about himself from others, and believe much on the testimony even of weak women. Even then I had being and life, and at the close of my infancy I could seek signs by which to make known to others what I felt. From where could such a being come except from you, Lord? Can anyone be the maker of himself? Or can there be any other source from which essence and life may flow into us, except from you, O Lord, in whom essence and life are one? For you yourself are supremely essence and life. You are most high, and you do not change. In you today does not pass away, and yet every day that passes has its end in you, because all passing things are also held in you. They would have no way to pass away unless you upheld them. And since your years do not fail, your years are one today. How many of our years and of our fathers' years have flowed away through your today, and from it received the measure and form of whatever being they had. And still others shall flow away and receive from it the form of their own degree of being. But you are still the same. All things of tomorrow and all beyond tomorrow, all things of yesterday and all before yesterday, you have made them in your today. What is it to me if anyone does not understand this? Let him also rejoice and say, "What is this?" Let him rejoice even in that question. Let him be content to find you by not discovering the answer, rather than, by discovering the answer, fail to find you. Chapter 7. Hear me, O God. Alas for man's sin. Man says this, and you pity him. For you made man, but you did not make the sin that is in him. Who reminds me of the sins of my infancy? In your sight no one is pure from sin, not even the infant whose life is only one day upon the earth. Who reminds me of this? Every little infant does, because in them I see what I cannot remember about myself. What, then, was my sin as an infant? Was it that I clung to the breast and cried? If I were now to cry for food in that way, when I am no longer an infant, I would rightly be laughed at and corrected. So what I did then was worthy of correction. But because I could not understand correction, custom and reason did not allow me to be corrected. For when we grow older, we root out and cast away such habits. And no one, when pruning, knowingly cuts away what is good. Was it good then, even for a time, to cry for things that would have harmed me if they had been given? Was it good to be bitterly angry because free persons, my elders, and even my own parents did not serve me? Was it good to resent that others, wiser than I, would not obey every nod of my will? Was it good to try to strike and hurt others because they did not obey commands that would have harmed me if they had been obeyed? The innocence of infants lies in the weakness of their bodies, not in the purity of their will. I myself have seen and known a jealous baby. He could not speak, yet he turned pale and looked bitterly at another child who shared the same milk. Who does not know this? Mothers and nurses say that they calm these things by various remedies. But is this innocence? When milk is flowing in abundance, not to endure another child sharing it, even a child in extreme need, whose very life still depends upon it. We are gentle with such behavior in infants, not because these things are not evil, or because they are only slight evils, but because they are expected to disappear as the child grows. Yet the very same dispositions, if found in later years, are utterly intolerable. You, then, O Lord my God, gave life to my infancy. You furnished the body you gave me with senses. You joined together its limbs. You adorned its proportions. And for its good and safety, you implanted in it all the functions of life. You command me to praise you in these things, to confess to you, and to sing to your name, O Most High. For you are God, almighty and good, even if you had done nothing more than this, a work that none could do but you. Your unity is the pattern of all things. From your own beauty you make all things beautiful, and by your law you order all things. This age of my life, then, Lord, the age of which I have no memory, which I accept from what others tell me, and which I infer from watching other infants, I am reluctant to count as part of the life I now live in this world. It is hidden from me in the shadows of forgetfulness, just as much as the time I spent in my mother's womb. But if I was shaped in iniquity, and in sin my mother conceived me, then where, I beg you, O my God, where, Lord, and when was I, your servant, without guilt? But behold, I pass over that time. What have I now to do with a period of which I can recall no trace? Chapter 8. Passing from infancy, I came to boyhood. Or rather, boyhood came to me and displaced infancy. Infancy did not go away somewhere, and yet it was no more. I was no longer a speechless infant, but a speaking boy. This I remember. I have also observed since then how I learned to speak. My elders did not teach me words by any set method, as they later taught me other lessons. Instead, I wanted to express my thoughts by cries, broken sounds, and movements of my body so that I might get what I wanted. But I could not express all that I wanted, nor could I make myself understood by everyone I wished. So, by the understanding that you, my God, gave me, I practiced sounds in my memory. When people named something and then turned toward it as they spoke, I saw and remembered that they called the thing they pointed to by the name they had spoken. I understood that they meant this thing and not another from the movements of their bodies, from that natural language common to all nations, the expression of the face, the glance of the eye, the gestures of the limbs, and the tone of the voice. These show what the mind is feeling as it seeks, possesses, rejects, or avoids something. By hearing words again and again in different sentences, I gradually learned what they meant. And once my mouth had become accustomed to these signs, I used them to express my own will. In this way, I exchanged with those around me the common signs of human desires, and so I entered more deeply into the stormy dealings of human life, still depending on the authority of my parents and the commands of my elders. Chapter 9. O God, my God, what miseries and mockeries I experienced then. As a boy, I was told that I must obey my teachers so that I might prosper in this world and excel in the use of language. That skill, they said, would help me win the praise of men and gain deceitful riches. So I was sent to school to learn. Poor wretch that I was, I did not understand what good this learning would do me. Yet, if I was lazy in my lessons, I was beaten. Our forefathers considered this right. Many had gone through the same path before us, and they laid out for us these weary roads. We were forced to travel them too, multiplying toil and grief upon the sons of Adam. But Lord, we found that men called upon you. From them we learned to think of you, as much as we were able, as some great being who, though hidden from our senses, could hear us and help us. So even as a boy, I began to pray to you, my help and refuge. I used my newly loosened tongue to call upon you. Small as I was, I prayed with great earnestness that I might not be beaten at school. And when you did not grant my prayer, though you did not thereby abandon me to folly, my elders, even my own parents, who wished me no harm, laughed at the beatings that were then my great and grievous suffering. But think of this, Lord. Is there anyone so great in soul and so closely united to you that he could think lightly of racks, hooks, and other tortures? Men everywhere call upon you with great fear to be delivered from such sufferings. Yet adults treated our school punishments almost as a joke. Our parents laughed at the beatings we suffered from our teachers, even though we feared those beatings deeply and prayed just as earnestly to escape them. For we feared our punishments no less than adults fear their torments, and we prayed to you no less earnestly to be spared from them. Yet we were not innocent. We sinned by writing, reading, or studying less than was required of us. It was not that we lacked memory or ability, O Lord. By your will we had enough for our age, but our only delight was play, and for this we were punished by adults, who were themselves doing the same kind of thing. The idleness of adults is called business, but the idleness of boys, though really of the same kind, is punished by those adults, and no one shows mercy either to boys or to men. Would any person of sound judgment approve of my being beaten as a boy, because, by playing ball, I made less progress in studies that I was supposed to learn only so that, as a man, I might play in more shameful ways? And what was the man doing who beat me? If he lost some petty argument with another teacher, he became more bitter and jealous than I was when I lost a game of ball to a playmate. Chapter 10. And yet in this I sinned, O Lord God, Creator and Governor of all things in nature. You are not the creator of sin, but you govern even what you permit. O Lord my God, I sinned by disobeying the commands of my parents and my teachers. Whatever their motives were, what they wanted me to learn could later have been put to good use. I disobeyed, not because I had chosen something better, but because I loved play. I loved the pride of winning in my games. I loved having my ears tickled by false stories, so that they would itch for more. The same curiosity flashed more and more from my eyes, drawing me toward the shows and games of my elders. Yet those who put on such shows are held in such honor that almost everyone wants the same success for his children. At the same time, they are quite willing for their children to be beaten if those very games keep them away from the studies by which they might one day become the men who give such shows. Look with pity on these things, Lord. Deliver us who now call upon you. Deliver also those who do not yet call upon you, so that they may call upon you, and you may deliver them. Chapter 11. As a boy, then, I had already heard of eternal life, promised to us through the humility of the Lord our God, who stooped down to our pride. From my mother's womb, my mother greatly hoped in you, and I was marked with the sign of his cross and seasoned with his salt. You saw, Lord, how once, while I was still a boy, I was seized with a sudden illness of the stomach, and seemed near death. You saw, my God, for you were my keeper, with what eagerness and faith I sought the baptism of your Christ, my God and Lord, from the pious care of my mother and of your church, the mother of us all. The mother of my flesh was deeply troubled. With a heart pure in your faith, she travailed even more lovingly for my salvation than she had for my birth. She would have hurried to provide for my consecration and cleansing by the saving sacraments, confessing you, Lord Jesus, for the remission of sins, if I had not suddenly recovered, and so my cleansing was deferred, as though, if I lived, I would necessarily be defiled again. The reason was that after baptism, the stains of sin would bring greater and more dangerous guilt. Even then I already believed. So did my mother and the whole household except my father. Yet my father's unbelief did not overcome my mother's piety in me. Although he did not yet believe, he did not prevent me from believing. My mother earnestly desired that you, my God, rather than he, should be my true father. In this, you helped her prevail over her husband. She was better than he was, yet she obeyed him, and in obeying him, she also obeyed you, who commanded this. I beg you, my God, I would gladly know, if you will allow me, why my baptism was then deferred. Was it for my good that the reins were, as it were, left loose for me to sin, or were they not left loose? If they were not, why do we still hear people say on every side, "Let him alone, let him do as he wants, for he is not yet baptized"? Yet when it comes to bodily health, no one says, "Let him be wounded worse, because he has not yet been healed." How much better it would have been if I had been healed at once, and then, by the care of my friends and by my own care, the recovered health of my soul had been kept safe in your keeping, since you had given it. Yes, it would truly have been better, but how many and how great waves of temptation seemed to hang over me after my boyhood. My mother foresaw these. She preferred to risk exposing me while I was still, as it were, unformed clay, rather than after the finished image had already been shaped. Chapter 12. In boyhood itself, however, an age my mother feared far less for me than youth, I did not love study, and I hated being forced to it. Yet I was forced, and this was good for me. But I did not do well, because unless I had been forced, I would not have learned. Still, no one does well against his will, even if the thing he does is good. Those who forced me did not act well either, but the good that came to me came from you, my God. They did not care how I would use what they forced me to learn, except that I might satisfy the insatiable desires of a wealthy poverty and a shameful glory. But you, by whom the very hairs of our head are numbered, used for my good the error of all who urged me to learn. And you used my own error, my refusal to learn, for my punishment. This was a fitting penalty for one who was so small a boy and yet so great a sinner. So, by means of those who were not doing well, you did well for me. And through my own sin, you justly punished me. For you have commanded, and so it is, that every disordered affection should be its own punishment. Chapter 13. But why did I so greatly hate Greek, which I studied as a boy? I do not yet fully know. I loved Latin, not the Latin taught by my first teachers, but the Latin taught by the so-called grammarians. My first lessons in reading, writing, and arithmetic seemed to me as heavy a burden and punishment as Greek. And where did this come from, except from the sin and vanity of this life? For I was flesh, a breath that passes away and does not return. Those first lessons were certainly better, because they were more certain. By them I gained, and still keep, the ability to read what I find written and to write what I wish. But in the other studies, I was forced to learn the wanderings of Aeneas, while forgetting my own wanderings. I was forced to weep for dead Dido, because she killed herself for love, while with dry eyes I endured my own miserable death among these things, far from you, O God, my life. What is more miserable than a miserable person who does not pity himself? I wept over the death of Dido, who died for love of Aeneas, but I did not weep over my own death caused by my lack of love for you, O God. You are the light of my heart, the bread of my inmost soul, the power that gives strength to my mind and life to my thoughts. Yet I did not love you. I committed spiritual fornication against you. All around me, others doing the same thing cried out, "Well done, well done." For friendship with the world is fornication against you. And well done, is shouted until a man becomes ashamed not to be that kind of man. For all this I did not weep. I wept for Dido, who was slain and sought by the sword a final wound, while I myself was seeking a worse end, the lowest extreme of your creatures, having forsaken you, earth sinking into earth. And if I was forbidden to read these things, I was grieved because I was not allowed to read what made me grieve. Madness like this is considered a higher and richer learning than the learning by which I learned to read and write. But now, my God, cry aloud in my soul. Let your truth say to me, not so, not so. That first study was far better, for behold, I would gladly forget the wanderings of Aeneas and all the rest, rather than forget how to read and write. It is true that a veil hangs over the entrance of the grammar school, but this veil is not so much a sign of some hidden mystery as it is a cloak for error. Let not those whom I no longer fear cry out against me, while I confess to you, my God, whatever my soul desires to confess, and while I accept the condemnation of my evil ways, so that I may love your good ways. Let neither the buyers nor the sellers of grammar learning cry out against me. If I ask them whether it is true that Aeneas once came to Carthage, as the poet says, the less learned will answer that they do not know, and the more learned will answer that he never did. But if I ask with what letters the name Aeneas is written, everyone who has learned this will answer correctly, according to the signs that men have agreed upon. Again, if I ask which could be forgotten with less harm to the ordinary needs of life, reading and writing, or these poetic fictions, who does not already know what every person must answer, unless he has entirely forgotten himself? I sinned then, as a boy, when I preferred those empty studies to the more useful ones, or rather, when I loved the one and hated the other. 1 and 1 are 2, 2 and 2 are 4, was to me a hateful sing-song, but the wooden horse filled with armed men, the burning of Troy, and the ghost of Creusa, sad and lifelike, were the chosen spectacles of my vanity. Chapter 14. Why, then, did I hate the Greek classics, which contain similar tales? Homer also skillfully wove together such fictions, and he is most sweetly vain, yet to my boyish taste he was bitter. I suppose Virgil would have seemed the same to Greek children if they had been forced to learn him as I was forced to learn Homer. The difficulty of a foreign language had mixed, as it were, gall into all the sweetness of the Greek stories. I did not understand a single word of it, and to make me understand, I was driven on with harsh threats and punishments. There was also a time when I was an infant, when I knew no Latin, but I learned Latin without fear or suffering, simply by observation, amid the caresses of my nursery, the jokes of friends, and the smiles and playful encouragement of those around me. I learned it without the pressure of punishment urging me on. My own heart urged me to bring forth what it conceived, and I could do that only by learning words, not from those who formerly taught me, but from those who spoke with me. Into their ears I brought forth whatever thoughts I had conceived. There is no doubt, then, that free curiosity has more power in learning than frightening compulsion. Yet compulsion has its place. It restrains the wanderings of that freedom under your laws, O my God. Your laws use even such restraints, from the schoolmaster's cane to the trials of the martyrs, to temper for us a wholesome bitterness, calling us back to yourself from the deadly pleasure that draws us away from you. Chapter 15. Hear my prayer, Lord. Do not let my soul faint under your discipline. Do not let me grow weary in confessing to you all your mercies, by which you have drawn me out of all my most evil ways. You have done this so that you might become a delight to me above all the allurements I once pursued, so that I may love you most completely, clasp your hand with all my affections, and be rescued by you from every temptation, even to the end. For behold, O Lord, my King and my God, let everything useful that I learned in childhood be for your service. Let it be for your service that I speak, write, read, and calculate. For while I was learning vanities, you granted me your discipline, and you have forgiven the sin by which I delighted in those vanities. In those studies I did learn many useful words, but those same words could just as well be learned through subjects that are not vain. That is the safe path for the steps of youth. Chapter 16. But woe to you, torrent of human custom! Who shall stand against you? How long will it be before you are dried up? How long will you roll the sons of Eve into that vast and hideous ocean, which even those who climb the cross scarcely pass over? Did I not read in you of Jupiter, both thunderer and adulterer? He could not truly be both, but the false thunderer was used to excuse and encourage real adultery. And now, which of our robed teachers would listen calmly to someone from their own school crying out, "These were Homer's fictions, transferring human things to the gods. Would that he had brought divine things down to us instead." Yet he would have spoken more truly if he had said, "These are indeed Homer's fictions, but by attributing divine nature to wicked men, they make crimes seem no longer crimes. Whoever commits them then seems to imitate, not abandoned men, but the gods of heaven. And yet into you, hellish torrent, the sons of men are cast, with rich rewards given for mastering such learning. A great solemnity is made of it when this is done publicly, in the forum, in sight of the laws that appoint a salary for the teacher in addition to the payments of the students. And you beat against your rocks and roar, "From here words are learned, from here eloquence is gained, eloquence most necessary to obtain your aims and defend your opinions." As if we would never have learned words such as golden shower, lap, beguile, or temples of the heavens, unless Terence had brought a lewd young man onto the stage, using Jupiter as his example for seduction. The young man looks at a picture showing the story of Jupiter descending in a golden shower into Danae's lap to deceive a woman. Then see how he inflames himself to lust by appealing to heavenly authority. And what god was it? Great Jupiter, who shakes the highest temples of heaven with his thunder. And shall I, a poor mortal man, not do the same? I did it, and with all my heart I did it. The words are not learned any more easily because of all this vileness, but through such stories vileness is committed with less shame. I do not blame the words themselves. They are like choice and precious vessels. I blame the wine of error poured into them and given to us by drunken teachers. And if we did not drink it, we were beaten, and we had no sober judge to whom we could appeal. Yet, O my God, in whose presence I can now remember these things without harm, I learned all this unhappily, willingly, and with great delight. And for this I was called a promising boy. Chapter 17. Bear with me, my God, while I speak a little about my intelligence, your gift, and the foolish things on which I wasted it. A task was set before me, troublesome enough to my soul. Praise or shame depended on it, and so did the fear of being beaten. I had to speak the words of Juno as she raged and mourned because she could not turn this Trojan prince away from Latium. I had heard that Juno never said these words, yet we were forced to wander in the footsteps of these poetic fictions and to express in prose something like what the poet had written in verse. The student was most praised if he best represented the passions of rage and grief and clothed them in the most fitting language, while preserving the dignity of the character. What is it to me, O my true life, my God, that my declamation was applauded above those of many others of my age and class? Was all this not smoke and wind? Was there nothing else on which I could exercise my mind and tongue? Your praises, Lord, your praises, could have supported the tender shoot of my heart by the prop of your scriptures. Then it would not have trailed away among empty trifles, a defiled prey for the birds of the air. For in more ways than one, men sacrifice to the rebellious angels. Chapter 18. But is it any wonder that I was carried away into vanities and went out from your presence, O my God? Men were set before me as models who would be ashamed if, while telling of some action of theirs that was not evil in itself, they made a grammatical mistake or spoke improperly. Yet, if in rich, ornate, and well-ordered speech they told of their own disordered lives, they were praised and took glory in it. You see these things, Lord, and you remain silent, long-suffering and abundant in mercy and truth. Will you remain silent forever? Even now you draw out of this horrible pit the soul that seeks you, that thirsts for your delights, whose heart says to you, I have sought your face, Lord, will I seek. For to be far from you is to have darkened affections. Men do not leave you or return to you by moving their feet or changing places. When your younger son went into a far country and wasted in riotous living all that you had given him at his departure, did he need horses, chariots, or ships? Did he fly with visible wings or travel by the movement of his limbs? No. His distance from you was in his lustful affections, that is, in his darkened loves. You were a loving father when you gave to him, and you were still more loving when he returned empty. So the true distance from your face is found in lustful and darkened affections. Behold, O Lord God, yes, behold patiently, as you are accustomed to do, how carefully the sons of men observe the agreed rules of letters and syllables handed down by those who spoke before them, while neglecting the eternal covenant of everlasting salvation received from you. A teacher or student of the old rules of pronunciation will offend people more by saying, human being, without the proper aspirate, contrary to the laws of grammar, than if he, a human being, hates another human being, contrary to your law. Yet what enemy could harm him more than the hatred by which he is inflamed against another? Or whom could he wound more deeply by persecution than he wounds his own soul by hatred? Surely no knowledge of letters can be as deeply written in us as the record of conscience, which tells a man that he is doing to another what he himself would hate to suffer from another. How deep are your ways, O God! You alone are great. You sit silent on high, and by an unwearied law, you dispense the punishment of blindness to lawless desires. A man seeking fame for his eloquence may stand before a human judge, surrounded by a crowd, speaking against his enemy with the fiercest hatred. He will be extremely careful not to murder the word human being by some error of pronunciation. Yet he takes no care that through the fury of his spirit he does not murder the real human being. This was the world at whose gate I lay, unhappy, in my boyhood. This was the stage on which I feared more to commit a grammatical error than after someone else had avoided one, to envy him for it. These things I speak and confess to you, my God. For such things I was praised by those whom I then thought it virtue to please. I did not see the abyss of vileness into which I had been cast away from your eyes. Before them, what could have been more foul than I already was, displeasing even to people like myself? I deceived my tutor, my teachers, and my parents with countless lies, because I loved play, eagerly desired to see vain shows, and was restless to imitate them. I also stole from my parents' cellar and table, enslaved by greediness, or so that I might have something to give to other boys, who sold me their games they liked no less than I did. Even in play, I often sought unfair victories, while I myself was conquered by the vain desire to be first. And what did I find so unbearable, or rebuke so fiercely when I caught it in another, as the very thing I was doing to others? Yet if I was caught and rebuked, I preferred to quarrel rather than yield. Is this the innocence of boyhood? Not so, Lord, not so. I cry out for your mercy, my God, for these same sins pass into later life. As the years mature, they are transferred from tutors and teachers, from nuts, balls, and sparrows, to magistrates and kings, to gold, estates, and slaves, just as harsher punishments replaced the schoolmaster's cane. It was the small stature of childhood, then, that you, our king, commended as a symbol of humility when you said, of such is the kingdom of heaven. Yet to you, Lord, Creator and Governor of the universe, most excellent and most good, thanks were due, even if you had destined for me boyhood only. For even then I existed. I lived and felt. I had an implanted care for my own well-being, a trace of that mysterious unity from which I came. By an inward sense, I guarded the integrity of my senses. In my small pursuits, and in my thoughts about small things, I learned to delight in truth. I hated to be deceived. I had a strong memory. I was gifted with speech. I was comforted by friendship. I avoided pain, baseness, and ignorance. In so small a creature, what was not wonderful? What was not admirable? But all these were gifts from my God. I did not give them to myself. They were good, and together they made up what I was. Good, then, is he who made me, and he is my good. Before him I will rejoice over every good I had as a boy. For this was my sin, that I sought pleasures, honors, and truths not in him, but in his creatures, in myself and in others, and so I fell headlong into sorrows, confusions, and errors. Thanks be to you, my joy, my glory, and my confidence. My God, thanks be to you for your gifts, but preserve them for me. In doing so, you will preserve me, and the things you have given me will be enlarged and perfected, and I myself shall be with you, since even my very being is your gift. Book 2, Chapter 1. I will now call to mind my past foulness and the carnal corruptions of my soul, not because I love them, but so that I may love you, O my God. For love of your love I do this. I review my most wicked ways in the bitterness of remembrance, so that you may become sweet to me, you, sweetness that never fails, you, blessed and secure sweetness. Gather me again from the dissipation in which I was torn to pieces. For when I turned away from you, the one good, I lost myself among many things. In my youth, I burned to be satisfied with things below. I dared to grow wild again with many shadowy loves. My beauty wasted away, and I became foul in your eyes, while pleasing myself, and desiring to please in the eyes of men. Chapter 2. And what was it that delighted me, except to love and to be loved? But I did not keep love within its proper measure, the bright boundary of friendship, mind to mind. From the muddy concupiscence of the flesh, and from the bubbling passions of youth, mists rose up and clouded my heart. I could no longer distinguish the clear brightness of love from the fog of lust. Both were confusedly boiling within me. They swept my unsteady youth over the cliff of unholy desires, and sank me into a gulf of shameful sins. Your wrath had gathered over me, and I did not know it. I had grown deaf from the clanking of the chain of my mortality, the punishment of my soul's pride. I wandered farther from you, and you allowed me to go. I was tossed about, wasted, scattered, and boiling over in my fornications. And you were silent, O you who were my joy, though I came to know you late. You were silent then, and I wandered farther and farther from you, into ever more barren fields of sorrow, proud in my dejection, and restless in my weariness. Oh, if only someone had then moderated my disorder, if only someone had taken the fleeting beauties of created things and turned them to right use. If only someone had set a limit to their pleasure, so that the tides of my youth, if they could not be calmed, might at least have cast themselves upon the shore of marriage and been kept within the purpose of family, as your law prescribes, O Lord. For in this way you formed the offspring of this mortal life of ours, and you are able, with a gentle hand, to blunt the thorns that were excluded from your paradise. Your omnipotence is not far from us, even when we are far from you. Otherwise, I ought to have listened more carefully to the voice from the clouds. Nevertheless, such shall have trouble in the flesh, but I spare you. And again, it is good for a man not to touch a woman. And again, he that is unmarried thinks of the things of the Lord, how he may please the Lord. But he that is married cares for the things of this world, how he may please his wife. I should have listened more attentively to these words. If I had been separated from such desires for the sake of the kingdom of heaven, I would have awaited your embraces more happily. But I, poor wretch, foamed like a troubled sea. I followed the rushing of my own tide. I forsook you and crossed all the boundaries you had set. Yet I did not escape your scourges, for what mortal can? You were always with me, mercifully severe, sprinkling all my unlawful pleasures with the bitterest bitterness, so that I might seek a pleasure without bitterness. But where could I find such pleasure except in you, O Lord? You teach us by sorrow. You wound us in order to heal us. You kill us, lest we die away from you. Where was I, and how far was I exiled from the delights of your house, in the 16th year of my bodily life? Then the madness of lust took rule over me. Human shamelessness gives it free permission, though your laws forbid it, and I gave myself entirely to it. Meanwhile, my friends took no care to preserve me from falling by guiding me toward marriage. Their only care was that I should learn to speak excellently and become a persuasive orator. Chapter 3. That year my studies were interrupted. I had returned from Madora, a neighboring city where I had gone to learn grammar and rhetoric, and money was being gathered for me to make a farther journey to Carthage. This was done more by the determination of my father than by his means, for he was only a poor freeman of Thagaste. To whom do I tell this? Not to you, my God, as if you did not know. I tell it before you to my own kind, to that small portion of mankind that may happen upon these writings of mine, and for what purpose, so that whoever reads this may consider from what depths we must cry out to you. For what is nearer to your ears than a confessing heart and a life of faith? Who did not praise my father because, beyond the ability of his means, he was willing to provide his son with everything necessary for a far journey for the sake of his studies? Many citizens with far greater means did no such thing for their children. Yet this same father had no concern for how I was growing toward you or how chaste I was, so long as I became rich in speech. However barren I remained in your cultivation, O God, who are the only true and good Lord of your field, my heart. While I was in my 16th year, I lived with my parents and left school for a time. Because of the narrowness of my parents' finances, there was a season of idleness. During that time, the thorns of unclean desires grew rank over my head, and there was no hand to root them out. When my father saw me at the baths, now growing toward manhood and filled with restless youth, he was glad, already imagining grandchildren from me, and told my mother about it. He rejoiced in that turmoil of the senses by which the world forgets you, its creator, and falls in love with your creature instead of you. It is made drunk by the invisible wine of its own self-will, turning aside and bowing down to the lowest things. But in my mother's heart, you had already begun your temple and laid the foundation of your holy dwelling. My father, however, was still only a catechumen, and only recently so. My mother, then, was startled with holy fear and trembling. Though I was not yet baptized, she feared for me those crooked paths walked by those who turned their backs to you and not their faces. Woe is me! Do I dare say that you were silent, O my God, while I wandered farther from you? Were you truly silent to me then? Whose words were they, if not yours, when through my mother, your faithful servant, you sang them into my ears. Yet none of them sank into my heart so that I would obey them. She wished, and I remember that in private, with great anxiety, she warned me not to commit fornication, and especially never to defile another man's wife. These seemed to me womanish counsels, and I would have blushed to obey them. But they were yours, and I did not know it. I thought you were silent, and that she alone was speaking. Yet through her you were not silent to me, and in her I despised you, I, her son, the son of your handmaid, your servant. But I did not know this. I ran headlong in such blindness that among my equals I was ashamed of being less shameless. I heard them boast of their shameful deeds, and the more degraded they were, the more they boasted. I took pleasure not only in the pleasure of sin itself, but in the praise that came from sin. What deserves blame except vice? Yet I made myself worse than I was, so that I would not be blamed. When I had not sinned as much as the most abandoned among them, I said that I had done what I had not done. I did this so that I would not seem contemptible in proportion to my innocence, or of less account because I was more chaste. Behold the companions with whom I walked the streets of Babylon. I wallowed in its mire as though it were a bed of spices and precious ointments. And so that I might cling more firmly to its very center, the invisible enemy trampled me down and seduced me, because I was easy to seduce. Nor did the mother of my flesh, who had already fled from the center of Babylon, though she still moved slowly along its outskirts, take the step she might have taken. She advised me to chastity, but she did not act on what she had heard from my father by restraining within the bounds of marriage what she knew was already dangerous and would become more dangerous in the future. She did not do this because she feared that a wife would become a hindrance to my hopes, not to the hope of the world to come, which my mother placed in you, but to the hope of learning, which both my parents were too eager for me to attain. My father desired this because he had almost no thought of you and only vain ambitions for me. My mother desired it because she believed that the usual course of studies would not hinder me from reaching you, but might even help me toward you. This is what I judge as I recall, as best I can, the dispositions of my parents. Meanwhile, the reins were loosened for me beyond all proper restraint. I spent my time in sport, even to the point of dissoluteness in whatever I desired. And over all this there was a mist, cutting me off, O my God, from the brightness of your truth. My iniquity burst forth as from abundance. Chapter 4. Theft is punished by your law, O Lord, and by the law written in the hearts of men, a law that even iniquity itself does not erase. For what thief tolerates being robbed by another thief? Not even a rich thief tolerates it when the thief who steals from him is driven by want. Yet I desired to steal, and I did it. I was compelled by no hunger or poverty, but by a disgust with doing good and by an overfed delight in iniquity. I stole what I already had enough of, and what I had was much better. Nor did I care to enjoy what I stole. I took pleasure in the theft and in the sin itself. There was a pear tree near our vineyard, loaded with fruit. Its fruit was tempting neither in color nor in taste. Late one night, after we had prolonged our games in the streets according to our destructive custom, some of us wicked young fellows went to shake and rob that tree. We carried away great loads of pears, not to eat them, but to throw them to the pigs, though we tasted a few. We did this only because we wanted to do what was forbidden. Behold my heart, O God, behold my heart, which you had pity on at the bottom of the bottomless pit. Now let my heart tell you what it was seeking there, when I was evil for no reason. I had no temptation toward the evil except the evil itself. It was foul, and I loved it. I loved to perish. I loved my own fault. Not the thing for which I committed the fault, but the fault itself. Foul soul, falling away from your firmament into utter destruction. I was not seeking anything through the shameful act. I was seeking the shame itself. Chapter 5. There is attractiveness in beautiful bodies, in gold and silver, and in all things. Bodily touch has its own strong power of sympathy, and each of the other senses has its proper object, fitted to it in its own way. Worldly honor also has its charm, as do the power of overcoming and the power of mastery. From these also springs the thirst for revenge. Yet to obtain any of these things, we must not depart from you, O Lord, nor turn aside from your law. The life we live here also has its own enchantment, because it has a certain proportion of its own in a harmony with all the beautiful things below. Human friendship, too, is made dear by the sweet bond formed from the unity of many souls. Sin is committed on account of these things and others like them, when through an excessive attachment to these lower goods, the better and higher goods are forsaken. You are Lord God, your truth, and your law. For these lower things have their delights, but not like my God, who made all things. In him the righteous delight, and he is the joy of the upright in heart. When, then, we ask why a crime was committed, we do not believe it unless we can see that there was some desire to gain one of these lower goods, or some fear of losing one. For these things are beautiful and fitting in their own way, although, compared with the higher and beautifying goods, they are low and poor. A man has murdered another. Why? Perhaps he loved his wife or his estate. Perhaps he wanted to rob another in order to live. Perhaps he feared losing such things through that man. Or perhaps, having been wronged, he burned with the desire for revenge. But would anyone commit murder for no reason at all, simply because he delighted in murder? Who would believe that? Even that furious and savage man, of whom it was said that he was evil and cruel without cause, still had a cause assigned, lest, he said, through idleness, hand or heart should grow inactive. And to what end did he say this? So that through the practice of crime, once he had taken the city, he might gain honors, power, and riches, and be freed from fear of the laws, from the pressure of domestic poverty, and from the consciousness of his crimes. So not even Catiline himself loved his own crimes simply as crimes. He loved something else, for the sake of which he committed them. Chapter 6. What, then, did I, miserable as I was, love in you, my theft, you deed of darkness, committed in the 16th year of my age? You are not lovely because you are theft, but are you anything at all that I should speak to you in this way? The pears we stole were beautiful because they were your creation. You, the fairest of all, creator of all, good God, sovereign good, and my true good. Those pears were beautiful, but my wretched soul did not desire them. I had plenty of better pears. I gathered them only so that I might steal. Once gathered, I threw them away. My only feast in them was my sin, which I was pleased to enjoy. If any of those pears entered my mouth, it was the sin that sweetened them. And now, O Lord my God, I ask what delighted me in that theft. Behold, it had no beauty. I do not mean beauty like the beauty of justice and wisdom, nor the beauty found in the mind, memory, senses, and animal life of man. Nor do I mean the glory and beauty of the stars in their courses, or of the earth and sea, full of living things that are born to replace what decays. I do not even mean that false and shadowy beauty that belongs to deceiving vices, for pride imitates exaltation, while you alone are God, exalted over all. Ambition seeks honors and glory, while you alone are to be honored above all and are glorious forever. The cruelty of the powerful wants to be feared, but who is to be feared except God alone? What can be wrested or withdrawn from your power? When, where to, or by whom? The tenderness of the wanton wants to be called love, yet nothing is more tender than your charity, and nothing is loved more healthfully than your truth, bright and beautiful above all. Curiosity pretends to be a desire for knowledge, while you supremely know all things. Even ignorance and foolishness cloak themselves under the names of simplicity and harmlessness. Yet nothing is simpler than you, and what is less harmful than you, since the sinner is harmed by his own works? Sloth wants to be at rest, but what stable rest is there except the Lord? Luxury wants to be called fullness and abundance, but you are the fullness and unfailing abundance of incorruptible pleasures. Prodigality presents a shadow of generosity, but you are the most overflowing giver of all good. Covetousness wants to possess many things, but you possess all things. Envy contends for excellence, but what is more excellent than you? Anger seeks revenge, but who avenges more justly than you? Fear is startled by unusual and sudden things that endanger what it loves, and it takes thought for their safety. But to you, what is unusual or sudden? And who can separate from you what you love? Or where is unshaken safety except with you? Grief wastes away over things lost, things in which its desires delighted, because it does not want anything taken from it. But nothing can be taken from you. Thus the soul commits fornication when she turns away from you, and seeks outside of you what she cannot find pure and undefiled until she returns to you. In this way, all who go far from you and rise up against you imitate you in a distorted way. Yet even by imitating you in this distorted way, they show that you are the creator of all nature. Therefore, there is no place where anyone can entirely withdraw from you. What then did I love in that theft? In what way did I corruptly and perversely imitate my Lord? Was it that I wanted, even by stealth, to act against your law, because I could not do so by power? Being a prisoner, did I want to imitate a crippled freedom by doing without punishment what was forbidden to me, a darkened likeness of your omnipotence? Behold your servant, fleeing from his Lord and gaining only a shadow. O rottenness, O monstrous life, O depth of death! Could I love what I was not allowed to do, simply because I was not allowed to do it? Chapter 7. What shall I render to the Lord, that while my memory recalls these things, my soul is not terrified by them? I will love you, O Lord. I will thank you and confess your name, because you have forgiven me these great and grievous sins of mine. To your grace and mercy I ascribe it, that you have melted away my sins as if they were ice. To your grace I also ascribe whatever evil I did not do, for what might I not have done, when I even loved sin for its own sake? Yes, I confess that all has been forgiven me, both the evils I committed by my own willfulness, and the evils I did not commit because of your guidance. What man, when weighing his own weakness, dares to attribute his purity and innocence to his own strength? If he did, he would love you less, as though he had less need of your mercy, the mercy by which you forgive the sins of those who turn to you. If anyone, called by you, followed your voice and avoided the sins that he now reads me recalling and confessing about myself, let him not scorn me. I was sick and was healed by the physician, by that same physician's help, he was not sick, or at least was less sick. Therefore, let him love you as much as I do, yes, even more. For by the one through whom he sees me recovered from such a deep wasting sickness of sin, he sees that he himself was preserved from the same sickness of sin. Chapter 8. What fruit did I have then, wretched man that I was, in those things of which I am now ashamed to remember, especially in that theft which I loved for the theft's own sake? It too was nothing, and therefore I was all the more miserable for loving it. Yet I would not have done it alone. Such was I then, I remember it well. Alone I would never have done it. Did I also love in it the company of the accomplices with whom I did it? Was it not only the theft that I loved, but also the fellowship of those who sinned with me? Or rather, even that fellowship was nothing. What truly is, who can teach me except he who enlightens my heart and uncovers its dark corners? What is this that has come into my mind to ask, discuss, and consider? If I had loved the pears I stole and wanted to enjoy them, I could have done it alone. If simply committing the theft had been enough to give me pleasure, I would not have needed to inflame the itching of my desire by the excitement of accomplices. But since my pleasure was not in the pears, it was in the offense itself, and the company of fellow sinners stirred that pleasure up. Chapter 9. What, then, was this feeling? Truly it was too foul, and woe to me who had it. But what was it? Who can understand his errors? It was the sport of it, as it were, that tickled our hearts, that we were deceiving those who had no idea what we were doing, and who would greatly dislike it. Why, then, was my delight of such a kind that I would not do it alone? Because no one usually laughs alone. Usually no one does. Although laughter can sometimes overcome a man, even when he is alone, if something very funny presents itself to his senses or his mind. Yet I would not have done this alone. Alone I never would have done it. Behold, my God, before you is the living memory of my soul. Alone I would never have committed that theft. What pleased me was not what I stole, but that I stole. If I had been alone, I would not have enjoyed doing it, and I would not have done it. O friendship too unfriendly! O incomprehensible seducer of the soul! O greed to do harm out of mirth and wantonness! O thirst for another's loss, without desire for my own gain or revenge! But when someone says, "Let's go, let's do it," we are ashamed not to be shameless. Chapter 10. Who can untangle that twisted and knotted mass? It is foul. I hate to think about it. I hate to look at it. But I long for you, O righteousness and innocence, beautiful and fitting to all pure eyes, satisfying without satiety. With you there is perfect rest and undisturbed life. Whoever enters into you enters into the joy of his Lord. He shall not fear, and he shall do excellently in the all-excellent. I sank away from you. I wandered far too much from you, O my God, my support in the days of my youth, and I became to myself a barren land. Book 3, Chapter 1. I came to Carthage, and all around me there sang in my ears a boiling cauldron of unholy loves. I did not yet love, but I loved to love. Out of a deep inward want, I hated myself for not yet wanting enough. I sought something to love because I was in love with loving. I hated safety, and I hated a path without snares. Within me there was a famine for that inward food, yourself, my God. Yet because of that famine, I did not hunger for you. I had no longing for incorruptible nourishment. It was not because I was filled with it, but because the emptier I was, the more I loathed it. For this reason my soul was sick and full of sores. Miserably it cast itself outward, desiring to be scraped by the touch of sensible things. Yet if these outward things had no soul, they would not be objects of love. To love and to be loved was sweet to me, but it was sweeter still when I obtained the enjoyment of the person I loved. Thus I defiled the spring of friendship with the filth of concupiscence, and I clouded its brightness with the hell of lust. Foul and unseemly as I was, I still wanted, through excessive vanity, to appear elegant and refined. Then I fell headlong into the love by which I longed to be ensnared. My God, my mercy, with how much bitterness, out of your great goodness, did you sprinkle that sweetness for me? For I was loved, and secretly I arrived at the bond of enjoyment. I was joyfully bound with sorrow-bringing chains, so that I might be scourged by the burning iron rods of jealousy, suspicions, fears, angers, and quarrels. Chapter 2. Stage plays also carried me away. They were full of images of my miseries and fuel for my fire. Why does man desire to be made sad by watching sorrowful and tragic things, things that he himself would by no means wish to suffer? Yet as a spectator, he desires to feel sorrow over them, and this very sorrow becomes his pleasure. What is this but a miserable madness? A man is more affected by such scenes in proportion as he is less free from such passions. When he suffers these things in his own person, it is called misery. When he feels sorrow for others, it is called mercy. But what kind of mercy is this toward imaginary and theatrical sufferings? The spectator is not called upon to help, but only to grieve, and the more he grieves, the more he applauds the actor of these fictions. If the calamities of those persons, whether from old stories or mere invention, are acted in such a way that the spectator is not moved to tears, he leaves disgusted and critical. But if he is moved with passion, he stays attentive and weeps with joy. Are sorrows, then, loved? Surely all men desire joy. Or is it that no one likes to be miserable, yet he is pleased to be merciful? And because mercy cannot be without some sorrow, are sorrows loved for this reason alone? This too springs from the vein of friendship. But where does that vein go? Where does it flow? Why does it run into that torrent of pitch, bubbling forth those monstrous tides of foul lustfulness? Why is it willingly changed and transformed, being thrown down and corrupted from its heavenly clearness by its own will? Should compassion, then, be rejected? By no means. Are sorrows, then, sometimes to be loved? Beware of uncleanness, O my soul, under the guardianship of my God, the God of our fathers, who is to be praised and exalted above all forever. Beware of uncleanness, for I have not now ceased to pity. But then, in the theaters, I rejoiced with lovers when they wickedly enjoyed one another, although this was only imaginary in the play, and when they lost one another, I sorrowed with them, as though I were compassionate. Yet I took delight in both. But now I have far more pity for the man who rejoices in his wickedness than for the man who is thought to suffer hardship because he misses some harmful pleasure or loses some miserable happiness. This is certainly the truer mercy, but in it grief is not delightful. For although someone who grieves for the miserable is praised for his work of charity, still the truly compassionate man would rather that there were nothing for him to grieve over. If goodwill could be ill-willed, which can never be, then a man who truly and sincerely has compassion might wish they were miserable people so that he could pity them. But that is impossible. Some sorrow may be allowed, none should be loved. For this is how you are, O Lord God. You love souls far more purely than we do, and you have pity on them more incorruptibly, yet you are wounded by no sorrow. and who is sufficient for these things? But I, miserable as I was, then loved to grieve. I sought out things to grieve over in another's misery, a feigned and acted misery. That performance pleased me most, and drew me most strongly when it drew tears from me. Is it any wonder that, as an unhappy sheep straying from your flock and impatient of your keeping, I became infected with a foul disease? From this came my love of sorrows, not sorrows that would sink deeply into me, for I did not love to suffer what I loved to look upon. Rather, I loved sorrows that, when heard in fictions, would lightly scratch the surface. Yet after such scratches, as from poisoned nails, there followed inflammation, swelling, corruption, and a putrefied sore. Was such a life truly life, O my God? Chapter 3. And your faithful mercy hovered over me from afar. Into what grievous iniquities I consumed myself. I pursued a sacrilegious curiosity that, because I had forsaken you, led me toward the treacherous abyss and the deceitful service of devils. To them I sacrificed my evil actions, and in all these things you scourged me. I even dared, while your solemn rites were being celebrated within the walls of your church, to desire and arrange a sinful affair whose outcome deserved death. For this you scourged me with grievous punishments, though they were nothing compared with my fault. O you, my exceeding mercy, my God, my refuge from those terrible destroyers among whom I wandered with a stiff neck, I withdrew farther from you, loving my own ways and not yours, loving a wandering liberty. Those studies also, which were considered honorable, aimed at success in the courts of litigation. The craftier a man was, the more he was praised. Such is the blindness of men, glorying even in their blindness. By now I was chief in the school of rhetoric. I rejoiced proudly in this and swelled with arrogance. Yet, Lord, you know that I was much quieter and altogether removed from the destructive acts of those violent student pranksters called the subverters. This ill-omened and devilish name was taken by them as a badge of gallantry. I lived among them with a shameless shame that I was not even as they were. I was sometimes delighted by their friendship, though I always abhorred their actions, their subversions by which they wantonly harassed the modesty of strangers. They disturbed them by pointless mockery, feeding their malicious mirth on it. Nothing could be more like the actions of devils than these. What could they more truly be called than subverters, destroyers of order? They themselves were first subverted and entirely perverted. The deceiving spirits secretly mocked and seduced them, and they in turn delighted to mock and deceive others. Chapter 4. Among such companions, in that unsettled age of mine, I studied books of eloquence. I desired to be eminent in them, but for a damnable and vainglorious purpose, joy in human vanity. In the ordinary course of study, I came upon a certain book of Cicero. Almost everyone admires his speech, though not his heart. This book contains an exhortation to philosophy and is called Hortensius. That book changed my affections. It turned my prayers toward you, O Lord, and gave me other purposes and desires. Every vain hope at once became worthless to me. I longed with an incredibly burning desire for the immortality of wisdom, and I began now to rise so that I might return to you. I did not use that book to sharpen my tongue, though that seemed to be what I was buying with my mother's allowances in my 19th year, my father having died 2 years before. It was not the style of the book that entered me, but its substance. How I burned then, my God, how I burned to rise again from earthly things to you, though I did not yet know what you would do with me. For with you is wisdom. The love of wisdom is called in Greek philosophy, and that book set me on fire with it. There are some who seduce through philosophy, hiding and disguising their errors under a great, smooth, and honorable name. Almost all who were such, both in that age and in former times, are censured and exposed in that book. There also is made plain that wholesome warning of your spirit, spoken by your good and devout servant. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, according to the tradition of men, according to the elements of the world, and not according to Christ. For in him dwells all the fullness of the Godhead bodily. At that time, O light of my heart, you know that the apostolic scriptures were not known to me. I was delighted with that exhortation only in this, that by it I was powerfully awakened, kindled, and inflamed to love, seek, obtain, hold, and embrace not this or that sect, but wisdom itself, whatever it might be. Only one thing checked me in that fire. The name of Christ was not there. For this name, according to your mercy, O Lord, this name of my Savior, your Son, my tender heart had devoutly drunk in with my mother's milk and deeply treasured. Whatever was without that name, however learned, polished, or true it might be, did not wholly take hold of me. Chapter 5. I resolved then to bend my mind to the Holy Scriptures, so that I might see what they were. But behold, I saw something not understood by the proud, yet not laid open to children either, lowly at the entrance, lofty in its depths, and veiled with mysteries. I was not the kind of man who could enter into it, nor could I bend my neck to follow its steps. For I did not feel then as I speak now, when I turned to those scriptures. They seemed to me unworthy to be compared with the stateliness of Cicero. My swollen pride shrank back from their lowliness, and my sharp wit could not pierce their interior. Yet they were such as would grow up in a little one. But I disdained to be a little one. Swollen with pride, I took myself to be a great one. Chapter 6. Therefore I fell among men who were proudly foolish, extremely carnal, and full of talk. In their mouths were the snares of the devil, made sticky with the syllables of your name, and of our Lord Jesus Christ, and of the Holy Ghost, the Paraclete, our Comforter. These names did not depart from their mouths, but they were only sound and noise of the tongue. Their hearts were empty of truth, yet they cried out, Truth, truth, and spoke much of it to me. But truth was not in them. They spoke falsehood not only about you, who truly are truth, but even about the elements of this world, your creatures. And I ought to have passed by even philosophers when they spoke truth about created things. For love of you, my Father, supremely good, beauty of all things beautiful. O truth, truth, how inwardly even then the marrow of my soul panted after you. They spoke your name to me often, in many ways and in many huge books, yet it was only an echo. And these were the dishes in which, while I hungered for you, they served me the sun and moon in place of you. These are beautiful works of yours, but they are your works, not yourself, not even your first works. For your spiritual works are before these bodily works, though these bodily works are heavenly and shining. But I did not hunger and thirst even for those first works of yours. I hungered and thirsted for you yourself, the truth, in whom there is no change nor shadow of alteration. Yet they kept setting before me, in those dishes, glittering fantasies. It would have been better to love this visible sun, which at least is real to our sight, than to love those fantasies which deceive the mind through the eyes. But because I thought those things were you, I fed on them, yet not eagerly, because you did not taste to me in them as you truly are, for you were not those empty things. I was not nourished by them, but rather exhausted. Food in a dream can seem very much like food when we are awake, yet those who are asleep are not nourished by it, because they are asleep. But those things were not even like you in any way, as you have now taught me. They were bodily fantasies, false bodies. Real bodies, whether heavenly or earthly, which we see with our bodily sight, are more certain than those fantasies. Beasts and birds perceive these real bodies as we do, and they are more certain than the images we form of them in the imagination. Again, the images we form in the imagination are more certain than the larger and infinite bodies we conjecture from them, which have no existence at all. Such empty husks were what I was fed on then, and I was not fed. But you, love of my soul, in seeking whom I grow faint so that I may become strong, are not those bodies which we see even in heaven, nor are you those bodies which we do not see there. You created them, and you do not count them among the highest of your works. How far, then, are you from those fantasies of mine, fantasies of bodies that do not exist at all? The images of real bodies are more certain than those fantasies, and the real bodies themselves are more certain still. Yet you are not those bodies, nor are you even the soul, which is the life of bodies. The life of bodies is better and more certain than the bodies themselves, but you are the life of souls, the life of lives, having life in yourself. You do not change, O life of my soul. Where, then, were you to me at that time, and how far from me? Truly, I was wandering far from you. I was barred even from the husks of the swine, whom I myself fed with husks. How much better are the fables of poets and grammarians than these snares? Verses and poems, even the story of Medea flying through the air, are truly more profitable than the Manichaeans' fantasy of 5 elements arranged against 5 dens of darkness. Those things have no existence, yet they destroy the one who believes them. For verses and poems I could turn into true food, and though I recited the story of Medea flying through the air, I did not claim that it was true. Though I heard it recited, I did not believe it. But those Manichaean falsehoods I did believe. Woe, woe! By what steps I was brought down to the depths of hell! I toiled and was troubled through want of truth. I was seeking you, my God. To you I confess this, for you had mercy on me, even before I confessed. But I was not seeking you according to the understanding of the mind by which you willed that I should excel the beasts. I was seeking you according to the sense of the flesh, but you were more inward to me than my inmost self, and higher than my highest self. I came upon that bold woman in Proverbs, foolish and knowing nothing, whom Solomon describes. She sits at the door and says, "Eat bread of secret things willingly, and drink stolen waters which are sweet." She seduced me because she found my soul living outside itself, in the eye of my flesh, and chewing over the food that I had devoured through that eye. Chapter 7. Apart from bodily things, I did not know what truly exists, and because I thought myself sharp in mind, I was persuaded to agree with foolish deceivers when they asked me questions like these. Where does evil come from? Is God bounded by a bodily shape? Does he have hair and nails? Should men be considered righteous who had many wives at once, killed men, and sacrificed living creatures? In my ignorance, I was greatly troubled by these questions. I was departing from the truth, yet I seemed to myself to be moving toward it. For I did not yet know that evil is nothing but the privation of good, until at last a thing ceases altogether to be. And how could I see this, when the sight of my eyes reached only to bodies, and the sight of my mind only to images of bodies? I did not know that God is a spirit. I did not know him as one who has no parts stretched out in length and breadth, and whose being is not bulk. For every bulk is less in a part than in the whole, and if it is infinite, then any part of it defined by a certain space is less than its infinity. Therefore, it is not wholly everywhere, as spirit is, as God is. I was also entirely ignorant of what there is in us by which we are like God, and by which we may rightly be said to be made after the image of God. Nor did I know true inward righteousness, which judges not according to custom, but according to the most rightful law of Almighty God. By that law, the ways proper to places and times are ordered according to those times and places, while the law itself remains the same always and everywhere. It is not one thing in one place and another thing in another. According to this righteousness, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David, and all those commended by the mouth of God were righteous. Yet foolish men judge them unrighteous, judging by human judgment and measuring the moral habits of the whole human race by their own little customs. It is as if a man in an armory, ignorant of what belongs to each part of the body, should put leg armor on his head, or try to put a helmet on his feet, and then complain that the armor does not fit. Or as if, on a day when business is publicly stopped in the afternoon, a man were angry because he was not allowed to keep his shop open simply because he had been allowed to do so in the morning, or as if in one house a man saw one servant handle something that another servant is not allowed to touch, or saw something permitted outdoors that is forbidden in the dining room, and then became angry that in one household the same thing is not assigned everywhere and to everyone. Such are those who are disturbed when they hear that something was lawful for righteous men in former times, which is not lawful now, or that God, for certain temporal reasons, commanded one thing to them and another thing to others, while both obeyed the same righteousness. Yet these same people can see that in one man, on one day, and in one house, different things are fitting for different members, seasons, parts, and persons. A thing formerly lawful may later no longer be lawful. What is permitted or commanded in one corner may rightly be forbidden and punished in another. Is justice, then, changeable or varied? No. Rather, the times and circumstances over which justice presides are not all the same, because they are times and circumstances. But men, whose days upon earth are few, cannot by their senses harmonize the causes of things in former ages and other nations, which they have not experienced, with the things they have experienced. Yet in one and the same body, day, or family, they can easily see what is fitting for each member, season, part, and person. In the one case they object, in the other they submit. These things I did not know then, nor did I observe them. They struck my sight on every side, and I did not see them. I composed verses in which I could not place every foot everywhere, but had to place different feet in different meters. Not even in 1 meter could the same foot be placed in every position, yet the art by which I composed did not have different principles for these different cases. It held them all together in one rule. Still, I did not see how that righteousness which good and holy men obeyed contained, far more excellently and sublimely, all those things in one. Nor did I see that God's righteousness varied in no part, even though in changing times it did not command everything at once, but apportioned and commanded what was fitting for each time. And in my blindness I censured the holy fathers. Not only were they made use of present things as God commanded and inspired them, but also were they foretold future things as God revealed them in them. Chapter 8. Can it ever be unjust, at any time or in any place, to love God with all one's heart, with all one's soul, and with all one's mind, and to love one's neighbor as oneself. Therefore, those foul offenses which are against nature are to be detested and punished everywhere and at all times, such as the sins of the man of Sodom. If all nations committed such things, all nations would be guilty of the same crime by the law of God, who did not make men so that they should abuse one another in that way. For even the communion that ought to exist between God and us is violated when the very nature of which he is author is polluted by the perversity of lust. But actions that offend the customs of men must be avoided according to the customs that prevail in each place. A thing agreed upon and confirmed by the custom or law of any city or nation must not be violated by the lawless pleasure of anyone, whether native or foreigner, for any part that does not harmonize with its whole is offensive. But when God commands something to be done, even if it goes against the customs or agreement of a people, it must be done. If it had once been done and then neglected, it must be restored. If it had never before been ordained, it must now be ordained. For if it is lawful for a king, in the state over which he reigns, to command what no one before him, nor even he himself before, had commanded, and if obeying him is not against the common good of the state, but rather disobeying him would be against it, since obedience to rulers is a general agreement of human society, how much more should we obey God without hesitation in all that he commands, he who is the ruler of all his creatures? For just as among the authorities of human society, the greater authority is obeyed in preference to the lesser, so God must be obeyed above all. So also with acts of violence, where there is a desire to hurt, whether by reproach or injury, such acts may be done for revenge, as when one enemy strikes another, or for gain, as when a robber attacks a traveler, or to avoid some evil, as against one who is feared, or through envy, as when a less fortunate man attacks one more fortunate, or when a successful man fears or resents someone becoming his equal, or merely for pleasure in another's pain, as with spectators of gladiators, or those who deride and mock others. These are the chief forms of iniquity. They spring from the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, or the lust of domination. Sometimes one alone, sometimes two together, sometimes all at once. In this way, men live badly against the threefold love of God and the sevenfold love of neighbor, that is, against the 10-stringed psaltery of your 10 commandments, O God, most high and most sweet. But what foul offenses can there be against you who cannot be defiled? Or what acts of violence against you who cannot be harmed? Yet you avenge what men commit against themselves. For when they sin against you, they also act wickedly against their own souls. Iniquity gives itself the lie by corrupting and perverting the nature that you created and ordered. This happens either by an immoderate use of things allowed, or by burning after things not allowed for a use that is against nature. Or men are found guilty when they rage with heart and tongue against you, kicking against the goad. Or, breaking through the boundaries of human society, they boldly rejoice in self-willed factions or divisions, according as they have something to gain or something that offends them. These things are done when you are forsaken, O fountain of life, who are the one true creator and governor of the universe, and when by self-willed pride some one false thing is chosen out of creation and loved in place of you. Therefore, by humble devotion we return to you. You cleanse us from our evil habits. You are merciful to the sins of those who confess. You hear the groaning of the prisoner and loosen us from the chains we made for ourselves. if we do not lift up against you the horns of an unreal liberty, losing all things through the greed for more, by loving our own private good more than you, the good of all. Chapter 9. Amid these offenses of foulness and violence, and amid so many iniquities, there are also sins of men who, on the whole, are making progress. Those who judge rightly disapprove such sins according to the rule of perfection, yet they commend the persons because of the hope of future fruit, as in the green blade of growing corn. There are also some actions that resemble offenses of foulness or violence, yet are not sins, because they offend neither you, our Lord God, nor human society. For example, things fitting for a certain time may be obtained for the service of life, though we may not know whether this is done from a lust of possession. Or punishments may be inflicted by lawful authority for the sake of correction, though we may not know whether they are done from a lust of hurting. Thus many actions disapproved in the sight of men are approved by your testimony, and many actions praised by men are condemned with you as witness. For the outward appearance of the action, the intention of the doer, and the hidden necessity of the time may all be different. But when you suddenly command something unusual and unexpected, even if you have sometimes forbidden it before, and even if you hide for a time the reason for your command, and even if it goes against the ordinance of some human society, who doubts that it must be done? For that human society is just which serves you. Blessed are those who know your commands. For all things were done by your servants either to show something needed for the present, or to foreshadow things to come. Chapter 10. Because I was ignorant of these things, I scoffed at your holy servants and prophets. And what did I gain by scoffing at them, except to be scoffed at by you? For I was being drawn insensibly and step by step into such follies that I believed, according to their teaching, that a fig tree wept when its fruit was plucked, and that the tree, its mother, shed milky tears. And if that fig, though plucked by another's guilt and not by its own, were eaten by some Manichaean saint and mingled with his body, then, according to their teaching, he would breathe out angels from it. Indeed, at every moan or groan in his prayer, particles of divinity would burst forth, particles of the Most High and true God, which they imagined had remained bound in that fig, unless they were set free by the teeth or belly of one of their elect. And I, miserable as I was, believed that more mercy should be shown to the fruits of the earth than to men, for whom those fruits were created. For if a hungry man who was not a Manichaean asked for some food, the morsel given to him would seem, in their eyes, as if condemned to capital punishment. Chapter 11. And you sent your hand from above, and drew my soul out of that profound darkness. My mother, your faithful servant, wept to you for me more than mothers weep for the bodily deaths of their children. For by that faith and spirit which she had from you, she discerned the death in which I lay. And you heard her, O Lord. You heard her and did not despise her tears, when they streamed down and watered the ground beneath her eyes in every place where she prayed. Yes, you heard her. For where else did that dream come from, by which you comforted her, so that she allowed me to live with her and eat at the same table in her house? She had begun to shrink from doing this, because she abhorred and detested the blasphemies of my error. In the dream, she saw herself standing on a certain wooden rule. A shining young man came toward her, cheerful and smiling upon her, while she was grieving and overwhelmed with sorrow. He asked her the cause of her grief and daily tears, not because he needed to be taught, but in order to instruct her as such messengers are accustomed to do. She answered that she was bewailing my destruction. Then he told her to be content, and bade her look and observe, where you are, there he is also. When she looked, she saw me standing beside her on the same rule. Where could this have come from, except that your ears were turned toward her heart? O good and omnipotent God, who care for each one of us as if you cared for him alone, and care for all as if they were but one. And where did this also come from, that when she told me the vision, and I tried to twist it to mean that she should not despair of one day becoming what I was, she immediately answered without hesitation, No, it was not said to me, where he is, there you are also, but where you are, there he is also. I confess to you, O Lord, as best I remember it, and I have often spoken of this, that your answer through my waking mother moved me even more than the dream itself. She was not confused by the plausibility of my false interpretation, but quickly saw what was to be seen, and what I certainly had not seen before she spoke. By that dream, joy was promised to this holy woman, though it would be fulfilled so long afterward, and for the consolation of her present anguish, it was foretold to her long before. For almost 9 years passed, during which I wallowed in the mire of that deep pit and in the darkness of falsehood. I often tried to rise, but was dashed down all the more grievously. During all that time, that chaste, godly, and sober widow, such as you love, was now more cheerful with hope, yet did not relax at all in her weeping and mourning. At every hour of her devotions, she did not cease to bewail my case before you. Her prayers entered into your presence, yet you still allowed me to remain involved and re-involved in that darkness. Chapter 12. Meanwhile, you gave her another answer, which I remember. I pass over much, hastening toward those things that more press me to confess to you, and much I do not remember. You gave her another answer through a priest of yours, a certain bishop brought up in your church, and well studied in your books. My mother begged him to be willing to speak with me, refute my errors, unteach me evil things, and teach me good things. He was accustomed to do this when he found people fit to receive it, but he refused, wisely, as I later understood. He answered that I was still unteachable, being puffed up with the novelty of that heresy, and that I had already confused several unskilled persons with captious questions, as she had told him. Leave him alone for a while, he said. Only pray to God for him. By reading, he will discover for himself what that error is and how great its impiety is. At the same time, he told her how he himself, when he was a little child, had been handed over to the Manichees by his seduced mother. He had not only read almost all their books, but had often copied them out, and without anyone arguing or proving the matter to him, he had seen how much that sect was to be avoided, and had avoided it. When he had said this, she was still not satisfied. She urged him even more, with entreaties and many tears, to see me and speak with me. Then he, a little displeased by her persistence, said, Go your way, and God bless you, for it is not possible that the son of these tears should perish. She received this answer, as she often told me in conversation, as if it had sounded from heaven. Book 4, Chapter 1. For those 9 years, from my 19th year to my 28th, we lived seduced and seducing, deceived and deceiving, in various desires. Openly we pursued studies that are called liberal. Secretly we followed a falsely named religion. Here we were proud. There we were superstitious. Everywhere we were vain. In one way we hunted after the emptiness of popular praise, theatrical applause, poetic prizes, contests for grassy crowns, the follies of shows, and the intemperance of desires. In another way, we desired to be cleansed from these defilements by carrying food to those who were called elect and holy. Out of that food, in the workshop of their stomachs, they were supposed to forge angels and gods for us, by whom we might be cleansed. These things I followed and practiced with my friends, who were deceived by me and with me. Let the arrogant mock me, those who have not, for the health of their souls, been struck and cast down by you, O my God. But I will still confess my shame to you for your praise. Allow me, I beg you, and give me grace to go over in my present memory the wanderings of my past life, and to offer you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. For what am I to myself without you, except a guide to my own downfall? And what am I, even at my best, except an infant sucking the milk you give, and feeding upon you the food that does not perish? But what sort of thing is any man, seeing that he is only a man? Let the strong and mighty laugh at us, but let us, poor and needy, confess to you. Chapter 2. In those years I taught rhetoric. Overcome by greed, I sold a loquacity by which others might overcome. Yet, Lord, you know that I preferred honest students, as they are accounted. These I taught without deceit the arts of persuasion, not to be used against the life of the innocent, though sometimes to defend the life of the guilty. And you, O God, perceived me from afar as I stumbled on that slippery path. Amid much smoke, I still sent out some sparks of faithfulness, which I showed while guiding those who loved vanity and sought after lies, myself being their companion. In those years I had one woman, not in what is called lawful marriage, but one whom I had found in a wayward passion, without understanding. Yet she was only one, and I remained faithful even to her. In this relationship, I experienced in my own case the difference between the self-restraint of the marriage covenant, entered for the sake of offspring, and the bargain of lustful love, where children are born against their parents' will, although once they are born, they compel love. I also remember that when I had decided to compete for a theatrical prize, a certain wizard asked me what I would give him so that I might win. But I, detesting and abhorring such foul mysteries, answered, even if the crown were made of imperishable gold, I would not allow a fly to be killed to win it for me. For he would have killed living creatures in his sacrifices, and by those honors invited devils to favor me. But I rejected this evil also, not out of pure love for you, O God of my heart, for I did not know how to love you, because I did not know how to conceive of anything beyond a material brightness. And does not a soul that sighs after such fictions commit fornication against you, trust in unreal things, and feed the wind? Yet I would not have sacrifices offered to devils for me, though I was sacrificing myself to them by that superstition. For what else is it to feed the wind, except to feed them, that is, by going astray, to become their pleasure and derision? Chapter 3. At that time I consulted those impostors whom they called mathematicians, that is, astrologers, without scruple. They seemed to use no sacrifices and not to pray to any spirit for their divinations. Yet Christian and true piety consistently rejects and condemns this art. For it is a good thing to confess to you and to say, have mercy on me, heal my soul, for I have sinned against you. It is good not to abuse your mercy as a license for sin, but to remember the Lord's words, behold, you are made whole. Sin no more, lest a worse thing come upon you. All this wholesome counsel they labor to destroy, saying, the cause of your sin is inevitably fixed in heaven, and Venus did this, or Saturn did this, or Mars did this. In this way, man, flesh and blood, proud corruption, is made blameless, while the Creator and Ordainer of heaven and the stars is made to bear the blame. And who is he but our God, the very sweetness and fountain of righteousness, who renders to every man according to his works, and who will not despise a broken and contrite heart? There was in those days a wise man, very skilled in medicine and renowned for it. With his own hand, as proconsul, he had placed the contest crown upon my disordered head, though he had not done this as a physician. For only you cure this disease, you who resist the proud and give grace to the humble. But did you fail me even through that old man, or did you refrain from healing my soul? When I became more acquainted with him, I listened closely and constantly to his speech. Though his words were simple, they were vivid, lively, and earnest. When he gathered from my conversation that I was given to the books of astrologers, he kindly and fatherly advised me to throw them away. He told me not to waste on such vanities the care and diligence that are necessary for useful things. He said that in his earliest years he had studied that art so as to make it the profession by which he would live, and since he understood Hippocrates, he could quickly have understood such a study as this. Yet he had given it up and taken to medicine for no other reason than that he found astrology utterly false. And he, being a serious man, would not make his living by deceiving people. But you, he said, have rhetoric to support yourself by. So you follow this by free choice, not by necessity. All the more, then, you ought to believe me in this matter, for I labored to acquire it so perfectly that I might earn my living from it alone. When I asked him how, then, many true things could be foretold by it, he answered as best he could that the force of chance spread throughout the whole order of things brought this about. He said that if a man opens at random the pages of some poet, who had sung and thought of something entirely different, a verse often appears that is wonderfully suited to the present matter. Therefore, it should not be surprising if, from a man's soul, without his knowing what is taking place within him, some answer is given by a higher instinct, by chance and not by art, corresponding to the business and actions of the one who asks. This much, either from him or through him, you conveyed to me. You traced it in my memory so that I might later examine it for myself. But at that time, neither he nor my dearest Nebridius could persuade me to cast it aside. Nebridius was a young man singularly good and filled with holy fear, and he derided the whole practice of divination. Yet the authority of the writers still swayed me more. I had not yet found the certain proof I was looking for, by which it might appear beyond all doubt that the true things foretold by those consulted were the result of chance, and not of the art of the stargazers. Chapter 4. In those years, when I first began to teach rhetoric in my native town, I had made someone my friend, too dear to me, because of our common pursuits. He was my own age, and like me, in the first flower of youth. He had grown up with me from childhood. We had been schoolfellows and playfellows, but he was not yet my friend as he later became, nor even then was he a friend in the true sense. For friendship cannot be true unless you bind it together among those who cling to you by that love which is shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Ghost, who is given to us. Yet that friendship was too sweet to me, ripened by the warmth of kindred studies. I had turned him away from the true faith, which in youth he had not soundly and thoroughly received, and had drawn him also into those superstitious and destructive fables, for which my mother bewailed me. He now erred in mind with me, and my soul could not be without him. But behold, you were close upon the steps of your fugitives, at once the God of vengeance and the fountain of mercies, turning us back to yourself by wonderful means. You took that man out of this life when he had scarcely completed 1 whole year of friendship with me, a friendship sweet to me above all the sweetness of that life. Who can recount all your praises, which one person has experienced in himself? What did you do then, my God, and how unsearchable is the abyss of your judgments? For a long time he lay gravely sick with fever, senseless in a death sweat. When his recovery was despaired of, he was baptized without knowing it. Meanwhile, I cared little for this, and presumed that his soul would retain what it had received from me, rather than what had been done to his body while he was unconscious. But it proved far otherwise. He was revived and restored. As soon as I could speak with him, and I could as soon as he was able, for I never left him, and we depended far too much upon one another, I tried to jest with him. I thought he would jest with me about the baptism he had received while utterly absent in mind and feeling, though he now understood that he had received it. But he drew back from me as from an enemy. With a wonderful and sudden freedom, he warned me that if I wished to remain his friend, I should stop speaking that way to him. I was astonished and amazed. I suppressed all my emotions until he should recover, and until his health became strong enough for me to deal with him as I wished. But he was taken away from my madness, so that with you he might be preserved for my comfort. A few days later, while I was absent, he was attacked again by the fever and departed this life. At this grief my heart was utterly darkened. Whatever I looked upon was death. My native country became a torment to me. My father's house became a strange unhappiness. Everything I had shared with him became, without him, a distracting torture. My eyes sought him everywhere, but he was not granted to them. I hated all places because they did not have him, and because they could no longer say to me, "He is coming," as they had when he was alive and absent. I became a great riddle to myself. I asked my soul why she was so sad, and why she so deeply disquieted me, but she did not know what to answer me. And if I said, "Trust in God," she very rightly did not obey me, because that most dear friend whom she had lost was, being a man, more true and better than the phantom God she was being told to trust in. Only tears were sweet to me, for they took the place of my friend in the dearest affection of my heart. Chapter 5. And now, Lord, these things have passed away, and time has softened my wound. May I learn from you, who are truth. May I bring the ear of my heart close to your mouth, so that you may tell me why weeping is sweet to the miserable. Have you, though present everywhere, cast our misery far away from you? You abide in yourself, but we are tossed about in many trials. And yet, unless we mourned in your ears, we would have no hope left. From where, then, is this sweet fruit gathered from the bitterness of life, from groaning, tears, sighs, and complaints? Is it sweet because we hope that you hear? This is true in prayer, for in prayer there is a longing to approach you. But is it also true in grief over something lost, and in the sorrow by which I was then overwhelmed? For I did not hope that he would return to life, nor did I desire this with my tears. I only wept and grieved. I was miserable, and I had lost my joy. Or is weeping itself bitter, and does it please us only because, when we loathe the things we once enjoyed and shrink back from them, weeping gives us some relief? Chapter 6. But why do I speak of these things? Now is not the time to question, but to confess to you. I was wretched, and wretched is every soul bound by friendship to perishable things. Such a soul is torn apart when it loses them, and then it feels the wretchedness that was already there even before it lost them. So it was with me then. I wept most bitterly, and I found my rest in bitterness. Thus I was wretched, and yet I held that wretched life dearer than my friend. For although I would willingly have changed it, I was more unwilling to lose it than to lose him. Indeed, I do not know whether I would have given up my life even for him, as is told, if the story is not merely a fable, of Pylades and Orestes, that they would gladly have died for each other or together, because not living together was worse to them than death. But in me there had arisen some feeling I could not explain, altogether contrary to that. At once I greatly loathed to live and feared to die. I suppose that the more I loved him, the more I hated and feared death, as the most cruel enemy, because it had deprived me of him. I imagined that death would soon make an end of all men, since it had power over him. So it was with me, I remember. Behold my heart, O my God, behold and look into me, for I remember it well. O my hope, you cleanse me from the impurity of such affections, directing my eyes toward you and plucking my feet out of the snare. I wondered that others who were subject to death still lived, since he whom I had loved as though he would never die was dead, and I wondered still more that I myself could live when he was dead, since I had been to him a second self. Well did someone say of his friend, "You half of my soul," for I felt that my soul and his soul were one soul in two bodies. Therefore, my life was a horror to me, because I did not want to live as half of myself. And perhaps for that reason I feared to die, lest the one whom I had loved so much should die completely. Chapter 7. O madness that does not know how to love men as men! O foolish man that I was, enduring the lot of man impatiently! I fretted, sighed, wept, and was distracted. I had neither rest nor counsel. I carried about a shattered and bleeding soul, impatient of being carried by me. Yet I found no place to lay it down. It found no rest in calm groves, nor in games and music, nor in fragrant places, nor in elaborate banquets, nor in the pleasures of bed and couch. Nor, finally, did it find rest in books or poetry. All things looked ghastly, even the light itself. Whatever was not what he had been was revolting and hateful to me, except groaning and tears. In these alone I found a little refreshment. But when my soul was drawn away from them, a huge load of misery weighed me down. To you, O Lord, my soul ought to have been lifted, so that you might lighten it. I knew this, but I could not and would not do it. All the more because, when I thought of you, you were not to me anything solid or substantial. You were not yourself to me, but a mere phantom, and my error was my God. If I tried to place my burden there so that it might rest, it slipped through emptiness and came rushing back upon me. I had become to myself a miserable place where I could neither remain nor escape. For where could my heart flee from my heart? Where could I flee from myself? Where would I not follow myself? And yet I fled from my country, so that my eyes would look for him less where they were not accustomed to seeing him. Thus I left the Gast and came to Carthage. Chapter 8. Times lose no time, nor do they roll idly by. Through our senses they work strange operations upon the mind. Behold, days went and came, and by coming and going they brought into my mind other images and other memories. Little by little they patched me up again with my old kinds of delights, and to these my sorrow gave way. Yet what followed was not other griefs exactly, but the causes of other griefs. For how had that former grief so easily reached the very depths of my soul? except that I had poured out my soul upon the dust, loving one who had to die as though he would never die. What restored and refreshed me most were the consolations of other friends, with whom I loved what I loved instead of you. And this was a great fable, and a long, drawn-out lie. By its adulterous charm our soul was defiled as it lay restless in our ears, eager to hear it. But that false delight did not die in me every time one of my friends died. There were other things in friendship that took hold of my mind more deeply. To talk and laugh together, to do kind services for one another, to read sweet books together, to joke together and be serious together, to disagree at times without bitterness, as a man might disagree with himself, and by the rarity of such disagreements to season our more frequent agreements. Sometimes we talked, and sometimes we learned. We longed impatiently for those who were absent, and welcomed them with joy when they returned. These and similar signs, proceeding from the hearts of those who loved and were loved in return, by the face, the tongue, the eyes, and 1,000 pleasing gestures, were like fuel that melted our souls together and made one soul out of many. Chapter 9. This is what is loved in friends, and it is loved so much that a man's conscience condemns him if he does not love the one who loves him, or if he does not return the love of the one who loves him, even though he seeks nothing from that person except signs of his love. From this comes mourning when a friend dies, the darkening of sorrows, the steeping of the heart in tears, all sweetness turned to bitterness, and, at the loss of life in the dying, the death of the living. Blessed is the one who loves you, and loves his friend in you, and loves his enemy for you. For he alone loses no one dear to him, to whom all are dear in him who cannot be lost. And who is this but our God, the God who made heaven and earth, and fills them, because by filling them he created them? No one loses you except the one who leaves you. And the one who leaves you, where does he go? Where does he flee, except from you, as mercifully pleased to you as justly displeased? For where does he not find your law in his own punishment? And your law is truth, and truth is you. Chapter 10. Turn us, O God of hosts. Show us your countenance, and we shall be made whole. For wherever the soul of man turns itself, unless it turns toward you, it is fastened to sorrows, even if it is fastened to beautiful things. Yet those beautiful things, outside of you and outside of the soul, would not exist unless they were from you. They rise and set. By rising, they begin, as it were, to be. They grow so that they may be perfected. Once perfected, they grow old and wither. Not all grow old, but all wither. So when they rise and tend toward being, the more quickly they grow so that they may be, the more quickly they hasten not to be. This is their law. This much you have allotted to them, because they are parts of things that do not exist all at once. Rather, by passing away and succeeding one another, they together complete the universe of which they are parts. In the same way, our speech is completed by signs that give forth sound. But speech is not perfected unless one word passes away after it has sounded its part, so that another may succeed it. Out of all these things let my soul praise you, O God, Creator of all. Yet let not my soul be glued to these things by love through the senses of the body, for they go where they were appointed to go, that they might cease to be. And they tear the soul with destructive longings, because she longs to be, yet wants to rest in what she loves. But in these things there is no place of rest. They do not remain, they flee. And who can follow them with the senses of the flesh? Who can grasp them even when they are close at hand? For the sense of the flesh is slow, because it is the sense of the flesh, and by this it is limited. It is sufficient for what it was made for, but it is not sufficient to hold things that run their course from their appointed beginning to their appointed end. For in your word, by whom they are created, they hear their decree, from here and to here. Chapter 11. Do not be foolish, O my soul. Do not become deaf in the ear of your heart through the tumult of your folly. Listen also. The Word Himself calls you to return. There is the place of undisturbed rest, where love is never abandoned unless it first abandons Him. Behold, these things pass away, so that others may replace them, and so that this lower universe may be completed by all its parts. But do I go away anywhere, says the Word of God. Fix your dwelling there. Entrust there whatever you have received from there, O my soul, at least now, after you have been worn out by vanities. Entrust to truth whatever you have from truth, and you shall lose nothing. Your decay shall bloom again. All your diseases shall be healed. Your mortal parts shall be reformed, renewed, and bound around you. They shall not drag you down to where they themselves descend, but they shall stand firm with you and abide forever before God, who abides and stands firm forever. Why, then, be perverted and follow your flesh? Let the flesh be converted and follow you. Whatever you perceive through the flesh is only in part. You do not know the whole, of which these things are parts, and yet they delight you. But if your bodily senses were capable of comprehending the whole, and had not themselves, for your punishment, been justly restricted to only a part of the whole, then you would want whatever exists at this present moment to pass away, so that the whole might please you better. For you also hear what we speak by that same sense of the flesh, yet you would not want the syllables to remain, but to pass away, so that others may come and you may hear the whole. So it is whenever one thing is made up of many parts, all of which do not exist at the same time. If all could be perceived together, the whole would please more than the parts do separately. But far better than all these things is He who made them all. He is our God, and He does not pass away, nor does anything succeed Him. Chapter 12. If bodies please you, praise God because of them, and turn your love back upon their Maker, lest in the very things that please you, you displease Him. If souls please you, let them be loved in God, for they too are changeable, but in Him they are firmly established. Otherwise they pass and pass away. In Him, then, let them be loved. Carry to Him with you whatever souls you can, and say to them, Let us love Him, let us love Him. He made these things, and He is not far away. For He did not make them and then depart. They are from Him and in Him. See, He is there. Where truth is loved, He is within the very heart, yet the heart has strayed from Him. Return to your heart, O transgressors, and cling fast to Him who made you. Stand with Him, and you shall stand firm. Rest in Him, and you shall be at rest. Where are you going on rough roads? Where are you going? The good that you love is from Him, but it is good and pleasant only in reference to Him. It shall justly become bitter, because anything that is from Him is loved unjustly, if He is forsaken for it. Why then do you keep walking these difficult and toilsome paths? There is no rest where you seek it. Seek what you seek, but it is not there where you seek it. You seek a blessed life in the land of death. It is not there. For how can there be a blessed life where life itself is not? But our true life came down here. He bore our death and slew it out of the abundance of His own life. He thundered, calling aloud to us to return from here to Him, into that secret place from which He came forth to us, first into the Virgin's womb, where He joined Himself to human nature, to our mortal flesh, so that it might not remain forever mortal. Then he came forth like a bridegroom from his chamber, rejoicing like a giant to run his course. He did not delay, but ran, calling aloud by words, deeds, death, life, descent, and ascension, crying aloud to us to return to him. And he departed from our eyes, so that we might return into our heart and find him there. For he departed, and behold, he is here. He would not remain long with us, yet he did not leave us. He departed to that place from which he never departed, because the world was made by him. He was in this world, and he came into this world to save sinners. To him my soul confesses, and he heals it, because it has sinned against him. O sons of men, how long will you be slow of heart? Even now, after life has come down to you, will you not ascend and live? But where are you ascending, when you are already high and have set your mouth against the heavens? Descend, so that you may ascend. Descend in humility, and so ascend to God, for you fell by trying to rise up against him. Tell them this, so that they may weep in the valley of tears, and so carry them up with you to God. For you speak these things to them out of his Spirit, if you speak while burning with the fire of charity. Chapter 13. I did not know these things then. I loved these lower beauties, and I was sinking to the very depths. I said to my friends, "Do we love anything except the beautiful? What, then, is the beautiful? And what is beauty? What is it that attracts and wins us to the things we love? For unless there were grace and beauty in them, they could by no means draw us to them." I noticed and perceived that in bodies themselves there is one kind of beauty from their forming a kind of whole, and another kind from fitting and mutual correspondence, as a part of the body corresponds to its whole, or a shoe to a foot, and things like that. This consideration sprang up in my mind from my inmost heart, and I wrote, I think, 2 or 3 books on the beautiful and the fitting. You know, O Lord, for it has gone from me. I no longer have them. They have strayed from me. I do not know how. Chapter 14. But what moved me, O Lord my God, to dedicate those books to Herius, an orator of Rome? I did not know him by sight, yet I loved him because of the fame of his learning, which was eminent in him. I had also heard some words of his that pleased me, but he pleased me even more because he pleased others. They highly praised him and were amazed that a Syrian, first trained in Greek eloquence, had afterward become a wonderful Latin orator and a man most learned in matters of philosophy. A man is praised, and though unseen, he is loved. Does this love enter the heart of the hearer from the mouth of the one who praises him? Not so. Rather, one who loves kindles another to love. For a praised man is loved in this way when the one who praises him is believed to praise him from an unfeigned heart, that is, when someone who loves him praises him. So it was that I then loved men according to the judgment of men, not according to yours, O my God, in whom no man is deceived. But why did I not love him for qualities like those of a famous charioteer or a fighter with beasts in the theater, known far and wide by vulgar popularity? I loved him in a far different and more serious way, and in such a way that I myself wished to be praised. For I did not want to be praised or loved as actors are, though I myself praised and loved them. I would rather have been unknown than known in that way, and even hated rather than loved in that way. Where, then, are the impulses of these many different kinds of love stored in one soul? Why, since we are equally men, do I love in another what I would despise and cast away from myself if I did not hate it? It is no answer to say that a good horse is loved by a man who would not want to be that horse, even if he could. The same cannot be said of an actor who shares my human nature. Do I then love in a man what I hate to be, though I myself am a man? Man himself is a great deep. You number even the hairs of his head, O Lord, and not one of them falls to the ground without you. Yet the hairs of his head are easier to number than his feelings and the movements of his heart. But that orator was the kind of man whom I loved because I wished to be such a man myself. I erred through swollen pride and was tossed about by every wind. Yet you were steering me, though very secretly. How do I know, and how do I confidently confess to you, that I loved him more because of the love of those who praised him than because of the very things for which he was praised? Because if he had not been praised, and if those praised Adelerbem, would never have been so kindled and stirred up to love even such a more. Yet the things themselves would not have been different, nor would he himself have been different. Only the feelings of those who reported them would have changed. See where the powerless soul lies when it is not yet supported by the solidity of truth. As the winds of human tongues blow from the hearts of opinionated men, so the soul is carried this way and that, driven forward and backward. The light is clouded over for it, and the truth is unseen, though behold, it is right before us. It mattered greatly to me that my speech and labors should be known to that man. If he approved them, I would have been more inflamed. But if he disapproved, my empty heart, void of your solidity, would have been wounded. And yet the subject of the beautiful and the fitting, on which I wrote to him, I dwelt on with pleasure. I examined it and admired it, though no one else joined me in doing so. Chapter 15. But I did not yet see where this weighty matter turned in your wisdom, O omnipotent one, who alone does wonders. My mind ranged through bodily forms. I defined and distinguished beautiful as what is pleasing in itself, and fitting as what is pleasing because it corresponds well to something else. I supported this distinction with bodily examples. Then I turned to the nature of the mind, but the false notion I had of spiritual things would not allow me to see the truth. Yet the force of truth flashed of itself into my eyes. Still, I turned my panting soul away from incorporeal substance toward outlines, colors, and bulky magnitudes. And because I could not see these things in the mind, I thought I could not see my mind. In virtue I loved peace, and in vice I hated discord. In the first I observed unity, and in the second a kind of division. In that unity I imagined the rational soul, and the nature of truth, and the chief good to consist. But in that division I miserably imagined there to be some unknown substance of irrational life, and the nature of the chief evil, something that was not only a substance, but real life also, yet not derived from you, O my God, from whom are all things. The first I called a monad, meaning a single principle, as though it were a soul without sex. The second I called a duad, meaning a double principle, anger in deeds of violence and lust in shameful acts. But I did not know what I was saying, for I had not known or learned that evil is not a substance, nor that our soul is the chief and unchangeable good. Acts of violence arise when that emotion of the soul from which forceful action springs is corrupted, stirring itself up insolently and without rule. Lusts arise when that affection of the soul by which carnal pleasures are taken in becomes ungoverned. So too, errors and false opinions defile a person's life when the rational soul itself is corrupted. Such was the case with me then. I did not know that the soul must be enlightened by another light in order to share in truth, because the soul itself is not the nature of truth. For you will light my lamp, O Lord my God. You will enlighten my darkness. And of your fullness we have all received, for you are the true light that enlightens every man who comes into the world. In you there is no change, nor shadow of alteration. But I pressed toward you and was thrust back from you, so that I might taste death. For you resist the proud, and what could be prouder than for me, with a strange madness, to maintain that I was by nature what you are? I was subject to change. This was clear to me, since my very desire to become wise was a desire to become better from worse. Yet I chose rather to imagine you subject to change than to confess that I was not what you are. Therefore, I was repelled by you, and you resisted my vain stiff-neckedness. I imagined bodily forms, and though I myself was flesh, I accused flesh. Being a wind that passes away, I did not return to you. Instead, I passed on and on to things that have no being, neither in you, nor in me, nor in the body. These things were not created for me by your truth, but devised by my vanity out of bodily things. I used to ask your faithful little ones, my fellow citizens, from whom, unknown to myself, I stood exiled. I used to ask them, prating and foolishly, why then does the soul err if God created it? But I did not want to be asked, why then does God err? I maintained that your unchangeable substance erred by compulsion, rather than confess that my changeable substance had gone astray by its own will, and now, as punishment, lay in error. I was about 26 or 27 years old when I wrote those volumes, turning over within myself bodily fictions that buzzed in the ears of my heart. Yet I was trying to turn those ears, O sweet truth, toward your inward melody. I meditated on the beautiful and the fitting, and I longed to stand and listen to you, and to rejoice greatly at the bridegroom's voice. But I could not. By the voices of my own errors I was hurried outward, and by the weight of my own pride I was sinking into the lowest pit. For you had not yet made me hear joy and gladness, nor did the bones rejoice which had not yet been humbled. Chapter 16. And what did it profit me that, when I was scarcely 20 years old, a book of Aristotle came into my hands, the book they call the Categories, also known as the Predicaments? I hung upon that very name as though it were something great and divine, whenever my rhetoric master at Carthage, and others considered learned, pronounced it with cheeks puffed up in pride. Yet I read and understood it without help. When I spoke with others who said they could scarcely understand it, even with very able tutors who explained it aloud and drew many things in the sand, they could tell me nothing more about it than I had learned by reading it by myself. The book seemed to me to speak very clearly about substances such as man, and about their qualities, such as the figure of a man, what sort it is, and about quantity, such as how many feet tall he is, and about relation, such as whose brother he is, and about where he is placed, and when he was born, and whether he stands or sits, and whether he is shod or armed, and whether he acts or suffers anything. These and innumerable other things may be arranged under the 9 categories of which I have given some examples, or under that chief category of substance. But what did all this help me? It even hindered me, for I imagined that everything that exists was contained under those 10 categories. Therefore I tried, in that same way, to understand your wonderful and unchangeable unity, O my God, as though you also were subject to your own greatness or beauty. I imagined that greatness and beauty existed in you as they exist in bodies, as qualities in a subject. But you yourself are your greatness and your beauty. A body is not great or beautiful simply because it is a body. Even if it were less great or less beautiful, it would still be a body. But what I conceived of you was falsehood, not truth, fictions of my misery, not the realities of your blessedness. For you had commanded, and it was done in me, that the earth should bring forth briars and thorns for me, and that in the sweat of my brow I should eat my bread. And what did it profit me that I read by myself and understood all the books I could obtain of the so-called liberal arts, I, the vile slave of vile affections? I delighted in them, but I did not know the source of whatever in them was true or certain. For I had my back to the light and my face toward the things enlightened. Thus my face, by which I discerned the things enlightened, was not itself enlightened. Whatever was written on rhetoric, logic, geometry, music, and arithmetic, I understood by myself without much difficulty and without an instructor. You know this, O Lord my God, because quickness of understanding and sharpness in discernment are your gifts. Yet from this I did not offer sacrifice to you. Therefore it did not serve my good, but rather my ruin. For I tried to take so good a portion of my substance into my own keeping. I did not keep my strength for you, but wandered from you into a far country, to spend it on spiritual fornications. For what did good abilities profit me, if they were not used for good purposes? I did not realize that these arts were gained with great difficulty, even by those who were studious and talented, until I tried to explain them to others. Then the one who excelled most was the one who could follow me without moving too slowly. But what did this help me when I imagined that you, O Lord God, the truth, were a vast and shining body, and that I was a fragment of that body? Great perverseness, but such I was. Nor do I blush, O my God, to confess to you your mercies toward me, and to call upon you. For I did not blush then to profess my blasphemies before men and to bark against you. What did my nimble wit profit me then in those sciences and in all those most difficult books, which I unraveled without help from human instruction, when I erred so foully and with such sacrilegious shamefulness in the doctrine of piety? Or what hindrance was a much slower wit to your little ones, since they did not depart far from you? In the nest of your church they could be safely fledged and nourish the wings of charity with the food of sound faith. O Lord our God, let us hope under the shadow of your wings. Protect us and carry us. You will carry us when we are little, and even to gray hairs you will carry us. For when you are our firmness, then it is firmness. But when our firmness is our own, it is weakness. Our good ever lives with you. When we turn away from it, we are turned aside. Let us now return, O Lord, so that we may not be overturned. For with you our good lives without decay, and that good is you. Nor need we fear that there is no place to return to, because we fell away from it. For though we were absent, our dwelling did not fall, your eternity. Book 5, Chapter 1. Accept the sacrifice of my confessions from the ministry of my tongue, which you have formed and stirred up to confess your name. Heal all my bones, and let them say, O Lord, who is like you? For the one who confesses to you does not teach you what takes place within him. A closed heart does not shut out your eye, nor can man's hard-heartedness thrust back your hand. You dissolve it at your will, either in pity or in vengeance, and nothing can hide itself from your heat. But let my soul praise you, so that it may love you. Let it confess your mercies to you, so that it may praise you. Your whole creation does not cease, nor is it silent in your praises, neither the spirit of man with voice directed to you, nor living and lifeless creation by the voice of those who meditate upon them. Thus our souls may rise from their weariness toward you, leaning on the things you have created and passing on to yourself, who made them wonderfully. There is refreshment and true strength. Chapter 2. Let the restless and the godless depart and flee from you. Yet you see them, and you distinguish and order even the darkness. And behold, the universe is beautiful even with them in it, though they themselves are foul. How have they injured you, or how have they disgraced your government, which from heaven down to the lowest earth is just and perfect? For where did they flee when they fled from your presence? Or where do you not find them? They fled so that they might not see you seeing them. Blinded, they stumbled against you, because you forsake nothing that you have made. The unjust stumbled upon you and were justly hurt, withdrawing themselves from your gentleness, stumbling against your uprightness, and falling upon their own roughness. They did not know that you are everywhere, and that no place contains you. You alone are near, even to those who remove themselves far from you. Let them turn, then, and seek you, for you have not forsaken your creation, as they have forsaken their Creator. Let them turn and seek you. Behold, you are there in their heart, in the heart of those who confess to you, cast themselves upon you, and weep in your bosom, after all their rough ways. Then you gently wipe away their tears, and they weep the more, and they rejoice in weeping, because it is you, Lord, not a man of flesh and blood, but you, Lord, who made them, who remakes and comforts them. But where was I when I was seeking you? You were before me, but I had gone away from you. I could not even find myself. How much less could I find you? Chapter 3. I would lay open before my God the 29th year of my age. There had then come to Carthage a certain bishop of the Manichees, named Faustus. He was a great snare of the devil, and many were entangled by him through the lure of his smooth language. Though I commended his eloquence, I was able to separate it from the truth of the things I was eager to learn. I did not care so much for the service of his oratory as for the knowledge that this Faustus, so praised among them, set before me to feed upon. Fame had already announced him as highly knowledgeable in all valuable learning and exquisitely skilled in the liberal sciences. Since I had read and remembered much from the philosophers, I compared some of their teachings with the long fables of the Manichees. I found the philosophers more probable, although they could only go so far as to judge this lower world. The Lord of it they could by no means discover. For you are great, O Lord, and you have regard for the humble, but the proud you behold from afar. You do not draw near except to the contrite in heart, nor are you found by the proud, not even if, by curious skill, they could number the stars and the sand, measure the starry heavens, and trace the courses of the planets. For with the understanding and wit that you gave them, they search out these things, and much they have discovered. Many years before, they foretold eclipses of those lights, the sun and moon, the day and hour, and how much of the light would be covered. Their calculation did not fail. What they foretold came to pass. They wrote down the rules they had discovered, and these are still read today. From them, others foretell in what year, month, day, and hour, and what portion of its light the moon or sun will be eclipsed. And it happens as it is foretold. Those who do not know this art marvel and are astonished at these things. Those who know it exult and are puffed up. By ungodly pride they depart from you and fail to receive your light. Long before it happens, They foresee the failure of the sun's light, but they do not see their own failure, for they do not religiously search out the source of the intelligence by which they search these things. And when they find that you made them, they do not give themselves up to you, so that you may preserve what you made, nor do they sacrifice to you what they have made of themselves. They do not sacrifice their own soaring imaginations, which rise like birds of the air, nor their own curious investigations, which dive like fish through the unknown paths of the deep, nor their own luxuriousness, like beasts of the field. If they did, you, Lord, consuming fire, would burn up those dead cares of theirs and recreate them immortally. But they did not know the way, your word, by whom you made the things they number, and themselves who number, and the sense by which they perceive what they number, and the understanding from which they number. They did not know that of your wisdom there is no number, but the only begotten has himself been made for us wisdom, righteousness, and sanctification. He was numbered among us and paid tribute to Caesar. They did not know this way by which to descend from themselves to him, and by him ascend to him. They did not know this way. They considered themselves exalted among the stars and shining, and behold, they fell upon the earth, and their foolish heart was darkened. They speak many true things concerning the creature, but truth, the maker of the creature, they do not seek piously, and therefore they do not find him. Or if they find him, knowing him to be God, they do not glorify him as God, nor give thanks. They become vain in their imaginations and profess themselves to be wise. They attribute to themselves what is yours. Then, by a most perverse blindness, they try to impute to you what is their own. They forge lies about you, who are truth. They change the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made like corruptible man, and birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things. They change your truth into a lie, and worship and serve the creature more than the Creator. Yet from those men I retained many truths concerning the creature, and I saw the reason for them from calculations, the succession of times, and the visible testimony of the stars. I compared these things with the sayings of Manichaeus, who in his madness had written at great length on these subjects. But I found in him no account of the solstices, or equinoxes, or eclipses of the greater lights, or anything of that sort that I had learned in the books of secular philosophy. Yet I was commanded to believe him. His teaching did not agree with what had been established by calculation and by my own sight. It was quite contrary. Chapter 4. Does anyone who knows these things thereby please you, O Lord God of truth? Surely unhappy is the man who knows all these things and does not know you. But happy is the one who knows you, even if he does not know these things. And whoever knows both you and them is not happier because of them, but because of you alone, if, knowing you, he glorifies you as God, gives thanks, and does not become vain in his imaginations. For a man who knows how to possess a tree and give thanks to you for its use is better off, even if he does not know how many cubits high it is or how wide it spreads, than a man who can measure it and count all its branches, yet neither owns it nor knows or loves its Creator. So too a believer to whom all this world of wealth belongs, and who, having nothing, yet possesses all things by cleaving to you, whom all things serve, even if he does not know the courses of the constellation called the Great Bear, is surely in a better state than one who can measure the heavens, number the stars, and weigh the elements, yet neglects you, who made all things in number, weight, and measure. Chapter 5. But still, who told Manichaeus to write about these things also, when skill in them was no part of piety? For you have said to man, Behold, piety is wisdom. He might have been ignorant of piety even if he had known these things perfectly. But since he did not know these things, and yet most shamelessly dared to teach them, he plainly could have had no knowledge of piety. For it is vanity to make a profession of these worldly matters even when they are known, but confession to you is piety. Therefore, this wanderer spoke at length about these things, so that, when he was refuted by those who had truly learned them, it might become clear what understanding he had in those other, more obscure matters. For he did not want to be thought of as ordinary. He tried to persuade men that the Holy Spirit, the Comforter and Enricher of your faithful ones, was personally within him with full authority. So when he was found to have taught falsely about the heavens and the stars, and about the motions of the sun and moon, although these things do not belong to the doctrine of religion, his sacrilegious presumption became evident enough. He taught things which he not only did not know, but which were false, and he did so with such mad vanity of pride that he tried to attribute them to himself, as though he were a divine person. For when I hear any Christian brother who is ignorant of these things and mistaken about them, I can patiently behold such a man holding his opinion. I do not see that ignorance about the position or nature of the bodily creation can harm him, so long as he does not believe anything unworthy of you, O Lord, the Creator of all. But it does harm him if he imagines that such matters belong to the very substance of religious doctrine, and yet stubbornly affirms what he does not know. And even such a weakness, in the infancy of faith, is patiently borne by Charity, our mother, until the newborn may grow up into a perfect man and not be carried about by every wind of doctrine. But what judgment should be made of one who presumed to be the teacher, source, guide, and chief of all whom he could persuade, so that whoever followed him believed that he was following not a mere man, but your Holy Spirit? Who would not judge that so great a madness, once convicted of teaching anything false, should be detested and utterly rejected? But I had not yet clearly determined whether the changes of longer and shorter days and nights, the alternation of day and night itself, the eclipses of the greater lights, and whatever else of this kind I had read in other books, might somehow be explained consistently with his sayings. If they could be explained in that way, then it would still have remained a question for me whether his account was true or not, and, because of his reputed sanctity, I might have rested my belief upon his authority. Chapter 6. For almost all of those 9 years during which, with an unsettled mind, I had been their disciple, I had longed far too intensely for the coming of this Faustus. The rest of the sect, whom I had happened to meet, were unable to solve my objections about these matters. Yet they continually held out to me the coming of this Faustus, saying that by conversation with him, these difficulties, and even greater ones, if I had them, would be most readily and abundantly cleared away. When he came, I found him to be a man of pleasing speech, fluent, and able to say in better words the very same things they were accustomed to say. But what did the utmost elegance of the one serving the cup matter to my thirst for a more precious drink? My ears were already weary of such things. They did not seem better to me because they were better said, nor true because they were eloquent. Nor did the soul seem wise because the face was handsome and the language graceful. Those who had praised him to me were not good judges of things. He seemed intelligent and wise to them because his words were pleasing. I also noticed another kind of people who were suspicious even of truth and refused to assent to it if it was delivered in a smooth and abundant style. But you, O my God, had already taught me by wonderful and hidden ways. Therefore I believe that you taught me, because it is truth, and besides you there is no teacher of truth, wherever and from whatever source it may shine upon us. From you, then, I had now learned that something should not seem to be spoken truly merely because it is spoken eloquently, nor falsely merely because the words are spoken awkwardly, nor, again, should something seem true because it is delivered plainly, or false because the language is rich. Rather, wisdom and folly are like wholesome and unwholesome foods. Adorned or unadorned phrases are like fine or rustic dishes. Either kind of food may be served in either kind of dish. That eager longing, then, with which I had expected that man for so long, was indeed delighted by the manner and spirit of his disputing, and by his choice and readiness of words for clothing his thoughts. I was delighted, and with many others, and more than they, I praised and extolled him. Yet it troubled me that in the assembly of his hearers I was not allowed to put forward and discuss with him, in familiar conversation, the questions that disturbed me. When I finally could do this, and with my friends began to gain his attention at times when it was proper for him to discuss matters with me, I brought forward the things that moved me. Then I found, first, that he was utterly ignorant of the liberal sciences except for grammar, and even of that he had only ordinary knowledge. But because he had read some of Cicero's orations, a very few books of Seneca, some works of the poets, and the few Latin books of his own sect that were written neatly, and because he was practiced daily in speaking, he acquired a certain eloquence. This eloquence was all the more pleasing and seductive because it was guided by good natural ability and had a kind of natural grace. Is this not how I remember it, O Lord my God, you judge of my conscience? Before you are my heart and my memory. At that time you directed me by the hidden mystery of your providence, and you set those shameful errors of mine before my face, so that I might see and hate them. Chapter 7. After it became clear that he was ignorant of those sciences in which I had thought him excellent, I began to lose hope that he could open and solve the difficulties that troubled me. Yet, even if he had been ignorant of these things, he might still have possessed the truths of piety had he not been a Manichee. For their books are filled with long fables about the heavens, the stars, the sun, and the moon. I no longer thought Faustus able to decide satisfactorily what I greatly wished to know, whether, when these Manichaean accounts were compared with the calculations I had read elsewhere, the account given in the books of Manichaeus was preferable, or at least equally good. When I proposed that he consider and discuss this question, he modestly shrank from the burden. He knew that he did not know these things, and he was not ashamed to confess it. He was not like those talkative men, many of whom I had endured, who undertook to teach me these things and said nothing. This man had a heart, though it was not right toward you. Still, he was not altogether false to himself. He was not unaware of his own ignorance, and he would not rashly entangle himself in a dispute from which he could neither retreat nor extricate himself honorably. Even for this I liked him better, for the modesty of a candid mind is fairer than the knowledge of those things I desired, and such I found him in all the more difficult and subtle questions. Thus my zeal for the writings of Manichaeus was dulled. I despaired still more of their other teachers, since in many things that perplexed me, this man so renowned among them had turned out this way. I therefore began to engage with him in the study of that literature which he himself also greatly loved, and which I, as a teacher of rhetoric, was then teaching to young students at Carthage. I read with him either what he himself desired to hear, or what I judged suitable to his ability. But all my efforts, by which I had intended to advance in that sect after coming to know this man, came completely to an end. I did not separate myself from them altogether, but, finding nothing better, I had resolved for the time being to be content with what I had somehow fallen upon, unless by chance something more desirable should appear to me. Thus Faustus, who had been a snare of death to so many, had now, neither willing it nor knowing it, begun to loosen the snare in which I had been caught. For your hands, O my God, in the secret purpose of your providence, did not forsake my soul. From my mother's heart's blood, through her tears poured out night and day, a sacrifice was offered for me to you, and you dealt with me in wondrous ways. You did this, O my God. For the steps of a man are ordered by the Lord, and he shall dispose his way. Or how shall we obtain salvation, except from your hand remaking what it made? Chapter 8. You dealt with me so that I should be persuaded to go to Rome and teach there what I was teaching at Carthage. I will not neglect to confess to you how I was persuaded to this, because here also the deepest recesses of your wisdom and your most present mercy toward us must be considered and confessed. I did not wish to go to Rome, chiefly because my friends who urged me to go promised me higher pay and greater honor, though even these things had some influence over my mind at that time. My chief and almost only reason was that I had heard young men studied there more peacefully and were kept quiet under the restraint of more regular discipline. They did not, whenever they pleased, insolently rush into the school of a teacher whose pupils they were not, nor were they even admitted without his permission. At Carthage, by contrast, a most disgraceful and unruly license reigns among the students. They burst in boldly, and with gestures almost frantic, disturb all the order a teacher has established for the good of his pupils. They commit various outrages with astonishing stupidity, outrages that would be punishable by law if custom did not support them. This very custom showed them to be all the more miserable, because they now did as lawful what by your eternal law can never be lawful. They thought they did these things without punishment, while in fact they were punished by the very blindness with which they did them, and they suffered incomparably worse things than the things they did. The manners, then, which I would not make my own when I was a student, I was forced to endure in others when I was a teacher. So I was glad to go where all who knew it assured me that such things were not done. But you, my refuge and my portion in the land of the living, were acting for the salvation of my soul. At Carthage, you goaded me so that I might be torn away from it, and at Rome you set before me attractions by which I might be drawn there. You did this through men who loved a dying life, the one group acting with frenzy, the other promising vain things. And to correct my steps, you secretly used both their perverseness and my own. For those who disturbed my peace were blinded with disgraceful madness, and those who invited me elsewhere had a taste only for earthly things, and I, who here hated real misery, was there seeking unreal happiness. But why I left here and went there, you knew, O God, yet you showed it neither to me nor to my mother, who bitterly mourned my journey and followed me as far as the sea. She clung to me by force, wishing either to keep me back or to go with me. But I deceived her. I pretended that I had a friend whom I could not leave until he had a favorable wind for sailing. So I lied to my mother and to such a mother, and escaped. For this also you have mercifully forgiven me. Though I was full of detestable defilements, you preserved me from the waters of the sea for the water of your grace, by which, when I was cleansed, the streams of my mother's eyes would be dried. Those streams with which, for my sake, she daily watered the ground beneath her face. Yet she refused to return without me. I scarcely persuaded her to stay that night in a place near our ship, where there was an oratory in memory of the blessed Cyprian. That night I secretly departed, but she remained behind in tears and prayer. And what, O Lord, was she asking of you with so many tears, except that you would not allow me to sail? But you, in the depth of your counsels, heard the main point of her desire. You did not regard what she was then asking, so that you might make me what she had always asked. The wind blew and filled our sails, and the shore was withdrawn from our sight. The next morning she was there, frantic with sorrow, and with complaints and groans she filled your ears. You then disregarded them, while through my desires you were hurrying me on to the end of all desire, and the earthly part of her affection for me was chastened by the appointed scourge of sorrows. For she loved having me with her, as mothers do, but much more than many mothers. She did not know what great joy you were about to bring her from my absence. She did not know, therefore she wept and wailed. By this agony there appeared in her the inheritance of Eve. With sorrow she sought what in sorrow she had brought forth. Yet after grieving over my treachery and hard-heartedness, she returned again to intercede to you for me. She went to her accustomed place, and I went to Rome. Chapter 9. And behold, I was struck by the scourge of bodily sickness, and I was going down to hell, carrying with me all the sins I had committed against you, against myself, and against others, many and grievous sins, besides that bond of original sin by which we all die in Adam. For you had not yet forgiven me any of these things in Christ, nor had he, by his cross, destroyed the enmity with you that I had incurred by my sins. For how could he do so by the crucifixion of a phantom, which is what I believed him to be? So then, just as the death of my soul was real, while the death of his flesh seemed false to me, so too the death of his body was real, while the life of my soul was false, since it did not believe this. And when the fever grew worse, I was on the point of passing away and departing forever. For if I had then departed from this life, where would I have gone except into fire and torments, such as my misdeeds deserved according to the truth of your judgment? My mother did not know this, yet in her absence she prayed for me. But you, who are present everywhere, heard her where she was, and have compassion on me where I was, so that I recovered bodily health, though my sacrilegious heart was still deranged. For even in all that danger, I did not desire your baptism. I was in a better state when I was a boy and asked for it, from my mother's devotion, as I have already recounted and confessed. But I had grown only to my own shame, and in my madness I mocked the remedies of your medicine. Yet you would not allow me, being such as I was, to die a double death. Had my mother's heart been pierced by such a wound, it could never have been healed. For I cannot express how great her love for me was, or with how much more intense anguish she was now laboring for my spiritual birth than she had once labored in giving birth to me in the flesh. I do not see how she could ever have been healed if such a death of mine had struck through the very depths of her love. And what would have become of those strong and unceasing prayers of hers offered without interruption to you alone? But would you, O God of mercies, despise the contrite and humbled heart of that chaste and sober widow, so abundant in almsgiving, and so faithful in duty and service to your saints? She never let a day pass without bringing her offering to your altar. Twice each day, morning and evening, without fail, she came to your church, not for idle talk and old wives' tales, but that she might hear you in your discourses, and that you might hear her in her prayers. Could you despise and refuse the tears of such a woman, when she begged you not for gold or silver, nor for any changeable and passing good, but for the salvation of her son's soul? You had made her what she was by your own gift. Never, Lord. On the contrary, you were near at hand, hearing and doing all things in that order which you had determined beforehand. Far be it from you to deceive her in those visions and answers, some of which I have mentioned and some of which I have not, which she treasured in her faithful heart, and, in her constant prayers, pressed upon you as though they were your own handwriting. For because your mercy endures forever, you graciously make yourself, by your promises, a debtor even to those to whom you have forgiven all their debts. Chapter 10. Then you restored me from that sickness and healed the son of your handmaid, for the time being, in body, so that he might live for you to give him a better and more enduring health. And even then, at Rome, I joined myself to those deceiving and deceived holy ones. I associated not only with their disciples, among whom was the man in whose house I had fallen sick and recovered, but also with those whom they call the elect. For I still thought that it was not we who sinned, but some other nature, I did not know what, that sinned in us. It delighted my pride to be free from blame, and when I had done any evil, I did not want to confess that I had done it, so that you might heal my soul because it had sinned against you. Instead, I loved to excuse my soul and accuse some other thing, which was with me but was not myself. But in truth, it was wholly I. My own impiety had divided me against myself. That sin was all the more incurable because I did not judge myself to be a sinner. And it was detestable iniquity that I preferred to believe that you, O Almighty God, were being overcome in me to my destruction, rather than that I myself should be overcome by you to my salvation. Not yet had you set a watch before my mouth, and a door of safekeeping around my lips, so that my heart would not turn aside to wicked words, to make excuses for sins with men who work iniquity. Therefore I was still united with their elect. But now, despairing of making progress in that false doctrine, I held more loosely and carelessly even those teachings with which I had resolved to be content if I found nothing better. At that time a thought half arose in me that those philosophers whom they call academics were wiser than the rest, because they held that men ought to doubt everything, and taught that no truth can be understood by man. I did not yet understand what they really meant, but I was plainly convinced that they thought as they are commonly reported to think. Yet I freely and openly tried to discourage the man who hosted me from the excessive confidence I saw he had in those fables with which the books of Manichaeus are filled. Still, I lived on more familiar terms with the Manichaeus than with others who are not of that heresy. I no longer defended it with my former eagerness, yet my intimacy with that sect, Rome secretly harboring many of them, made me slower to seek any other way. This was especially so because I despaired of finding the truth in your church, O Lord of heaven and earth, creator of all things visible and invisible, since they had turned me away from it. It seemed to me very unworthy to believe that you had the shape of human flesh, and were bounded by the bodily outlines of our members, and because, when I wished to think of my God, I did not know how to think of anything except a mass of bodies. For what was not bodily did not seem to me to be anything at all. This was the greatest and almost the only cause of my inevitable error. From this I also believed evil to be some kind of substance, having its own foul and hideous bulk, either gross, which they called earth, or thin and subtle like the body of air, which they imagined to be a malignant mind creeping through that earth. And because such piety as I had compelled me to believe that the good God had never created any evil nature, I imagined two masses opposed to each other, both without bounds, the evil narrower, the good more expansive. From this poisonous beginning, the other sacrilegious imaginings followed upon me. For when my mind tried to return to the Catholic faith, I was driven back, because what I thought was the Catholic faith was not the Catholic faith. I seemed to myself more reverent if I believed that you, my God, whose mercies I now confess with my own mouth, were unbounded, at least on every side except the one where the mass of evil stood opposed to you, where I was forced to imagine you as bounded. I thought this more reverent than imagining you bounded on all sides by the form of a human body. It also seemed better to me to believe that you had created no evil than to believe that the nature of evil, as I conceived it, could have come from you. But in my ignorance, I did not understand evil as a defect or privation. I imagined it as a bodily substance, because I could not conceive of mind except as a subtle body spread out through definite spaces. Even our Savior himself, your only begotten Son, I believe to have been extended, as it were, out of the mass of your most luminous substance for our salvation. I believed nothing about him except what I could imagine in my vanity. Since I thought his nature was of that sort, I supposed that he could not be born of the Virgin Mary without being mingled with flesh, and I could not see how what I had imagined could be mingled with flesh and not be defiled. Therefore, I was afraid to believe that he was born in the flesh, lest I should be forced to believe that he was defiled by the flesh. Now your spiritual servants will smile gently and lovingly at me if they read these confessions of mine. Yet such was I. Chapter 11. Furthermore, I thought that the parts of your scriptures which the Manichees had criticized could not be defended. Yet at times I truly wished to discuss these several points with someone very skilled in those books, and to test what he thought about them. For the words of a certain Helpidius, who spoke and disputed face to face against the Manichees, had already begun to move me at Carthage. He had brought forward arguments from the Scriptures that were not easy to withstand, and the Manichees' answer to them seemed weak to me. They did not like to give this answer publicly, but only to us in private. They claimed that the Scriptures of the New Testament had been corrupted by unknown persons who wanted to graft the law of the Jews onto the Christian faith. Yet they themselves produced no uncorrupted copies. But because I could conceive only of bodily things, I was chiefly held down, heavily oppressed, and almost suffocated by those masses, panting beneath them for the breath of your truth. I could not breathe it pure and undefiled. Chapter 12. Then I began diligently to practice the work for which I had come to Rome, teaching rhetoric. First, I gathered some students to my house, and through them I had begun to become known. Then I discovered that other offenses were committed in Rome, though not the ones to which I had been exposed in Africa. It was true that those violent disruptions by reckless young men were not practiced here, as I had been told, but they said, a number of students would suddenly conspire together to avoid paying their teacher's fee and move to another teacher. They were breakers of faith who, for love of money, held justice cheap. My heart also hated these students, though not with a perfect hatred. Perhaps I hated them more because I was going to suffer from them than because they were doing things that were utterly unlawful. Truly such people are base, and they go whoring away from you, loving these fleeting mockeries of temporal things and filthy gain, which soils the hand that grasps it. They embrace the passing world and despise you who abide, and who call back and forgive the adulterous soul of man when it returns to you. And now I hate such depraved and crooked persons, though I love them if they can be corrected. I want them to prefer the learning they acquired to money, and to prefer you to learning. You, O God, the truth, the fullness of assured good, and most pure peace. But at that time I disliked them for my own sake, because they were evil, rather than loving them for your sake and desiring their good. Chapter 13. When the people of Milan sent to Rome, to the prefect of the city, asking him to provide them with a teacher of rhetoric for their city and to send him at public expense, I applied for the position. I did this through the very men who were intoxicated with Manichaean vanities, vanities from which I was going to Milan to be freed, though neither they nor I knew it. I asked that Symmachus, then prefect of the city, would test me by assigning me a subject, and if satisfied, send me. So I came to Milan, and to Ambrose, the bishop, known throughout the world as one of the best of men, your devout servant. His eloquent teaching was then richly dispensing to your people the finest flour of your wheat, the gladness of your oil, and the sober inebriation of your wine. I was led to him by you without knowing it, so that through him I might knowingly be led to you. That man of God received me like a father, and showed me an episcopal kindness when I arrived. From then on I began to love him, at first not as a teacher of the truth, for I utterly despaired of finding that in your church, but as a man who was kind to me. I listened carefully to him preaching to the people, though not with the intention I ought to have had. I was testing his eloquence to see whether it matched its reputation, whether it flowed more fully or less fully than people said. I hung attentively on his words, but I was careless and scornful about the substance of what he said. I was delighted by the sweetness of his speech, which was more learned and profound than that of Faustus, though in style less charming and harmonious. As for the substance, however, there was no comparison. Faustus wandered amid Manichaean delusions. Ambrose taught salvation most soundly, but salvation is far from sinners, and such a sinner was I as I stood before him. Yet little by little, and without knowing it, I was drawing nearer. Chapter 14. For although I made no effort to learn what he said, but only to hear how he said it, that empty concern alone remained to me, since I despaired of any way open for man to come to you. Yet along with the words that pleased me, the truths I had rejected also entered my mind, for I could not separate the two. While I opened my heart to receive the eloquence of his speech, the truth of what he spoke entered also, though only by degrees. First, the Catholic doctrines began to appear to me capable of being defended. I had thought that nothing could be said for the Catholic faith against the objections of the Manichees, but now I saw that it could be maintained without shame. This was especially so after I had heard one or two passages of the Old Testament explained, often in a figurative sense. When I had understood those same passages only literally, they had spiritually slain me. After many passages of those books had been explained, I began to blame my own despair, by which I had believed that no answer could be given to those who hated and mocked the law and the prophets. Yet I did not therefore conclude that the Catholic way must be held simply because it too had learned defenders who could answer objections at length and with some appearance of reason. Nor did I conclude that my own former position had to be condemned simply because both sides could be defended. The Catholic cause now seemed to me not defeated, though not yet victorious. So I earnestly bent my mind to see whether I could by some certain proof convict the Manichees of falsehood. If I could once have conceived of a spiritual substance, all their strongholds would have been overthrown and completely cast out of my mind, but I could not. Nevertheless, the more I considered and compared things concerning the structure of this world and the whole of nature that the bodily senses can reach, the more I judged the opinions of most of the philosophers to be much more probable than theirs. So then, in the manner of the academics, as they are commonly understood, doubting everything and wavering among all things, I decided at least this much: the Manichees had to be abandoned. Even while I remained in doubt, I judged that I should not continue in a sect to which I already preferred some of the philosophers. Yet I utterly refused to entrust the cure of my sick soul to those philosophers, because they were without the saving name of Christ. I therefore determined to remain for a time a catechumen in the Catholic Church, to which I had been commended by my parents, until something certain should dawn upon me, by which I might steer my course. Book 6, Chapter 1. Oh, you, my hope from my youth, where were you to me, and where had you gone? Had you not created me and set me apart from the beasts of the field and the birds of the air? You had made me wiser than they, yet I walked in darkness and in slippery places. I sought you outside myself, and did not find the God of my heart. I had come into the depths of the sea, and I distrusted and despaired of ever finding truth. My mother had now come to me, strong in her piety, following me over sea and land, and trusting in you through all dangers. In the dangers of the sea, she comforted even the sailors, though passengers unfamiliar with the deep are usually the ones comforted by sailors when they are troubled. She assured them that they would arrive safely, because you had assured her of this by a vision. She found me in grievous danger, because I despaired of ever finding truth. But when I told her that I was no longer a Manichee, though not yet a Catholic Christian, she was not overjoyed as though this were something unexpected. She was now assured concerning that part of my misery, for which she had mourned over me as one dead, though one who would be reawakened by you. In her thoughts she had carried me out as upon a bier, so that you might say to the son of the widow, "Young man, I say to you, arise," and he would revive, begin to speak, and you would restore him to his mother. So her heart was not shaken by tumultuous exultation when she heard that what she daily desired of you with tears had already been realized in so great a part, that although I had not yet attained the truth, I had been rescued from falsehood. Rather, because she was certain that you, who had promised the whole, would one day give the rest, she replied to me calmly and with a heart full of confidence that she believed in Christ, that before she departed this life, she would see me a Catholic believer. This much she said to me, but to you, O Fountain of Mercies, she poured out still more abundant prayers and tears, asking that you would hasten your help and enlighten my darkness. She hastened all the more eagerly to the church and hung upon the lips of Ambrose, praying for the fountain of that water which springs up to everlasting life. She loved that man as an angel of God, because she knew that through him I had been brought for the present into that doubtful state of faith in which I then stood. From that state she most confidently expected that I would pass from sickness into health, after a sharper attack, as it were, of the illness, what physicians call the crisis. Chapter 2. When my mother, as she had been accustomed to do in Africa, once brought certain cakes, bread, and wine to the churches built in memory of the saints, she was stopped by the doorkeeper. As soon as she learned that the bishop had forbidden this practice, she embraced his wishes with such pious obedience that I myself wondered how readily she condemned her own custom rather than argue against his prohibition. For drunkenness had not laid siege to her spirit, nor did love of wine provoke her to hatred of the truth, as it does in many men and women who revolt against the lesson of sobriety as drunken people revolt against a watered drink. When she brought her basket with the customary festival food, it was only to taste a little herself and then give the rest away. Nor did she add to it more than one small cup of wine, diluted according to her own abstemious habits, which she would taste merely out of courtesy. And if there were many churches of the departed saints to be honored in that way, she still carried around that same single cup to be used everywhere. By then, it was not only greatly watered down, but unpleasantly warm from being carried about. Yet she would distribute it to those around her in small sips. She sought devotion there, not pleasure. Therefore, as soon as she found that this custom had been forbidden by that famous preacher and most pious bishop, even for those who would use it soberly, she most willingly gave it up. He had forbidden it, lest an occasion for excess be given to the drunken, and because these anniversary funeral observances bore too much resemblance to the superstitions of the Gentiles. So, instead of bringing a basket filled with fruits of the earth, she learned to bring to the churches of the martyrs a heart filled with purer petitions, and to give what she could to the poor. In this way, the communion of the Lord's body could be rightly celebrated there in the places where, after the example of his passion, the martyrs had been sacrificed and crowned. Yet it seems to me, O Lord my God, and my heart thinks this before you, that perhaps she would not have yielded so readily to the cutting off of this custom if it had been forbidden by someone else, whom she did not love as she loved Ambrose. She loved him most completely for the sake of my salvation, and he, in turn, loved her for her deeply religious way of life. She was constant in good works, fervent in spirit, and faithful at church. So when he saw me, he often broke forth into praises of her, congratulating me that I had such a mother, not knowing what kind of son she had in me, one who doubted all these things, and imagined that the way to life could not be found. Chapter 3. I did not yet groan in my prayers, asking you to help me. My spirit was wholly intent on learning and restless for dispute. And Ambrose himself, judging by the world's standard of happiness, I considered a happy man, because such great persons held him in so much honor. Only his celibacy seemed to me a painful way of life. But what hope he carried within him, what struggles he had against the temptations that beset even his excellences, what comfort he had in adversities, and what sweet joys your bread gave to the hidden mouth of his spirit as he inwardly meditated upon it. These things I could neither guess nor had I experienced, nor did he know the tides of feeling within me, or the depth of my danger, for I could not ask him what I wished in the way I wished. I was shut out from his ear and from conversation with him by crowds of busy people whose weaknesses he served. When he was not occupied with them, which was only for a little while, he was either refreshing his body with necessary food, or his mind with reading. But when he read, his eyes moved over the pages, and his heart searched out the meaning, while his voice and tongue were silent. Often, when we came to see him, for no one was forbidden to enter, and it was not his custom to have visitors announced, we found him reading to himself in this way and never otherwise. After sitting for a long time in silence, for who would dare interrupt a man so intent, we felt obliged to leave. We supposed that in the small interval he had obtained, free from the noise of other people's affairs, for the renewal of his mind, he did not wish to be drawn away. Perhaps he feared that if the author he was reading said something obscurely, an attentive or perplexed hearer might ask him to explain it, or to discuss one of the harder questions. If his time were spent in this way, he would not be able to turn over as many volumes as he desired. Yet the truer reason for his reading silently may have been the preservation of his voice, which even a little speaking would weaken. Whatever his reason, in such a man it was certainly good. I, however, had no real opportunity to ask what I wished of that holy oracle of yours, his heart, unless the matter could be answered briefly. But the surges within me, which needed to be poured out to him, required his full leisure, and I never found it. I did hear him every Lord's Day rightly expounding the word of truth among the people, and I became more and more convinced that all the knots of those crafty accusations which our deceivers had tied against the divine books could be untied. Then I came to understand that when Scripture says man was created by you after your own image, your spiritual children, whom you have born again by grace through the Catholic Mother, did not understand this as though they believed or imagined you to be bounded by a human shape. Although I had not even the faintest or shadowiest notion of what a spiritual substance might be, still I blushed with joy that for so many years I had been barking, not against the Catholic faith, but against the fictions of carnal imaginations. I had been so rash and impious that what I ought to have learned by inquiry I had instead pronounced upon with condemnation. For you, most high and most near, most hidden and most present, do not have limbs, some larger and some smaller. You are whole everywhere, yet contained nowhere in space. You are not of bodily shape, and yet you have made man after your own image, and behold, from head to foot, man is contained in space. Chapter 4. Not knowing, then, how this image of you could exist, I should have knocked and asked the question, how is this to be believed? I should not have opposed it insultingly, as if that were what Catholics believed. Doubt about what I ought to hold as certain gnawed my heart all the more sharply, because I was ashamed that after being so long deluded and deceived by the promise of certainty, I had spoken with childish error and vehemence about so many uncertain things, as though they were certain. That they were falsehoods became clear to me later. But even then I was certain that they were uncertain, and that I had formerly treated them as certain when, in blind contentiousness, I accused your Catholic Church. I now discovered that she did not, indeed, as yet seem to me to teach the truth, but at least she did not teach the doctrines for which I had so severely condemned her. So I was ashamed, and I began to turn back, and I rejoiced, O my God, that the one only Church, the body of your only Son, in which the name of Christ had been placed upon me as an infant, had no taste for childish imaginings. In her sound doctrine, she held no teaching that would confine you, the Creator of all things within space, no matter how vast and wide, as though you were everywhere bounded by the limits of a human form. I also rejoiced that the ancient scriptures of the law and the prophets are now set before me to be read with a different eye. Before they had seemed absurd to me, because I had supposed that your holy ones understood them in the crude way I imagined, and I reviled them for thinking so, when in truth they did not think so at all. With joy I heard Ambrose, in his sermons to the people, often and very earnestly commend this text as a rule, the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. He drew aside the mystical veil and opened spiritually what, taken according to the letter alone, had seemed to teach something unsound. In doing this he taught nothing that offended me, though what he taught I did not yet know to be true. For I held back my heart from assenting to anything, fearing that I might fall headlong, but by remaining suspended in doubt, I was being killed all the more. I wanted to be as certain about things I could not see as I was certain that 7 and 3 are 10. I was not so foolish as to think that even this could not be understood, but I wanted other things to be just as clear, whether bodily things not present to my senses, or spiritual things, which I still did not know how to conceive except in bodily terms. By believing, I could have been healed. Then, when the eye of my soul had been cleared, it might in some way have been directed toward your truth, which abides forever and never fails in any part. But just as a man who has suffered under a bad physician is afraid to entrust himself even to a good one, so it was with the health of my soul. It could not be healed except by believing, but because it feared believing falsehoods, it refused to be cured. It resisted your hands, though you had prepared the medicines of faith, applied them to the diseases of the whole world, and given them such great authority. Chapter 5. Yet from this I was gradually led to prefer the Catholic doctrine. I felt that the Church acted more modestly and honestly by requiring belief in things not yet demonstrated, whether they could be demonstrated in themselves but not to certain persons, or whether they could not be demonstrated at all. Among the Manichees, by contrast, our willingness to believe was mocked with a promise of certain knowledge, and then many highly fabulous and absurd things were imposed on us to be believed, precisely because they could not be demonstrated. Then you, O Lord, little by little, with a most tender and merciful hand, touched and steadied my heart. You persuaded me, as I considered how many countless things I believed which I had not seen, and at which I had not been present when they happened. So many things in secular history, so many reports about places and cities I had never seen, so many things told by friends, physicians, and other men every day. Unless we believed such things, we could do nothing at all in this life. Finally, I considered how firmly I believed from which parents I was born, something I could not know unless I believed what I had been told. Considering all this, you persuaded me that those who believed your books, which you have established with such great authority among almost all nations, were not the ones to be blamed. Rather, those who did not believe them were to be blamed. Nor should I listen to those who might say to me, "How do you know that these scriptures were given to mankind by the Spirit of the one true and most true God?" For this was the very thing most worthy of belief, since none of the contentious and blasphemous objections I had read among the self-contradicting philosophers could tear from me this belief that you are whatever you are, though I did not yet know what you are, and that the government of human affairs belongs to you. This I believed, sometimes more strongly, sometimes more weakly, but I always believed both that you exist and that you care for us, though I was ignorant both of what should be thought about your substance and of what way led or led back to you. Since then, we were too weak to discover truth by reason alone, and for this very reason needed the authority of Holy Scripture. I had now begun to believe that you would never have given such excellent authority to that Scripture throughout all lands unless you had willed that through it you should be believed in, and through it you should be sought. For the things in Scripture that once sounded strange and offended me, after I had heard many of them explained satisfactorily, I now referred to the depth of its mysteries. Its authority appeared to me all the more venerable and more worthy of religious belief, because, while it lay open for all to read, it reserved the majesty of its mysteries within a deeper meaning. It stooped to all in the great plainness of its words and the humility of its style, yet it called forth the most intense attention from those who were not light of heart. In this way it could receive all within its open embrace, and through narrow passages carry some few across toward walkers follow. Yet many more than it would have carried if it had not stood high with such authority, nor drawn the multitude into its embrace by its holy humility. These things I thought upon, and you were with me. I sighed, and you heard me. I wavered, and you guided me. I wandered through the broad way of the world, and you did not forsake me. Chapter 6. I was panting after honors, profits, and marriage, and you made a mockery of my vain desires. In these desires I suffered most bitter crosses, and you were all the more gracious to me, the less you allowed anything that was not you to become sweet to me. Behold my heart, O Lord, for you have willed that I should remember all this and confess it to you. Let my soul cling to you now, since you have freed it from that fast-clinging snare of death. How wretched my soul was, and you touched the feeling of its wound, so that, forsaking all else, it might be converted to you, who are above all, and without whom all things would be nothing, that it might be converted and healed. How miserable I was then, and how you dealt with me to make me feel my misery on that day when I was preparing to deliver a panegyric in praise of the emperor. In it I was to utter many lies, and while lying I was to be applauded by those who knew that I lied. My heart was panting with anxiety and boiling with the fever of consuming thoughts. As I passed through one of the streets of Milan, I noticed a poor beggar who, I suppose, had eaten his fill and was joking and joyful. I sighed and spoke to the friends around me about the many sorrows of our madness. By all the efforts in which I was then laboring, I was dragging along, under the goad of desire, the burden of my own wretchedness, and by dragging it, I was making it heavier. Yet with all these efforts, we hoped to arrive only at the very cheerfulness which that beggar had reached before us, and which perhaps we would never attain. For what he had obtained by means of a few coins begged from others, I was plotting to obtain through many laborious turns and windings, the joy of a temporary happiness. Certainly he did not have true joy, but with all my ambitions I was seeking a joy even less true. He was joyful, I was anxious. He was free from care, I was full of fears. But if anyone had asked me whether I would rather be merry or afraid, I would have answered, merry. Then again, if he had asked whether I would rather be such as that beggar was, or such as I then was, I would have chosen to be myself, though worn down with cares and fears. But that would have been a wrong judgment, for was it the truth? I ought not to have preferred myself to him merely because I was more learned, since I had no joy in my learning. I used it to please men, not to instruct them, but simply to please them. Therefore, you also broke my bones with the staff of your correction. Away, then, from my soul with those who say to her, "It makes a difference where a man's joy comes from." That beggar rejoiced in drunkenness. You wanted to rejoice in glory. What glory, Lord? A glory that was not in you. For just as his joy was not true joy, so my glory was not true glory, and my glory overthrew my soul even more. That very night he would digest his drunkenness, but I had slept and risen again with mine, and I was to sleep again and rise again with it, for how many days you, O God, know. Yes, it does make a difference where a man's joy comes from. I know that the joy of faithful hope is incomparably beyond such vanity. Yet even then that beggar was beyond me. He was happier, not only because he was soaked in cheerfulness while I was torn apart with cares, but because he had obtained his wine by wishing others well, while I was seeking empty, swelling praise by lying. I said much along these lines to my friends. Often, in such matters, I observed how badly things were going with me, and I found that they were going badly indeed. I grieved over this, and by grieving I doubled the very evil I lamented. And if any prosperity smiled upon me, I was reluctant to seize it, because almost before I could grasp it, it flew away. Chapter 7. These things we, who were living together as friends, lamented together. But I spoke of them especially and most familiarly with Alypius and Nebridius, Alypius was born in the same town as I was, of parents of the highest rank there, but he was younger than I. He had studied under me, both when I first lectured in our town and later at Carthage. He loved me much because I seemed to him kind and learned, and I loved him because of his strong inclination toward virtue, which was remarkable in one so young. Yet the whirlpool of Carthaginian habits among people who passionately followed those idle spectacles had drawn him into the madness of the circus games. While he was miserably tossed about in that passion, and while I was teaching rhetoric there in a public school, he was not yet attending my classes because of some unkindness that had arisen between his father and me. I had learned how dangerously he doted on the circus games, and I was deeply grieved that he seemed likely to throw away so great a promise, or perhaps had already done so. Yet I had no means of advising him or of reclaiming him with any sort of authority, either by the kindness of a friend or by the authority of a master, for I supposed that he thought of me as his father did, but he was not like that. Setting aside his father's feeling in that matter, he began to greet me, to come sometimes into my lecture room, to listen a little, and then to leave. I, however, had forgotten to deal with him directly, so that through a blind and headlong desire for vain amusements, he would not ruin such a good mind. But you, O Lord, who guide the course of all that you have created, had not forgotten him. One day he was to be among your children, a priest and dispenser of your sacrament, and so, that his amendment might plainly be attributed to yourself, you brought it about through me, though I did not know it. One day, as I sat in my accustomed place with my students before me, he entered, greeted me, sat down, and gave his attention to what I was then discussing. By chance, I had a passage in hand which, as I was explaining it, suggested to me an illustration from the circus races. I thought this would make what I wanted to convey more pleasant and clearer, seasoned with biting mockery of those whom that madness had enslaved. You know, O God, that I was not then thinking of curing Alypius of that infection, but he took the whole thing to himself, and thought that I had said it simply for his sake. What another person might have taken as a reason to be offended with me, that right-minded young man took as a reason to be offended with himself, and to love me more fervently. For you had said it long ago and placed it in your book. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love you. But I had not rebuked him, you had. You make use of all people, whether they know it or not, according to the order that you yourself know, and that order is just. Out of my heart and tongue you made burning coals, by which you set on fire that hopeful mind, then languishing, and so healed it. Let anyone who does not consider your mercies be silent in your praise. But from the depths of my soul I confess those mercies to you. For after that speech, Alypius burst out of that deep pit into which he had willingly plunged, and in which he had been blinded by its wretched amusements. He shook his mind with strong self-command. All the filth of the circus games flew off from him, and he never went back there again. After this, he prevailed upon his unwilling father to allow him to become my student. His father yielded and gave consent. When Alypius began again to hear me as his teacher, he became entangled with me in the same superstition, loving in the Manichees that show of continence which he supposed to be true and genuine. But it was a senseless and seductive continence, ensnaring precious souls that were not yet able to reach the depth of virtue, yet were easily deceived by the surface appearance of what was only a shadowy and counterfeit virtue. Chapter 8. Alypius did not abandon the worldly career his parents had persuaded him to pursue. He had gone before me to Rome to study law, and there he was carried away, incredibly, by an incredible eagerness for the gladiatorial shows. He had been utterly opposed to such spectacles and detested them, but one day, after dinner, several of his acquaintances and fellow students happened to meet him. With a friendly kind of violence, they dragged him into the amphitheater, though he vehemently refused and resisted during those cruel and deadly games. He protested, "You may drag my body to that place and set me there, but can you force my mind or my eyes to turn toward those shows? I shall be absent while present, and so I shall overcome both you and them." Hearing this, they led him on nevertheless, perhaps wishing to test whether he could do what he said. When they arrived and had found places where they could, the whole amphitheater was inflamed with that savage entertainment. But Alypius closed the doors of his eyes and forbade his mind to go wandering after such evil. If only he had stopped his ears also, for during the fight, when one of the combatants fell, a mighty cry from the whole crowd struck him powerfully. Overcome by curiosity, and as though prepared to despise the sight and rise above it, whatever it might be, even after seeing it, he opened his eyes. Then he was wounded more deeply in his soul than the man whom he wished to behold had been wounded in his body. He fell more miserably than the man whose fall had raised that mighty shout. That shout entered through his ears and unlocked his eyes, making a way for his soul to be struck and beaten down. His soul was bold rather than strong, and it was weaker because it had presumed upon itself, when it ought to have relied upon you. As soon as he saw the blood, he drank in savagery with it. He did not turn away, but fixed his gaze on it, drinking in madness without knowing it. He delighted in that guilty contest and became intoxicated with the bloody spectacle. He was no longer the man who had come there. He had become one of the crowd into which he had come, and a true companion of those who had brought him there. Why say more? He watched, shouted, burned with excitement, and carried away from there the madness that would urge him to return, not only with those who had first dragged him there, but even before them, and even to draw others in. Yet from that madness you later plucked him with a most strong and most merciful hand, and taught him to place his confidence not in himself, but in you. But this came afterward. Chapter 9. This incident was already being stored up in his memory as medicine for the future. So too was another event from the time when he was still studying under me at Carthage. One day at midday, in the marketplace, he was walking about and thinking over what he was to recite from memory, as students commonly practice. You allowed him to be arrested by the officers of the marketplace as a thief. I believe, O our God, that you allowed this for no other reason than this, that he who would later become so great a man should already begin to learn that, in judging cases, one man must not rashly condemn another on mere suspicion. As he was walking up and down by himself before the judgment seat with his notebook and pen, a young man, a law student, who was the real thief, secretly brought in a hatchet. Unnoticed by Alypius, he went as far as the lead gratings that enclosed the silversmiths' shops and began to cut away the lead. When the sound of the hatchet was heard, the silversmiths below began to stir and sent men to seize whomever they should find. The thief, hearing their voices, ran away and left his hatchet behind, fearing that he would be caught with it. Alypius, who had not seen him enter, noticed him leaving, and saw how quickly he escaped. Wanting to know what had happened, he entered the place. There he found the hatchet and stood there, wondering and considering it. Then behold, the men who had been sent found him alone, with the hatchet in his hand, the very hatchet whose sound had alarmed them and brought them there. They seized him and dragged him away. Gathering the people of the marketplace together, they boasted that they had caught a notorious thief, and so he was being led away to be brought before the judge. But Alypius was to be instructed only this far. Immediately, O Lord, you came to the aid of his innocence, of which you alone were witness. As he was being led either to prison or to punishment, they met a certain architect who had chief charge of the public buildings. They were especially glad to meet him, because he was accustomed to suspect them of stealing goods lost from the marketplace. Now they thought they could show him at last who had been committing those thefts. The architect, however, had often seen Alypius at the house of a certain senator, whom Alypius frequently visited to pay his respects. Recognizing him at once, he took him aside by the hand and asked the cause of so great a calamity. When he heard the whole matter, he ordered all who were present, amid much uproar and threatening, to go with him. So they came to the house of the young man who had committed the crime. There, before the door, was a boy so young that, not understanding any danger to his master, he would likely disclose the whole matter. He had accompanied his master to the marketplace. As soon as Alypius remembered him, he told the architect. The architect showed the hatchet to the boy and asked him whose it was. Ours, he answered at once. When he was questioned further, he revealed everything. Thus the crime was transferred to that house, and the crowd that had begun to triumph over Alypius was put to shame. And he, who was later to become a dispenser of your word and an examiner of many causes in your church, went away more experienced and instructed. Chapter 10. I had found Alypius at Rome, and he clung to me with a very strong bond. He went with me to Milan, both so that he would not leave me, and so that he might practice something of the law he had studied, more to please his parents than himself. At Milan he had 3 times served as a legal assessor, with an integrity that others greatly admired, but he wondered, rather, that others could prefer gold to honesty. His character was tested not only by the bait of covetousness, but also by the pressure of fear. At Rome he had been assessor to the count of the Italian treasury. There was at that time a very powerful senator, to whom many were indebted for favors, and whom many greatly feared. This senator wanted, by his usual influence, to have something allowed to him that the laws did not permit. Alypius resisted. A bribe was promised. He despised it with all his heart. Threats were made. He trampled upon them. Everyone wondered at so unusual a spirit, which neither desired the friendship nor feared the enmity of a man so great, so powerful, and so widely known for his countless means of doing either good or harm. Even the judge, whose adviser Alypius was, though he also did not wish the thing to be done, would not openly refuse it. Instead, he shifted the matter onto Alypius, saying that Alypius would not allow him to do it. And in truth, if the judge had done it, Alypius would have given a contrary opinion. Only one thing, connected with his love of learning, almost seduced him. He considered having books copied for himself at the privileged rates of the praetorian office, but when he consulted justice, he changed his mind for the better. He judged the equity that restrained him to be more profitable than the power that would have allowed him to do it. These are small things, but he who is faithful in little is faithful also in much. Nor can that saying be empty which came from the mouth of your truth. If you have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will entrust to you true riches? And if you have not been faithful in what belongs to another, who will give you what is your own? Such was Alypius at that time. He clung to me, and with me he wavered in purpose, wondering what course of life should be taken. Nebridius also had come to Milan for no other reason than to live with me in a most ardent search for truth and wisdom. He had left his native region near Carthage, and even Carthage itself, where he had lived much. He had left behind his excellent family estate and house, and his mother, who was not to follow him. Like me, he sighed. Like me, he wavered. He was an ardent seeker after true life and a most acute examiner of the most difficult questions. So there we were, 3 needy souls, telling one another our wants with many sighs, and waiting upon you to give us our food in due season. And in all the bitterness that by your mercy followed our worldly affairs, whenever we looked toward the end and asked why we were suffering all this, darkness met us. We turned away groaning and saying, "How long shall these things last?" We often said this, and yet, even while saying it, we did not forsake those things, because as yet nothing certain had dawned which we might embrace after giving them up. Chapter 11. As I considered and reconsidered these things, I was most amazed at the length of time that had passed since my 19th year, when I had first begun to burn with the desire for wisdom. I had then resolved that, once I found her, I would abandon all the empty hopes and lying madness of vain desires. And behold, I was now in my 30th year, still stuck in the same mire, greedy to enjoy present things that passed away and wasted my soul. Meanwhile, I said to myself, "Tomorrow I shall find it. It will appear clearly, and I shall grasp it. Behold, Faustus the Manichee will come and explain everything. O great men, you academicians, then it is true that no certainty can be reached for the ordering of life. No, let us search more diligently and not despair. See, the things in the Church's books that once seemed absurd to us no longer seem absurd. They may be understood in another way, and in a good sense. I will take my stand where, as a child, my parents placed me, until clear truth is found. But where shall truth be sought, and when? Ambrose has no leisure. We have no leisure to read. Where shall we even find the books? From where, or when, shall we obtain them? From whom shall we borrow them? Let set times be appointed, and let certain hours be ordered for the health of our soul. A great hope has dawned. The Catholic faith does not teach what we thought it taught, or what we vainly accused it of teaching. Her instructed members consider it profane to believe that God is bounded by the shape of a human body. And do we hesitate to knock so that the rest may be open to us? The forenoons are taken up by our students. What do we do with the rest of the time? Why not use it for this? But then, when shall we pay court to our great friends, whose favor we need? When shall we compose what we may sell to students? When shall we refresh ourselves, relaxing our minds from this intensity of care? Let everything perish. Let us dismiss these empty vanities and devote ourselves to the one search for truth. Life is vain, death is uncertain. If death steals upon us suddenly, in what state shall we depart from this life? Where shall we learn what we have neglected here? Shall we not rather suffer the punishment of this negligence? But what if death itself cuts off and ends all care and feeling? Then this must be found out. But God forbid that this should be so. It is no vain and empty thing that the excellent dignity and authority of the Christian faith has spread over the whole world. Such great things would never have been wrought by God for us if, with the death of the body, the life of the soul came to an end. Why then do we delay abandoning worldly hopes and giving ourselves wholly to the search for God and the blessed life? But wait. Even these worldly things are pleasant. They have some sweetness, and not a little. We must not abandon them lightly, for it could be shameful to return to them again. See, It is no great matter now to obtain some position. Then what more should we want? We have many powerful friends. If nothing else is offered, and if we are in great haste, at least a governorship may be given us, and then a wife with some money, so that she does not increase our expenses, and this shall be the limit of desire. Many great men, most worthy of imitation, have devoted themselves to the study of wisdom while living in marriage. While I went over these things, and while these winds shifted and drove my heart this way and that, time passed on. I delayed turning to the Lord. From day to day I postponed living in you, but I did not postpone dying daily in myself. Loving the happy life, I feared it in its own dwelling place, and sought it by fleeing from it. I thought I would be too miserable unless I were held in the arms of a woman. I did not think of the medicine of your mercy to cure that infirmity, because I had not tried it. As for continency, I supposed it to be in our own power, though I did not find that power in myself. I was so foolish that I did not know what is written. No one can be continent unless you give it. And you would have given it if with inward groanings I had knocked at your ears, and with firm faith had cast my care upon you. Chapter 12. Alypius, for his part, kept me back from marrying. He argued that if I married, we could in no way live together in undistracted leisure in the love of wisdom, as we had long desired. In this matter, he himself was already most pure, and remarkably so, for in the beginning of his youth he had entered upon that course, but he had not remained caught in it. Rather, he had felt remorse and revulsion, and from then until now he had lived most continently. But I opposed him with examples of men who, though married, had cherished wisdom, served God acceptably, kept their friends, and loved them faithfully. Yet I was far from their greatness of soul, bound by the disease of the flesh and by its deadly sweetness. I dragged along my chain, dreading to be set loose from it. And as though my wound were being touched, I pushed away his good counsels as though they were the hand of someone trying to unchain me. Moreover, through me the serpent spoke to Alypius himself. By my tongue he wove and laid in Alypius's path pleasant snares, in which his virtuous and free feet might be entangled. For Alypius wondered that I, whom he esteemed not a little, should stick so fast in the birdlime of that pleasure, that whenever we discussed it, I protested that I could never live a single life. When I saw his wonder, I defended myself by saying that there was a great difference between his brief and scarcely remembered experience of that life, which he could therefore easily despise, and my long familiarity with it. If the honorable name of marriage were added to it, I said, then he ought not to wonder why I could not despise that way of life. Then he too began to desire marriage, not because he was overcome by desire for such pleasure, but out of curiosity. He wanted to know, he said, what that thing was without which my life, which seemed so pleasing to him, would appear to me not life, but punishment. His mind, free from that chain, was astonished at my bondage, and through that astonishment he was moving toward the desire to try it, then perhaps to the trial itself, and from there perhaps to sink into the very bondage at which he wondered. For he was willing to make a covenant with death, and he who loves danger shall fall into it. Whatever honor there is in the duty of rightly ordering married life in a household moved us only slightly. I, for the most part, was tormented by the habit of satisfying an insatiable appetite, while that habit held me captive. He was being led captive by admiring wonder. Thus we were, until you, O Most High, not forsaking our dust and having compassion on us in our misery, came to our help by wonderful and secret ways. Chapter 13. Constant efforts were made to have me married. I sought a wife, and one was promised to me, chiefly through my mother's efforts. Her hope was that, once I was married, the saving baptism would cleanse me. She rejoiced that I was being daily made more ready for it, and she saw that her prayers and your promises were being fulfilled in my faith. At that time, at both my request and her own longing, she daily begged you with strong cries of the heart to reveal to her, by a vision, something about my future marriage. But you never would. She did see certain vain and fanciful things, such as the busy energy of the human spirit gathers together when the mind is occupied with a matter. She told me these things, but not with the confidence she usually had when you showed her anything. Rather, she made little of them, for she said that by a certain feeling, which she could not put into words, she could discern the difference between your revelations and the dreams of her own soul. Yet the matter was pressed forward. A maiden was asked for in marriage who was still 2 years below the proper age for marriage, and because she was pleasing, we waited for her. Chapter 14. Many of us friends were discussing together how much we hated the turbulent troubles of human life. We had debated and had now almost resolved to live apart from public business in the bustle of men. The plan was this: each of us would bring whatever resources he could provide, and from all of them we would make one common household. By the sincerity of our friendship, nothing would belong especially to any one person. Rather, what came from all would belong as a whole to each, and everything would belong to all. We thought there might be about 10 persons in the society. Some of them were very wealthy, especially Romanianus, our townsman, and, from childhood, a very close friend of mine. The grave perplexities of his affairs had brought him to the imperial court. He was the most earnest supporter of this project, and his voice carried great weight because his large estate far exceeded that of any of the rest. We had also decided that each year 2 officers, as it were, should provide all necessary things, while the rest remained undisturbed. But when we began to consider whether the wives whom some of us already had, and others hoped to have, would allow this, the whole plan, which had been so carefully shaped, fell to pieces in our hands. It was utterly broken and cast aside. From there we returned to sighs and groans, and our steps went back to following the broad and beaten ways of the world. For many thoughts were in our heart, but your counsel stands forever. From that counsel you mocked ours and prepared your own, intending to give us food in due season and to fill our souls with blessing. Chapter 15. Meanwhile, my sins were multiplying. The woman with whom I had lived was torn from my side as a hindrance to my marriage, and my heart, which clung to her, was torn, wounded, and bleeding. She returned to Africa, vowing to you that she would never know another man, and leaving with me the son I had by her. But unhappy man that I was, I could not imitate her. I was impatient of delay, since it would be 2 years before I could marry the woman I sought. And because I was not so much a lover of marriage as a slave of lust, I procured another woman, though not as a wife. Thus, through the servitude of an enduring habit, the disease of my soul would be kept alive and carried on in its strength, or even increased, until it passed into the dominion of marriage. Nor was the wound healed that had been made by cutting away the former woman from me. After burning inflammation and most acute pain, it became deadened, and my pains became less sharp, but more desperate. Chapter 16. Praise be to you, glory be to you, O fountain of mercies. I was becoming more miserable, and you were coming nearer. Your right hand was continually ready to pluck me out of the mire and wash me thoroughly, though I did not know it. Nothing held me back from sinking into a still deeper abyss of carnal pleasures, except the fear of death and of your judgment to come. Through all my changes, that fear never departed from my heart. In my disputes with my friends Alypius and Nebridius about the nature of good and evil, I held that Epicurus would have won the prize in my judgment if I had not believed that, after death, life remained for the soul, and that there were places of recompense according to each man's deserts, which Epicurus did not believe. I asked, if we were immortal, and if we lived in perpetual bodily pleasure without any fear of losing it, why should we not be happy? What else should we seek? I did not know that this very question involved great misery, for I was so sunk and blinded that I could not discern that light of excellence and beauty which must be embraced for its own sake. The eye of flesh cannot see it. It is seen by the inner man. Unhappy as I was, I did not consider the source from which even this came, that I could speak with pleasure about those foul ideas with my friends. Nor, even according to my own notion of happiness at that time, could I have been happy, however abundant my carnal pleasures might have been, without friends. And yet I loved those friends for their own sake, and I felt that they loved me in return for my own sake. O crooked paths! Woe to the bold soul that hopes, by forsaking you, to gain something better. It turns and turns again, onto its back, its sides, and its belly, and all is painful. You alone are rest, and behold, you are near. You deliver us from our wretched wanderings, place us in your way, comfort us, and say, run, I will carry you. Yes, I will bring you through, and there also I will carry you. Book 7, Chapter 1. My evil and abominable youth was now dead, and I was passing into early manhood. Yet as I grew older, I became more defiled by vain things, because I could not imagine any substance except the kind that is usually seen with the eyes. I did not think of you, O God, under the form of a human body. From the time I first began to hear anything of wisdom, I had always avoided that idea, and I rejoice to have found the same teaching in the faith of our spiritual mother, your Catholic Church. But what else I should conceive you to be, I did not know. I, a man, and such a man, sought to conceive of you, the sovereign, only, and true God. In my inmost soul I believed that you were incorruptible, unable to be injured, and unchangeable. For although I did not know from where or how this knowledge came, I saw plainly and was certain that what can be corrupted must be inferior to what cannot be corrupted. I unhesitatingly preferred what cannot be injured to what can be injured, and what is unchangeable to what is subject to change. My heart cried out vehemently against all my phantoms, and with this one blow I tried to drive away from the eye of my mind that whole unclean swarm buzzing around it. But behold, hardly had they been driven away, when, in the twinkling of an eye, they gathered thickly around me again, flew against my face, and clouded it. So although I did not think of you under the form of a human body, I was still forced to imagine you as something extended in space, either spread throughout the world or diffused infinitely beyond it. This was the case even though I believed you to be incorruptible, unable to be injured, and unchangeable, and therefore preferred you above what is corruptible, able to be injured, and changeable. For whatever I conceived without spatial extension seemed to me to be nothing, yes, altogether nothing. It did not even seem to me like empty space. If a body were taken out of its place, and that place remained empty of any body at all, earth, water, air, or heaven, it would still be an empty place, a spacious nothing, as it were. but anything without space seemed to me to be nothing at all. Thus I was gross in heart and not even clear to myself. Whatever was not stretched out over certain spaces, or diffused, or condensed, or swollen out, or capable of receiving some such dimensions, I thought to be altogether nothing. My heart ranged only over the kinds of forms my eyes were accustomed to see. Yet I did not see that the very act of mind by which I formed those images was not itself of that kind, and still it could not have formed them unless it were itself something great. So too I tried to conceive of you, O life of my life, as vast, penetrating the whole mass of the universe on every side through infinite spaces, and extending beyond it in every direction through immeasurable and boundless spaces. In this way, I imagined that the earth had you, heaven had you, all things had you, and that all things were bounded in you, while you were bounded nowhere. Just as the body of this air above the earth does not prevent the light of the sun from passing through it, not by tearing it open or cutting through it, but by filling it wholly, so I imagined that not only heaven, air, and sea, but even the body of the earth was open to you. I thought that in all its parts, greatest and smallest, it admitted your presence, and that by a secret inspiration, within and without, you directed all things that you had created. This was only my guess, because I could not conceive anything else. Yet it was false, for in that case a greater part of the earth would contain a greater portion of you, and the smaller part a lesser portion. All things would be full of you in such a way that the body of an elephant would contain more of you than the body of a sparrow, simply because it is larger and takes up more room. Thus you would make the several portions of yourself present to the several portions of the world in fragments, large portions to large things, small portions to small things. But you are not like that. Yet you had not yet enlightened my darkness. Chapter 2. It was enough for me, Lord, to set against those deceived deceivers and speechless talkers, for your word did not sound from them, the argument that Nebridius had long ago proposed while we were still at Carthage. All of us who heard it were shaken by it. He asked, that supposed nation of darkness, which the Manichees are accustomed to set as an opposing mass against you, what could it have done to you if you had refused to fight with it? If they answer, it would have injured you, then you would be subject to injury and corruption. But if it could do you no harm, then no reason is given why you should fight with it. And according to them, you fought in such a way that some portion, member, or offspring of your very substance became mingled with hostile powers and with natures not created by you. That divine portion was then corrupted and changed for the worse, turned from happiness into misery, and needed help so that it might be freed and purified. They say that this offspring of your substance was the soul, and that your word, free, pure, and whole, came to relieve that soul when it was enslaved, defiled, and corrupted. But since they claim that the Word himself is of one and the same substance, their account would make even your word corruptible. So if they affirm that you, whatever you are, that is, your very substance by which you are incorruptible, then all these claims are false and detestable. But if they say you are corruptible, the statement itself is already false and revolting. This argument of Nebridius was enough against those who deserved to be vomited out completely from an overburdened stomach, for they had no way of escape without horrible blasphemy of heart and tongue, so long as they thought and spoke about you in this way. Chapter 3. But even then, although I held and was firmly persuaded that you, our Lord, the true God, made not only our souls but our bodies, and not only our souls and bodies, but all beings and all things, and that you are undefilable, unalterable, and in no degree changeable, I still did not clearly and easily understand the cause of evil. Yet whatever that cause might be, I perceived that it had to be sought in such a way that I would not be forced to believe that the immutable God was mutable. Otherwise, I myself would become the very evil I was trying to understand. So I sought the cause of evil with this much freedom from anxiety. I was certain that what the Manichees taught was false, and I shrank from them with my whole heart. For I saw that, while they inquired into the origin of evil, they themselves were filled with evil, because they preferred to think that your substance suffered evil rather than that their own substance committed it. I strained to understand what I now heard, that free will was the cause of our doing evil, and your just judgment the cause of our suffering evil. But I was not able to discern this clearly. So, while I tried to draw the vision of my soul out of that deep pit, I was plunged back into it again. And as often as I tried, so often I was plunged back. Yet this much raised me a little into your light. I knew that I had a will, just as surely as I knew that I lived. Therefore, when I willed or did not will anything, I was completely certain that no one but myself willed or did not will it, and I almost saw that there lay the cause of my sin. But when I did something against my will, I saw that I suffered it rather than did it, and I judged it not to be my fault, but my punishment. Since I held you to be just, I quickly confessed that I was not punished unjustly. But again I asked, who made me? Was it not my God, who is not only good, but goodness itself? From where, then, did I come to will evil and refuse good, so that I am justly punished? Who set this in me? Who planted in me this root of bitterness, since I was wholly formed by my most sweet God? If the devil is the author, then from where did the devil himself come? And if he also, by his own perverse will, changed from a good angel into a devil, from where did that evil will arise in him by which he became a devil, since the whole nature of angels was made by the most good Creator? By these thoughts I was again sunk down and choked. Yet I was not brought down to that hell of error, where no one confesses to you, so as to think that you suffer evil rather than that man does it. Chapter 4. For I was striving to discover the rest as one who had already found this, that the incorruptible must necessarily be better than the corruptible. Therefore, whatever you were, I confessed you to be incorruptible. No soul ever has been, or ever will be, able to conceive anything better than you, who are the supreme and highest good, since it is most true and certain that the incorruptible is preferable to the corruptible, as I already preferred it. Then if you were not incorruptible, I could have conceived of something better than my God. Therefore, where I saw that the incorruptible was preferable to the corruptible, there I ought to seek you. And there I ought to observe where evil itself was, that is, from where corruption comes, by which your substance can in no way be harmed. For corruption in no way harms our God, not by any will, not by any necessity, and not by any unforeseen chance. He is God, what he wills is good, and he himself is that good. But to be corrupted is not good, nor are you forced against your will to do anything, because your will is not greater than your power. It would be greater only if you yourself were greater than yourself. For the will and power of God are God himself. And what can be unforeseen by you, who know all things? Nor is there any nature in existence that you do not know. Why, then, should we say more about why that substance which God is cannot be corruptible? If it were corruptible, it would not be God. Chapter 5. I sought the source of evil, but I sought it in an evil way, and I did not see the evil that was in my very search. I set before the sight of my spirit the whole creation, everything in it that we can see, such as sea, earth, air, stars, trees, and mortal creatures, and also whatever we do not see, such as the firmament of heaven, all angels, and all the spiritual inhabitants of heaven. But my imagination arranged even these spiritual beings in place as though they were bodies. I made one great mass of your creation, distinguished according to kinds of bodies, some real bodies and some imaginary bodies that I had invented for spirits. I made this mass immense, not as it truly was, for that I could not know, but as I thought suitable, yet still finite in every direction. But you, O Lord, I imagined as surrounding and penetrating it on every side, while remaining infinite in every direction. It was as though there were one boundless sea everywhere, on every side, stretching through immeasurable space, and within it there was a sponge, huge but limited. That sponge would necessarily be filled in every part from that immeasurable sea. In this way, I conceived your creation as finite, yet full of you, the infinite. And I said, Behold God, and behold what God has created. God is good, indeed, most powerfully and incomparably better than all these things. Yet he, who is good, created them good. See how he surrounds them and fills them. Where then is evil? From where did it come, and how did it creep in here? What is its root, and what is its seed? Or does it have no being at all? Then why do we fear and avoid what does not exist? Or, if we fear it idly, then that very fear is evil, because by it the soul is idly goaded and tormented, and this would be an even greater evil if there is nothing to fear, and yet we do fear. Therefore, either the thing we fear is evil, or the fact that we fear is evil. From where then is evil, since God, who is good, created all these things good? He, the greater and highest good, created these lesser goods. Still, both the Creator and the things created are good. From where then is evil? Was there some evil matter from which he made, formed, and ordered creation, yet left something in that matter which he did not convert into good? But if so, why? Did he lack the power to turn and change the whole of it, so that no evil would remain, since he is almighty? Finally, why would he make anything at all from it? Why did he not rather, by that same almighty power, cause it not to exist at all? Or could it have existed against his will? Or, if it existed from eternity, why did he allow it to remain so through infinite ages past, and only much later choose to make something from it? Or, if he suddenly wished to act, then should not the Almighty rather have acted so that this evil matter would not exist at all, and he alone would exist, the whole, true, supreme, and infinite good? Or, if it was not good that he, who is good, should not also form and create something good, then, after that evil matter had been removed and brought to nothing, he could have formed good matter from which to create all things. For he would not be almighty if he could not create something good without the help of matter that he himself had not created. These thoughts I turned over in my miserable heart, weighed down with gnawing cares, fearing that I might die before I had found the truth. Yet the faith of your Christ, our Lord and Savior, professed in the Catholic Church, remained firmly fixed in my heart. In many points it was still unformed and wavering from the rule of doctrine, yet my mind did not utterly leave it. Rather, day by day it took in more and more of it. Chapter 6. By this time I had also rejected the false divinations and impious foolishness of the astrologers. Let your own mercies, from the depths of my soul, confess this also to you, O my God. For you alone, who else calls us back from the death of all errors except the life that cannot die, and the wisdom that needs no light, yet enlightens minds that need it, by whom the whole universe is governed, down even to the whirling leaves of trees. You made provision for my stubbornness. I had struggled against Vindicianus, a sharp-minded old man, and Nebridius, a young man of admirable ability. Vindicianus strongly affirmed, and Nebridius often said, though with some hesitation, that there was no such art by which future things could be foreseen. They said that men's conjectures were like a kind of lottery. Out of the many things they predicted, some actually happened, though those who said them did not know what they were doing. They merely stumbled upon the truth by speaking so often. Then you provided a friend for me. He was not someone who consulted astrologers carelessly, nor was he especially skilled in their arts. Rather, as I said, he consulted them out of curiosity. Yet he knew something he had heard from his father, though he did not realize how far it went toward overthrowing the reputation of that art. This man, named Firminus, had received a liberal education and was well trained in rhetoric. Since he was very dear to me, he consulted me about certain affairs of his, in which his worldly hopes had risen, asking what I thought according to his so-called constellations. I had already begun to incline toward Nebridius's opinion in this matter. Still, I did not completely refuse to make a conjecture and tell him what came into my still unresolved mind, but I added that I was now almost persuaded that these things were empty and ridiculous follies. Then he told me that his father had been very curious about such books, and had a friend equally devoted to them. By studying and discussing them together, they fanned the flame of their affection for these trifles. They would even observe the moments when the dumb animals that bred around their houses gave birth, and then note the position of the heavens, so as to make fresh experiments in this so-called art. He said that he had heard from his father that, at the time when his mother was about to give birth to him, a woman servant of his father's friend was also pregnant. This could not escape the notice of her master, who took the most exact care to know even the births of his puppies. And so it happened that one man for his wife and the other for his servant observed with the greatest care, reckoning the days, the hours, and even the smaller divisions of the hours. Both women gave birth at the same instant. Therefore, both men were forced to assign the same constellations down to the smallest points, one for his son and the other for his newborn slave. For as soon as the women began to be in labor, each man informed the other of what was happening in his own house. They had messengers ready to send to one another as soon as they received notice of the actual birth, and each had easily arranged in his own household that the information should be sent at once. Firminus affirmed that the messengers from each side met at such an equal distance from the two houses that neither party could make out any difference in the position of the stars or in any other smallest detail. And yet, Firminus, born into a high condition in his parents' house, ran his course through the bright paths of life. He increased in riches and was raised to honors, but that slave continued to serve his masters, with no loosening of his yoke, as Firminus himself, who knew him, told me. When I heard and believed these things, told by so credible a man, all my resistance gave way. First, I tried to reclaim Firminus himself from that curiosity. I told him that if I had inspected his constellations and were to predict truly, I ought to have seen in them parents distinguished among their neighbors, a noble family in its own city, high birth, good education, and liberal learning. But if that servant had consulted me about the very same constellations, since they were his also, then to speak truly to him too, I ought to have seen in them a most lowly lineage, the condition of slavery, and everything else utterly opposed to the former prediction. Therefore, if I spoke the truth from the same constellations, I would have to speak differently, but if I spoke the same thing from them, I would speak falsely. From this it followed with complete certainty that whatever was truly said after considering the constellations was said not by art but by chance, and whatever was falsely said was not due to ignorance of the art, but to the failure of chance. Once this opening had been made, I considered similar examples within myself. I wanted to prevent any of those foolish men who made their living by such a trade, and whom I longed to attack and refute with ridicule, from saying that Firminus had informed me falsely, or that his father had informed him falsely. So I turned my thoughts to twins. For the most part, twins come out of the womb so close to one another that the small interval between their births, whatever force people may pretend it has in the nature of things, cannot be observed by human beings or expressed at all in those charts, which the astrologer must examine in order to pronounce a true judgment. And yet those judgments cannot be true. For if the astrologer looked into the same charts, he would have had to predict the same things for Esau and Jacob, though the same things did not happen to them. Therefore he would have spoken falsely. Or if he spoke truly, then while looking into the same charts, he would have had to give different answers. Therefore he would speak truly not by art, but by chance. For you, O Lord, most righteous ruler of the universe, while both those who consult and those who are consulted do not know it, bring it about by your hidden inspiration that the consulter hears what, according to the hidden deserts of souls, he ought to hear from the unsearchable depth of your just judgment. Let no man say to you, "What is this?" or "Why is that?" Let him not speak so, for he is only man. Chapter 7. Now then, O my helper, you had loosed me from those fetters, and I sought the source of evil, yet I found no way. But you did not allow me, through any wavering of thought, to be carried away from the faith by which I believe that you exist, that your substance is unchangeable, that you care for men and will judge them, and that in Christ, your Son, our Lord, and in the Holy Scriptures, which the authority of your Catholic Church pressed upon me, you had established the way of man's salvation to that life, which is to come after this death. These things were safe and immovably settled in my mind, yet I still anxiously sought the source of evil. What pangs filled my laboring heart? What groans, O my God? Even there your ears were open, though I did not know it. And when I searched vehemently in silence, those silent contritions of my soul were strong cries to your mercy. You knew what I suffered, and no man knew it. For what portion of it could pass from my tongue into the ears of my closest friends? Did the whole tumult of my soul reach them, when neither time nor words were sufficient for it? Yet all of it went up to your hearing, all that I roared out from the groaning of my heart. My desire was before you, and the light of my eyes was not with me. For that light was within, while I was outside. It was not confined to place, but I was intent upon things that are contained in place. And there I found no resting place. Those things did not receive me in such a way that I could say, "It is enough," or "It is well." Nor did they yet allow me to turn back to where it might be well enough with me. I was superior to these things, but inferior to you. You are my true joy when I am subject to you, and you had subjected to me what you created beneath me. This was the true balance and the middle region of my safety, to remain in your image, and by serving you, to rule the body. But when I proudly rose up against you, and ran against the Lord with a stiff neck, with the thick bosses of my shield. Even those inferior things were set above me and pressed me down. Nowhere was there rest or room to breathe. They met my sight on every side in heaps and crowds, and when I tried in thought to return to you, their images presented themselves unbidden, as though they were saying to me, "Where are you going, unworthy and defiled?" These things had grown out of my wound. For you humbled the proud like one who is wounded, and by my own swelling pride I was separated from you. My face was swollen with pride, and it closed up my eyes. Chapter 8. But you, Lord, abide forever. Yet you are not angry with us forever, because you have pity on our dust and ashes. It was pleasing in your sight to reform my deformities. By inward goads you stirred me up, so that I should be ill at ease until you were made manifest to my inward sight. Thus, by the secret hand of your healing, my swelling was reduced, and the troubled and darkened eyesight of my mind was healed from day to day by the painful anointings of health-giving sorrows. Chapter 9. And you, wishing first to show me how you resist the proud but give grace to the humble, and by how great an act of mercy you had traced out for men the way of humility, since your word was made flesh and dwelt among men, procured for me certain books of the Platonists, translated from Greek into Latin. You did this through a man swollen with most unnatural pride. In those books I read, not indeed in these very words, but to the same meaning, supported by many and various reasons, that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, that the same was in the beginning with God, that all things were made by him, and without him nothing was made, that what was made by him is life, and the life was the light of men, and that the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. I read there that the soul of man, though it bears witness to the light, is not itself that light, but that the Word of God, being God, is the true light that enlightens every man who comes into the world. I read that he was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not, but that he came unto his own, and his own received him not, and that as many as received him, to them he gave power to become the sons of God, even to those who believed in his name. This I did not read there. Again, I read there that God the Word was born not of flesh, nor of blood, nor of the will of man, nor of the will of the flesh, but of God. But that the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, I did not read there. For in those books I found it said in many and various ways that the Son was in the form of the Father, and did not consider equality with God a thing to be grasped, because by nature he is of the same substance, but that he emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being made in the likeness of men, and that, being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross, and that therefore God raised him from the dead and gave him a name above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of things in heaven and things on earth and things under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that the Lord Jesus Christ is in the glory of God the Father. These books did not contain. They did contain that before all times and above all times your only begotten Son remains unchangeable and co-eternal with you, that from his fullness souls receive so that they may be blessed, and that by participation in the wisdom abiding in them they are renewed so as to become wise, but that in due time he died for the ungodly, and that you did not spare your only Son but delivered him up for us all. This was not there. For you have hidden these things from the wise and revealed them to little ones, so that those who labor and are burdened might come to him, and he might refresh them, because he is meek and humble of heart. He directs the meek in judgment and teaches the gentle his ways, seeing our lowliness and trouble, and forgiving all our sins. But those who are lifted up in the proud height of a learning that claims to be more sublime, do not hear him saying, "Learn of me, for I am meek and humble of heart, and you shall find rest for your souls." Though they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were they thankful, but became vain in their thoughts, and their foolish heart was darkened. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. And therefore I also read there that they had changed the glory of your incorruptible nature into idols and various shapes, into the likeness of the image of corruptible man, and of birds, beasts, and creeping things. They turned to that Egyptian food for which Esau lost his birthright. For your firstborn people worshipped the head of a four-footed beast instead of you, turning back in heart toward Egypt, and bowing your image, their own soul, before the image of a calf that eats hay. I found these things there, but I did not feed on them, for it pleased you, O Lord, to take away the reproach of diminution from Jacob, so that the elder should serve the younger, and you called the Gentiles into your inheritance. And I had come to you from among the Gentiles. I set my mind upon the gold that you willed your people to take from Egypt, since it was yours wherever it was. And through your apostle you said to the Athenians that in you we live, move, and have our being, as one of their own poets had said. Indeed, those books came from there, but I did not set my mind on the idols of Egypt, which they served with your gold, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator. Chapter 10. Admonished by these writings to return to myself, I entered into my inward self with you as my guide. I was able to do this because you had become my helper. I entered, and with the eye of my soul, such as it was, I beheld above that same eye of my soul, above my mind, the unchangeable light. It was not this ordinary light that all flesh can see, nor was it a greater light of the same kind, as though this earthly light were shining many times more brightly and filling all space with its greatness. It was not such a light, but another light, far, far different from all these. Nor was it above my soul as oil is above water, or as heaven is above earth. It was above my soul because it made me, and I was beneath it because I was made by it. Whoever knows the truth knows what that light is, and whoever knows that light knows eternity. Love knows it. O truth, who are eternity. O love, who are truth. O eternity, who are love. You are my God. To you I sigh night and day. When I first knew you, you lifted me up so that I might see that there was something to be seen, and that I was not yet fit to see it. You beat back the weakness of my sight, shining your beams of light upon me with great strength, and I trembled with love and awe. I perceived that I was far from you, in the region of unlikeness, as though I heard your voice from on high, saying, I am the food of the mature. Grow, and you shall feed upon me. You will not change me into yourself, as you do with the food of your flesh. Rather, you shall be changed into me. And I learned that you chastened man for iniquity, and you made my soul waste away like a spider. Then I said, Is truth nothing, then, because it is not spread out through finite or infinite space? And you cried to me from afar, Truly, I am who I am. I heard this as the heart hears, and there was no room for doubt. I could sooner doubt that I live than doubt that truth exists, which is clearly seen and understood through the things that are made. And I beheld the other things below you, and I perceived that they neither completely are nor completely are not. They are because they are from you, but they are not because they are not what you are. For that truly is which remains unchangeably. It is good for me, then, to hold fast to God, for if I do not remain in him, I cannot remain even in myself. But he, remaining in himself, renews all things. And you are the Lord my God, since you do not stand in need of my goodness. Chapter 11. And I looked upon the other things below you, and I perceived that they neither completely are, nor completely are not. They are because they are from you, but they are not because they are not what you are. For that truly is which remains unchangeably. It is good for me, then, to cleave to God, for if I do not remain in him, I cannot remain even in myself. But he, remaining in himself, renews all things. And you are the Lord my God, since you do not stand in need of my goodness. Chapter 12. And it was made clear to me that things which are corrupted are still good. They could not be corrupted if they were supremely good, nor could they be corrupted if they were not good at all. For if they were supremely good, they would be incorruptible. But if they were not good at all, there would be nothing in them that could be corrupted. Corruption does harm, but unless it diminished goodness, it could not harm. Therefore, either corruption does not harm, which cannot be true, or else, as is most certain, everything that is corrupted is deprived of some good. But if things were deprived of all good, they would cease to exist. For if they continued to exist and yet could no longer be corrupted, then they would be better than before, because they would remain incorruptibly. And what could be more monstrous than to say that things become better by losing all their good? Therefore, if things are deprived of all good, they will no longer exist. So long as they exist, they are good. Therefore, whatever exists is good. That evil, then, whose origin I was seeking, is not a substance. If it were a substance, it would be good, for either it would be an incorruptible substance and so a chief good, or it would be a corruptible substance, which could not be corrupted unless it were good. I perceived, therefore, and it was made clear to me, that you made all things good, and that there is no substance at all which you did not make. And because you did not make all things equal, all things exist as they do. Each is good, and altogether are very good, because our God made all things very good. Chapter 13. To you nothing whatsoever is evil. Indeed, not only to you, but also to your creation as a whole, nothing is evil, because there is nothing outside it that can break in and corrupt the order you have appointed for it. But in the parts of creation, some things are counted evil because they do not harmonize with other things. Yet those very things harmonize with others, and so they are good, and in themselves they are good. Even all those things that do not harmonize with one another still harmonize with the lower part of creation, which we call earth, having its own cloudy and windy sky suited to it. Far be it from me, then, to say, these things should not exist. For even if I saw nothing but these lower things, I would indeed long for better things. Yet even for these alone I would still have to praise you. For that you are to be praised is shown from the earth, dragons in all depths, fire, hail, snow, ice, and stormy wind fulfilling your word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying birds, kings of the earth and all peoples, princes and all judges of the earth, young men and maidens, old men and children, let them praise your name. But when from heaven these also praise you, our God, in the heights, all your angels, all your hosts, sun and moon, all the stars and light, the heaven of heavens, and the waters above the heavens, praising your name, I no longer longed for better things, because I now considered the whole. With sounder judgment, I understood that the things above are better than the things below, but that all things together are better than the higher things by themselves. Chapter 14. There is no soundness in those who are displeased by anything in your creation. There was no soundness in me when much that you had made displeased me. And because my soul did not dare to be displeased with my God, it did not want to regard as yours whatever displeased it. From this it had gone into the opinion of two substances, and found no rest, but only spoke idly. Then, returning from that error, it had made for itself a God stretched through infinite measures of space. It thought this was you, and placed it in its heart, and so it had again become the temple of its own idol, an abomination to you. But after you had soothed my head, unknown to me, and closed my eyes so that they should not behold vanity, I ceased somewhat from my former self, and my madness was lulled to sleep. I awoke in you, and I saw you as infinite, but in another way, and this sight was not derived from the flesh. Chapter 15. And I looked back upon other things, and I saw that they owed their being to you, and that they were all bounded in you, but in a different way. They are not bounded in you as though in space, but because you contain all things in your hand, in your truth, and all things are true insofar as they are, nor is there any falsehood except when something is thought to be what it is not. And I saw that all things harmonized not only with their places, but also with their times. And I saw that you, who alone are eternal, did not begin to work after innumerable ages had passed. For all spaces of time, both those that have passed and those that shall pass, do not go or come except through you, who work and abide. Chapter 16. And I perceived and found it nothing strange that bread, which is pleasant to a healthy palate, is loathsome to one that is disordered, or that light, which is delightful to sound eyes, is painful to sore ones. So also your righteousness displeases the wicked. I perceive the same even about vipers and reptiles, which you have created good. They fit within the lower parts of your creation, and the wicked themselves also fit there, insofar as they are unlike you. But they fit among the higher creatures insofar as they become more like you. I inquired what iniquity was, and I found that it was not a substance, but a perversion of the will. The will turns aside from you, O God, the Supreme, toward lower things. It casts away what is within and swells itself outwardly. Chapter 17. And I wondered that I now loved you, and not a phantom in place of you. Yet I did not press on to enjoy my God. I was lifted up toward you by your beauty, and soon carried down again from you by my own weight, sinking with sorrow into these lower things. This weight was carnal habit. Still, a remembrance of you remained with me. I no longer doubted that there was one to whom I ought to cling, but I was not yet such a man as could cling to you. For the body that is corrupted weighs down the soul, and the earthly dwelling presses down the mind that thinks on many things. I was most certain that your invisible works, from the creation of the world, are clearly seen, being understood through the things that are made, even your eternal power and Godhead. I examined why I admired the beauty of bodies, whether heavenly or earthly. I examined what helped me judge rightly about changeable things and say, this ought to be so, this ought not to be so. And when I examined the source from which I judged in this way, since I did indeed judge, I found the unchangeable and true eternity of truth above my changeable mind. Thus, by degrees, I passed from bodies to the soul, which perceives through the bodily senses, and from there to the soul's inward power, to which the bodily senses report external things. This is as far as the faculties of animals reach. From there I passed again to the reasoning faculty, to which whatever is received from the bodily senses is referred for judgment. This reasoning power, finding that it too was changeable within me, lifted itself up to its own understanding. It drew my thoughts away from the force of habit, and withdrew itself from those crowds of conflicting images, so that it might find what that light was by which it was sprinkled. For without any doubt it cried out that the unchangeable must be preferred to the changeable. From this it also knew that unchangeable one, for unless it had in some way known him, it would have had no sure ground for preferring him to the changeable. And so, with the flash of one trembling glance, it arrived at that which is. Then I saw your invisible things understood through the things that are made. But I could not fix my gaze there. My weakness was struck back, and I was thrown again into my usual habits. I carried with me only a loving memory of what I had seen, and a longing for that of which I had, as it were, caught the fragrance, but on which I was not yet able to feed. Chapter 18. Then I sought a way to gain the strength needed to enjoy you, and I did not find it until I embraced the mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who is over all, God blessed forever. He was calling to me and saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life. He was mingling with our flesh that food which I was not yet able to receive. For the Word was made flesh, so that your wisdom, by whom you created all things, might provide milk for our infancy. But I did not yet hold fast to my Lord Jesus Christ, I, not humbled, to him who was humble. Nor did I yet know where his weakness would lead us. For your Word, the eternal truth, far above the higher parts of your creation, raises up those who are brought low to himself. But in this lower world he built for himself a lowly dwelling from our clay. Through this he would bring down from themselves those who were willing to be brought low, and bring them over to himself. He would allay their swelling pride and kindle their love, so that they would go no further in self-confidence, but would rather consent to become weak. Seeing before their feet the divinity made weak by taking on our coats of skin, they would grow weary and cast themselves down upon him, and he, rising, would lift them up. Chapter 19. But I thought otherwise. I conceived of my Lord Christ only as a man of excellent wisdom, whom no one could equal. Especially because he was wonderfully born of a virgin, he seemed to me to have attained that great eminence of authority through the divine care for us, as an example of despising temporal things for the sake of obtaining immortality. But what mystery lay in the saying, "The Word was made flesh," I could not even imagine. I had only learned from what is handed down to us in writing about him that he ate and drank, slept, walked, rejoiced in spirit, was sorrowful, and spoke, and that his flesh did not cleave to your word by itself, but together with a human soul and mind. All who know the unchangeableness of your word know this, and by now I knew it as far as I could, and I did not doubt it at all. For to move the limbs of the body by the will, and then not to move them, to be affected by some emotion, and then not to be, to deliver wise sayings through human signs, and then to keep silence, these belong to a soul and mind subject to change. If these things had been falsely written of him, then all the rest would also be in danger of being charged with falsehood, and there would remain in those books no saving faith for mankind. Since then they were written truly, I acknowledge a perfect man in Christ, not only the body of a man, nor a body with a sensitive soul but without a rational mind, but a true man. I judged him to be preferred above others, not only as a form of truth, but also because of a certain great excellence of human nature, and a more perfect participation in wisdom. But Alypius thought that Catholics believed God to be clothed with flesh in such a way that besides God and flesh, there was no soul at all in Christ. He did not think that a human mind was ascribed to him. And because he was fully persuaded that the actions recorded of Christ could be performed only by a living and rational creature, he moved more slowly toward the Christian faith. But afterward, when he understood that this was the error of the Apollinarian heretics, he rejoiced in the Catholic faith and was conformed to it. Somewhat later, I confess, I learned how in the saying, "the Word was made flesh," the Catholic truth is distinguished from the falsehood of Photinus. For the rejection of heretics makes the teachings of your church and sound doctrine stand out more clearly. There must also be heresies, so that those who are approved may be made manifest among the weak. Chapter 20. But after I had read those books of the Platonists, and had been taught by them to search for incorporeal truth, I saw your invisible things understood through the things that are made, and though I was cast back, I perceived what it was that the darkness of my mind had kept me from contemplating. I became assured that you are, and that you are infinite, yet not spread out through space, whether finite or infinite. I became assured that you truly are He who is always the same, changing in no part and by no motion. And I became assured that all other things are from you, on this most certain ground alone, that they exist. Of these things I was certain, yet I was too weak to enjoy you. I spoke as though I were skilled, but if I had not sought your way in Christ our Savior, I would have proved to be not learned, but lost. For now I had begun to want to seem wise. I was filled with my own punishment, yet I did not mourn over it. Rather, I was puffed up with knowledge and became scornful. For where was that charity which builds upon the foundation of humility, which is Christ Jesus? When would those books teach me that? I believe, therefore, that you willed me to fall upon those books before I studied your scriptures, so that the effect they had upon me might be impressed upon my memory. Later, when my spirit had been tamed through your books, and my wounds had been touched by your healing fingers, I would be able to discern and distinguish between presumption and confession. I would see the difference between those who saw where they must go, but did not see the way, and the way that leads not only to beholding the blessed country, but to dwelling in it. For if I had first been formed in your holy scriptures, and if you had grown sweet to me through familiar use of them, and then I had fallen upon those other books, perhaps they would have drawn me away from the solid ground of piety. Or, if I had continued in the healthy disposition I had received from Scripture, perhaps I might have thought that this same disposition could have been obtained by the study of those books alone. Chapter 21. Then I seized most eagerly upon the venerable writings of your Spirit, and above all upon the Apostle Paul. Then those difficulties disappeared in which he had once seemed to me to contradict himself, and the text of his teaching had seemed not to agree with the testimonies of the law and the prophets. The face of that pure word appeared to me as one and the same, and I learned to rejoice with trembling. So I began, and whatever truth I had read in those other books I found here also, but here it was surrounded by the praise of your grace. Here the one who sees is taught not to glory as though he had not received, not only what he sees, but even the fact that he sees. For what does he have that he has not received? Here he is not only admonished to behold you, who are ever the same, but also healed so that he may hold fast to you. And the one who cannot yet see from afar may still walk on the way by which he may arrive, behold, and hold you. For though a man may delight in the law of God according to the inner man, what shall he do with that other law in his members, which wars against the law of his mind, and brings him into captivity to the law of sin in his members? You are righteous, O Lord, but we have sinned, committed iniquity, and acted wickedly. Your hand has grown heavy upon us, and we are justly delivered over to that ancient sinner, the king of death, because he persuaded our will to be like his own will, by which he did not remain in your truth. What shall wretched man do? Who shall deliver him from the body of this death, except your grace alone, through Jesus Christ our Lord? You begot him co-eternal with yourself, and formed him in the beginning of your ways. In him the prince of this world found nothing worthy of death, yet he killed him, and the handwriting that was against us was blotted out. Those other writings do not contain this. Those pages do not present the image of this piety, the tears of confession, your sacrifice, a troubled spirit, a broken and contrite heart, the salvation of the people, the bridal city, the pledge of the Holy Spirit, the cup of our redemption. No one sings there, "Shall not my soul be subject to God? For from him comes my salvation. He is my God and my salvation, my guardian. I shall be moved no more." No one there hears him call, "Come to me, all you who labor." They scorn to learn from him because he is meek and lowly in heart. For you have hidden these things from the wise and prudent, and have revealed them to little ones. For it is one thing, from the wooded summit of a mountain, to see the land of peace, and yet find no way to reach it, to attempt in vain to pass through impassable ways, opposed and beset by fugitives and deserters under their captain, the lion and the dragon. It is another thing to keep to the way that leads there, guarded by the host of the heavenly general. Those who have deserted the heavenly army cannot plunder that way. They avoid it as their torment. These things sank wonderfully into my heart when I read the least of your apostles. I meditated upon your works, and I trembled exceedingly. Book 8, Chapter 1. O my God, let me remember with thanksgiving and confess to you your mercies toward me. Let my bones be sprinkled with your love, and let them say to you, "Who is like you, O Lord?" You have broken my bonds. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and I will declare how you broke them. All who worship you, when they hear this, shall say, "Blessed be the Lord in heaven and on earth. Great and wonderful is his name." Your words had taken firm hold of my heart, and I was hemmed in by you on every side. Of your eternal life I was now certain, though I saw it in a figure and as through a glass. I had ceased to doubt that there is an incorruptible substance from which all other substance comes. I no longer desired to be more certain of you, but to be more steadfast in you. But as for my temporal life, everything was wavering, and my heart still had to be purged from the old leaven. The way, the Savior himself, pleased me well, but I still shrank from passing through its narrowness. Then you put it into my mind, and it seemed good to me to go to Simplicianus. He appeared to me to be a good servant of yours, and your grace shone in him. I had also heard that from his youth he had lived most devotedly to you. By then he was advanced in years, and because so great an age had been spent in such zealous following of your ways, he seemed to me likely to have learned much by experience, and indeed he had. From that store of experience, I wanted him to tell me, after I had laid before him my anxieties, what way would be most suitable for one in my condition to walk in your paths. For I saw that the church was full, and that one person went this way, another that way. But I was displeased with myself for leading a secular life. Now that my old desires no longer inflamed me with hopes of honor and profit, it was a very grievous burden to endure so heavy a bondage. Compared with your sweetness and the beauty of your house, which I loved, those things delighted me no longer, yet I was still held captive by the love of woman. The apostle did not forbid me to marry, although he advised something better, chiefly wishing that all men were as he himself was. But I, being weak, chose the more indulgent state. Because of this alone, I was tossed about in every other matter, faint and wasted by withering cares. For in other matters I was forced, against my will, to conform myself to the married life to which I had given myself over, and by which I was held captive. I had heard from the mouth of truth that there are some eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. But he says, "Let him who can receive it, receive it." Surely vain are all men who are ignorant of God, and who could not, from the good things that are seen, find him who is good. But I was no longer in that vanity. I had risen above it, and by the common witness of all your creatures, I had found you, our Creator, and your Word, God with you, and together with you, one God, by whom you created all things. There is yet another kind of ungodly man, those who, knowing God, did not glorify him as God, nor were they thankful. Into this also I had fallen, but your right hand upheld me, took me out of it, and placed me where I might recover. For you have said to man, Behold, the fear of the Lord is wisdom. And again, do not desire to seem wise, because those who claim to be wise became fools. But I had now found the precious pearl, which I ought to have bought by selling all that I had, and still I hesitated. Chapter 2. So I went to Simplicianus, who had been a father to Ambrose in receiving your grace, and whom Ambrose, now a bishop, truly loved as a father. To him I related the winding paths of my wanderings. When I mentioned that I had read certain books of the Platonists, which Victorinus, formerly a professor of rhetoric at Rome, had translated into Latin, and who, as I had heard, had died a Christian, Simplicianus testified his joy that I had not fallen upon the writings of other philosophers, full of fallacies and deceits, according to the elements of this world. The Platonists, he said, in many ways led toward belief in God and his word. Then, to exhort me to the humility of Christ, hidden from the wise and revealed to little ones, he spoke of Victorinus himself, whom he had known most intimately while at Rome. He told me a story about him, which I will not conceal, for it contains great praise of your grace to be confessed to you. That aged man was most learned and skilled in the liberal sciences. He had read and weighed so many works of the philosophers. He had instructed many noble senators. As a monument of his excellent fulfillment of his office, he had both deserved and obtained a statue in the Roman Forum, which men of this world esteem a high honor. Yet up to that age he had been a worshipper of idols and a participant in sacrilegious rites, to which almost all the nobility of Rome were devoted. He had filled the people with love for Anubis, the barking deity, and for all kinds of monstrous gods who fought against Neptune, Venus, and Minerva, whom Rome once conquered and now adored. All these things the aged Victorinus had defended for so many years with thundering eloquence. Yet now he was not ashamed to become the child of your Christ, the new-born infant of your fountain, submitting his neck to the yoke of humility, and bowing his forehead to the reproach of the cross. O Lord, Lord, who have bowed the heavens and come down, who touched the mountains and they smoked, by what means did you make your way into that heart? As Simplicianus told me, Victorinus used to read the Holy Scriptures. He very diligently sought and searched into all the Christian writings, and he said to Simplicianus, not openly, but privately and as a friend, understand that I am already a Christian. Simplicianus answered, I will not believe it, nor will I count you among Christians unless I see you in the Church of Christ. Victorinus replied playfully, do walls then make Christians? He often said that he was already a Christian, and Simplicianus often answered in the same way, and Victorinus would as often repeat his jest about the walls, for he was afraid of offending his friends, proud worshippers of demons. From the height of their Babylonian dignity, as from cedars of Lebanon, which the Lord had not yet broken down, he thought the weight of their hostility would fall upon him. But after reading and earnest thought had given him firmness, he feared being denied by Christ before the holy angels, if he should now be afraid to confess him before men. He saw that he would be guilty of a grave offense if he were ashamed of the sacraments of the humility of your word, while he had not been ashamed of the sacrilegious rites of proud demons, whose pride he had imitated and whose rites he had adopted. So he became bold against vanity and ashamed before the truth. Suddenly and unexpectedly, he said to Simplicianus, as Simplicianus himself told me, let us go to the church. I wish to be made a Christian. Simplicianus could not contain himself for joy and went with him. After Victorinus had been admitted to the first sacrament and had become a catechumen, he soon afterward gave in his name, so that he might be regenerated by baptism. Rome wondering, the church rejoicing. The proud saw and were angry. They gnashed their teeth and melted away. But the Lord God was the hope of your servant, and he paid no regard to vanities and lying madness. At last the hour came for him to make the profession of his faith. At Rome, those who are about to approach your grace deliver this profession from an elevated place, in the sight of all the faithful, in a fixed form of words committed to memory. Simplicianus said that the presbyters offered Victorinus the option of making his profession more privately, as they sometimes did for those who seemed likely to be alarmed through bashfulness. But Victorinus chose rather to profess his salvation in the presence of the holy multitude, for it was not salvation that he had taught in rhetoric, and yet he had professed that publicly. How much less, then, when pronouncing your word, should he fear your meek flock, when, in delivering his own words, he had not feared a mad multitude? When he went up to make his profession, all who knew him whispered his name to one another with voices of congratulation. And who there did not know him? A low murmur ran through all the mouths of the rejoicing multitude. Victorinus, Victorinus! Suddenly they burst out in rapture because they saw him. Suddenly they were hushed so that they might hear him. He pronounced the true faith with excellent boldness, and all desired to draw him into their very heart. Yes, by their love and joy they drew him there. Such were the hands with which they drew him. Chapter 3. Good God, what happens in man that he rejoices more over the salvation of a soul once despaired of and freed from greater danger than he would have rejoiced if there had always been hope for him, or if the danger had been less. For so also you, merciful Father, rejoice more over one penitent than over 99 just persons who need no repentance. And with great joy we hear, whenever we hear it, How joyfully the sheep that had strayed is brought back upon the shepherd's shoulders, and how the coin is restored to your treasury, with the neighbors rejoicing with the woman who found it. The joy of the solemn service of your house moves us to tears when in your house it is read of your younger son, that he was dead and lives again, was lost and is found. For you rejoice in us, and in your holy angels, who are holy through holy charity. You are ever the same, and all things that do not remain the same or endure forever, you know forever in the same way. What, then, happens in the soul that it is more delighted by finding or recovering the things it loves than if it had always possessed them? Other things also bear witness to this, and all things are full of witnesses crying out, "So it is." The victorious commander triumphs, yet he would not have conquered unless he had fought. The greater the danger in the battle, the greater the joy in the triumph. A storm tosses sailors and threatens shipwreck. All grow pale at approaching death. Then sky and sea become calm, and they rejoice exceedingly because they had feared exceedingly. A friend is sick, and his pulse threatens danger. All who long for his recovery are sick in mind with him. He is restored, though he does not yet walk with his former strength, and there is a joy that was not there when he walked before in soundness and strength. Even the pleasures of human life are obtained through difficulties. This is true not only of troubles that come upon us unexpectedly and against our will, but even of troubles chosen by ourselves for the sake of pleasure. Eating and drinking have no pleasure unless the distress of hunger and thirst comes first. Those given to drinking eat salty foods to produce a troublesome heat, and when drink relieves it, pleasure follows. It is also ordered that the bride betrothed to a man should not be given to him at once, lest as a husband he think little of the woman for whom, while betrothed, he had not longed. This law appears in foul and accursed joy. It appears in permitted and lawful joy. It appears in the purest perfection of friendship, and it appears in the one who was dead and lived again, who had been lost and was found. Everywhere, the greater joy is ushered in by the greater pain. What does this mean, O Lord my God, since you are eternal joy to yourself, and some beings around you rejoice forever in you? What does it mean that this portion of creation thus ebbs and flows, displeased and reconciled in turn? Is this its appointed measure? Is this all you have assigned to it? For from the highest heavens to the lowest earth, from the beginning of the world to the end of the ages, from the angel to the worm, from the first motion to the last, you set each thing in its place and bring each to completion in its season, everything good according to its kind. Woe is me, how high you are in the highest, and how deep in the deepest. You never depart from us, and we scarcely return to you. Chapter 4. Rise up, Lord, and act. Stir us up and call us back. Kindle us and draw us, inflame us, become sweet to us. Let us now love, let us run. Do not many people return to you from a deeper hell of blindness than Victorinus, and approach you and are enlightened, receiving that light? And those who receive him receive from you the power to become your sons. But if such people are less known among the nations, then even those who know them rejoice less over them. For when many rejoice together, each one has a more abundant joy, because they are kindled and inflamed by one another. Again, those who are known to many have greater influence toward salvation, and they lead the way with many following after them. Therefore, those who went before them also rejoice greatly in them, because they do not rejoice in them alone. For far be it from your tabernacle that the persons of the rich should be accepted before the poor, or the noble before the lowly. Rather, you have chosen the weak things of the world to confound the strong, and you have chosen the base things of this world, and the things despised, and the things that are not, to bring to nothing the things that are. And yet even the least of your apostles, through whose tongue you sounded forth these words, was pleased to be called Paul instead of his former name Saul, in testimony of a great victory. For through his spiritual warfare, Paulus the proconsul, with his pride conquered, was made to pass under the easy yoke of your Christ, and became a subject of the great King. The enemy is more thoroughly overcome in a man whom he held more firmly, and through whom he held more people. He has a stronger hold on the proud through their nobility, and through them he has a hold on more people by their authority. Therefore, the more welcome was the heart of Victorinus, which the devil had held as an apparently impregnable possession. And the more welcome was the tongue of Victorinus, that mighty and sharp weapon with which he had slain many. So much more abundantly ought your children to rejoice, because our King has bound the strong man, and they saw his vessels taken from him, cleansed, made fit for your honor, and become useful to the Lord for every good work. Chapter 5. But when that man of yours, Simplicianus, told me this story about Victorinus, I burned to imitate him. For this was the very reason Simplicianus had told it. He also added that in the days of the Emperor Julian, a law was made forbidding Christians to teach literature or rhetoric. Victorinus obeyed this law and chose to give up the school of words rather than your word, by which you make eloquent the tongues of the dumb. In this he seemed to me not so much brave as blessed, because he had found an opportunity to attend upon you alone. This was the very thing for which I was sighing, bound as I was, not with another man's chains, but by my own iron will. The enemy held my will, and from it he had made a chain for me and bound me with it. For from a perverse will lust was made, and when lust was served, it became custom, and when custom was not resisted, it became necessity. By these links joined together, as it were, which is why I called it a chain, a hard bondage held me enslaved. But the new will that had begun to arise in me, the will to serve you freely and to enjoy you, O God, the only sure delight, was not yet able to overcome my former willfulness, strengthened by long habit. Thus my two wills, one new and the other old, one carnal and the other spiritual, struggled within me, and by their discord they tore my soul apart. In this way I understood by my own experience what I had read, that the flesh lusts against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. I was truly present in both wills, yet I was more truly myself in the will that I approved in myself than in the will that I disapproved in myself. For in that old will, it was now, for the most part, no longer fully myself, because in many ways I was enduring against my will rather than acting willingly. And yet it was through me that custom had obtained the power to war against me, because I had come willingly to the place where I now did not wish to be. And who has any right to complain if just punishment follows the sinner? Nor did I any longer have my former excuse, by which I had hesitated to rise above the world and serve you, because the truth had not yet been made fully certain to me. For now it was certain. But I, still enslaved to earthly things, refused to fight under your banner. I feared being freed from all burdens as much as one ought to fear being burdened by them. So I was pleasantly weighed down by the baggage of this present world, as if in sleep. My thoughts, when I meditated on you, were like the efforts of men who want to wake, but are overcome by heavy drowsiness and sink back into it again. No one would wish to sleep forever, and in every man's sober judgment, being awake is better. Yet a man who feels a heavy lethargy in all his limbs often delays shaking off sleep, and though half displeased with himself, even after it is time to rise, he yields to it with pleasure. So it was with me. I was convinced that it was much better for me to give myself up to your charity than to surrender myself to my own desire. The former course satisfied me and prevailed in my judgment. The latter pleased me and held me conquered. I had nothing to answer you when you called to me, "Awake, you who sleep, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give you light." And when you showed me on every side that what you said was true, I was convicted by the truth, and had nothing at all to answer except those dull and drowsy words, "Soon, soon, presently, leave me just a little while." But "soon, soon" had no present moment, and my little while went on for a long while. In vain I delighted in your law according to the inner man, while another law in my members rebelled against the law of my mind, and led me captive unto the law of sin that was in my members. For the law of sin is the violence of custom, by which the mind is drawn and held, even against its will, yet deservedly, because it had willingly fallen into it. Who then would deliver me, wretched as I was, from the body of this death, except your grace alone, through Jesus Christ our Lord? Chapter 6. And now I will declare how you delivered me from the bonds of desire, by which I was most tightly bound to carnal concupiscence, and from the drudgery of worldly affairs. I will confess it to your name, O Lord, my helper and my redeemer. Amid increasing anxiety, I was carrying on my usual business and sighing to you daily. I attended your church whenever I was free from the business under whose burden I groaned. Alypius was with me. After his third sitting as legal assessor, he had now been released from that work and was waiting for someone to whom he might sell his counsel, just as I sold the skill of speaking, if indeed teaching can impart such skill. Nebridius, in consideration of our friendship, had agreed to teach under Verecundus, a citizen and grammarian of Milan, and a very close friend of us all. Verecundus urgently desired, and by the right of friendship claimed from our company, the faithful help he greatly needed. Nebridius was not drawn to this by any desire for advantage, for he could have gained much more from his learning if he had wished. But as a most kind and gentle friend, he would not fail in a good service or slight our request. Yet he acted very discreetly in this matter. He avoided becoming known to persons great according to this world, in order to avoid the distraction of mind that would follow from it. He desired to keep his mind free and at leisure, for as many hours as possible, to seek, read, or hear something concerning wisdom. One day, when Nebridius was absent, I do not remember why, there came to visit me and Alypius a man named Pontitianus, our countryman in the sense that he too was an African. He held a high office in the emperor's court. What he wanted with us I do not know, but we sat down to talk. It happened that on a table before us, where some game was usually played, he noticed a book. He picked it up, opened it, and contrary to his expectation, found the Apostle Paul. He had thought it was one of the books with which I was wearing myself out in teaching. Smiling and looking at me, he expressed his joy and wonder that he had suddenly found this book, and this book alone, before my eyes. For he was a Christian and baptized, and he often bowed himself before you, our God, in the church, in frequent and continual prayers. When I told him that I gave very great attention to those scriptures, a conversation arose from something he said about Antony, the Egyptian monk. Antony's name was held in high honor among your servants, though up to that hour it was unknown to us. When Pontitianus discovered this, he dwelt on the subject all the more, informing us about so eminent a man, and wondering at our ignorance of him. We stood amazed as we heard of your wonderful works, fully attested, so recent and almost in our own time, wrought in the true faith and in the Catholic Church. We all wondered. We wondered that such great things had happened, and he wondered that they had not reached us. From there his discourse turned to the communities in the monasteries, their holy ways, a sweet-smelling savor to you, and the fruitful deserts of the wilderness, of which we knew nothing. There was even a monastery at Milan full of good brethren outside the city walls, under the fostering care of Ambrose, and we did not know it. He continued his story, and we listened in intense silence. He told us that one afternoon at Trier, while the emperor was occupied with the circus games, he and 3 other companions went out to walk in gardens near the city walls. As they happened to walk in pairs, one went apart with him, and the other 2 wandered by themselves. In their wandering, those 2 came upon a certain cottage inhabited by some of your servants, poor in spirit, of whom is the kingdom of heaven. There they found a little book containing the life of Antony. One of them began to read it, to admire it, and to be set on fire by it. As he read, he began to consider taking up such a life and giving up his secular service in order to serve you. These 2 men were among those whom they call agents for public affairs. Then suddenly, filled with holy love and sober shame, angry with himself, he turned his eyes upon his friend and said, "Tell me, I beg you, what are we trying to attain by all these labors of ours? What are we aiming at? What are we serving for? Can our hopes at court rise higher than becoming friends of the emperor? And in that, what is not brittle and full of dangers? Through how many dangers do we arrive at a greater danger? And when do we arrive there? But if I wish, I become a friend of God now, at once." So he spoke, and in pain with the birth pangs of a new life, he turned his eyes again to the book and read on. He was changed inwardly, where you saw him, and his mind was stripped of the world, as soon appeared. For as he read, and as the waves of his heart rolled back and forth, he stormed against himself for a while. Then he discerned and determined upon a better course. "Now belonging to you," he said to his friend, "I have now broken loose from those hopes of ours, and I am resolved to serve God. From this hour, in this place, I begin. If you do not wish to imitate me, do not oppose me." The other answered that he would cling to him to share so glorious a reward and so glorious a service. Thus both, now belonging to God, were building the tower at the necessary cost, forsaking all that they had and following you. Then Ponticianus and the other man who had walked with him in another part of the garden came looking for them and reached the same place. Finding them there, they reminded them to return, for the day was now far spent. But the 2 men told them their resolution and purpose, and how that will had begun and become settled in them. They begged the others, if they would not join them, at least not to trouble them. The others, though unchanged from what they had been before, nevertheless mourned over themselves, as Pontitianus affirmed, and piously congratulated the 2 men, commending themselves to their prayers. Then, with hearts still lingering on the earth, they went away to the palace. But the other 2, fixing their hearts on heaven, remained in the cottage. Both of them had betrothed brides, and when those women heard what had happened, they also dedicated their virginity to God. Chapter 7. Such was the story of Pontitianus. But while he was speaking, you, O Lord, turned me around toward myself. You took me from behind my own back, where I had placed myself because I was unwilling to look at myself, and you set me before my own face, so that I might see how foul I was, how crooked and defiled, spotted and ulcerous. I saw myself and was horrified, and I could find nowhere to flee from myself. If I tried to turn my eyes away from myself, Pontitianus continued his story, and you again set me over against myself. You thrust me before my own eyes so that I might find out my iniquity and hate it. I had known it, but I had pretended not to see it. I had closed my eyes to it and forgotten it. But now, the more ardently I loved those men whose healthy affections I was hearing about, because they had given themselves wholly to you to be cured, the more I abhorred myself in comparison with them. For many years, about 12, had now passed since my 19th year, when, after reading Cicero's Hortensius, I was stirred to an earnest love of wisdom, and still I was delaying. Still I was putting off the rejection of mere earthly happiness and the giving of myself to seek that wisdom, of which not only the finding, but even the very search, was to be preferred to the treasures and kingdoms of the world, even if those had already been found, and to the pleasures of the body, even if they lay freely spread around me. But I, wretched, most wretched, had in the very beginning of my youth begged chastity from you, and said, "Give me chastity and continence," but not yet, for I feared that you would hear me quickly and quickly cure me of the disease of concupiscence, which I wished to have satisfied rather than extinguished. I had wandered through crooked ways in a sacrilegious superstition. I was not truly certain of it, but I preferred it to other teachings, which I did not seek religiously but opposed maliciously. And I had thought that I delayed from day to day to reject the hopes of this world and follow you alone, because there appeared to be nothing certain by which to direct my course. But now the day had come when I was to be laid bare to myself, and my conscience was to reproach me. Where are you now, my tongue? You said that you did not want to cast off the baggage of vanity for an uncertain truth. Now the truth is certain, and still that burden oppresses you. Meanwhile, others, who have not worn themselves out seeking it as you have, and who have not spent 12 years and more thinking about it, have had their shoulders lightened, and have received wings to fly away. Thus I was gnawed within, and was exceedingly confounded with a horrible shame while Pontitianus was speaking. When he had finished his story and the business for which he had come, he went his way, and I turned into myself. What did I not say against myself? With what scourges of condemnation did I not lash my soul, so that it would follow me as I strove to go after you? Yet it drew back, it refused, but it had no excuse to offer. All arguments were spent and refuted. There remained only a mute shrinking, and my soul feared, as though it feared death itself, to be restrained from the flow of that habit by which it was wasting away to death. Chapter 8. Then, in that great contention within my inner dwelling, which I had fiercely raised against my soul in the chamber of my heart, troubled in mind and countenance, I turned upon Alypius and exclaimed, "What is wrong with us? What is this? What did you hear? The unlearned rise up and take heaven by force, while we, with all our learning and without heart, look where we wallow, in flesh and blood. Are we ashamed to follow because others have gone before us, and not ashamed even to fail to follow?" I said some such words, and my fever of mind tore me away from him, while he gazed at me in astonishment and kept silent. For this was not my usual tone. In my forehead, cheeks, eyes, color, and tone of voice spoke my mind more than the words I uttered. There was a little garden attached to our lodging, which we had the use of, just as we had the use of the whole house, for the master of the house, our host, was not living there. The tumult of my heart had hurried me there, where no one would hinder the burning conflict in which I had engaged with myself. until it should end, as you knew, though I did not. I was in a state of saving turmoil, and dying so that I might live. I knew what evil thing I was, but I did not know what good thing I was shortly to become. So I withdrew into the garden, and Alypius followed close behind me. His presence did not lessen my solitude, and how could he forsake me when I was so troubled? We sat down as far from the house as we could. I was troubled in spirit, most vehemently indignant, that I did not enter into your will and covenant, O my God, into which all my bones cried out that I should enter, and which they praised to the heavens. One does not enter there by ships or chariots or feet. Indeed, entering there required no movement as great as the short distance I had walked from the house to the place where we were sitting. For not only to go, but to enter there was nothing other than to will to go. To will it resolutely and completely, not to turn and toss this way and that, with a maimed and half-divided will, one part struggling to rise while the other sank down. At last, in the very fever of my irresolution, I made with my body many movements such as men sometimes wish to make, but cannot, if they lack the limbs, or if those limbs are bound with chains, weakened by illness, or hindered in some other way. If I tore my hair, struck my forehead, locked my fingers together, or clasped my knee, I did it because I willed to do it. Yet I might have willed and still not done it, if the power of movement in my limbs had not obeyed. So I did many things in which the mere willing was not the same as being able. Yet I did not do the thing that I longed incomparably more to do, and which very soon, when I willed it, I would be able to do. For very soon, when I willed it, I would will it completely. In that matter, the ability was one with the will, and to will was to do, and yet it was not done. My body more easily obeyed the weakest willing of my soul, moving its limbs at the soul's command, than the soul obeyed itself in accomplishing by the will alone this great act of willing. Chapter 9. Where does this strange disorder come from, and what is its purpose? Let your mercy shine upon me, that I may ask whether perhaps the hidden punishments of men and those darkest sufferings of the sons of Adam may answer me. Where does this strange disorder come from, and what is its purpose? The mind commands the body, and the body obeys at once. The mind commands itself, and it is resisted. The mind commands the hand to move, and the readiness is so great that the command can scarcely be distinguished from the obedience. Yet the mind is mind, and the hand is body. The mind commands the mind, that is, its own self, to will, and yet it does not will. Where does this strange disorder come from, and what is its purpose? I say that the mind commands itself to will. It would not command unless it willed, and yet what it commands is not done. But it does not will entirely. Therefore, it does not command entirely, for it commands only so far as it wills, and what it commands is not done only so far as it does not will. For the will commands that there should be a will, not another will, but itself. Yet it does not command entirely, therefore what it commands does not come to be. If the will were entire, it would not even command itself to exist, because it would already exist. Therefore, it is not a monstrous thing partly to will and partly not to will. It is a disease of the mind. The mind does not rise wholly, lifted up by truth, because it is weighed down by habit. And therefore there are two wills, because one of them is not complete, and what one lacks, the other has. Chapter 10. Let them perish from your presence, O God, those vain talkers and seducers of the soul, seeing that, when a person deliberates, there are two wills at work. They claim that there are two minds in us, each of a different kind. one good, the other evil. They themselves are truly evil when they hold such evil opinions, but they will become good when they hold the truth and assent to the truth, so that your apostle may say to them, "You were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord." Yet because they wish to be light not in the Lord, but in themselves, and because they imagine the nature of the soul to be what God is, they become still grosser darkness through dreadful arrogance. For by this they have withdrawn farther from you the true light that enlightens every man who comes into the world. Take heed what you say, and blush for shame. Draw near to him and be enlightened, and your faces shall not be ashamed. When I was deliberating about serving the Lord my God now, as I had long intended, it was I who willed, and I who refused. I myself, was the one. I neither willed entirely nor refused entirely. Therefore I was at war with myself, and I was torn apart by myself. This tearing happened against my will, yet it did not indicate the presence of another mind in me. It indicated the punishment of my own mind. Therefore it was no longer I who did it, but sin that dwelt in me. The punishment of a sin more freely committed, because I was a son of Adam. For if there are as many contrary natures as there are conflicting wills, then there will not be only two natures, but many. Suppose a man deliberates whether he should go to their meeting place or to the theater. These Manichees cry out, "See, here are two natures, one good, drawing him this way, another bad, drawing him back that way." From where else does this hesitation between conflicting wills come? But I say that both wills are bad, the will that draws him to them as well as the will that draws him back to the theater. Yet they do not believe that the will drawing a man to them could be anything but good. What then, if one of us were deliberating, and in the conflict of his two wills were uncertain whether to go to the theater or to our church? Would not these Manichees themselves be at a loss as to what to answer? For either they must confess, though they would not want to, that the will leading to our church is good, just as they say the will is good in those who have received their mysteries and are held by them, or else they must suppose that there are two evil natures and two evil souls conflicting in one man, and then it would not be true, as they say, that one is good and the other bad. Or else they must be converted to the truth and no longer deny that, when one man deliberates, one soul wavers between contrary wills. Let them no longer say then, when they perceive two conflicting wills in one man, that the conflict is between two contrary souls of two contrary substances from two contrary principles, one good and the other bad. For you, O true God, disprove, check, and convict them. Consider when both wills are bad. A man deliberates whether he should kill someone by poison or by the sword, whether he should seize one estate or another that belongs to someone else, since he cannot seize both, whether he should buy pleasure by luxury or keep his money through covetousness, whether he should go to the circus or to the theater, if both are open on the same day, or, thirdly, whether he should rob another man's house, if he has the opportunity, or, fourthly, whether he should commit adultery, if at the same time he has the means to do that also. If all these possibilities come together at the same time, and all are equally desired, though they cannot all be done at once, they tear the mind among four conflicting wills, or even more, amid the vast variety of things desired. Yet the Manichees do not claim that there are so many different substances in the soul. So also with wills that are good. I ask them, is it good to take pleasure in reading the Apostle? Is it good to take pleasure in a sober psalm? Is it good to discourse on the gospel? To each one they will answer, it is good. What then if all these things give equal pleasure, and all at once? Do not different wills distract the mind, while a man deliberates which one he should choose? Yet they are all good, and they are at variance until one is chosen, toward which the whole will may be carried, though before it had been divided among many. So also, when eternity delights us above, and the pleasure of temporal good holds us down below, it is the same soul that does not will either one with its whole will. Therefore, it is torn apart by grievous perplexities. By truth it sets one thing first, but by habit it does not set the other aside. Chapter 11. Thus, I was sick in soul and tormented, accusing myself far more severely than I was accustomed to do. I rolled and turned in my chain until it should be wholly broken, the chain by which I was now only barely, but still truly, held. And you, O Lord, pressed upon me in my inward parts by a severe mercy, redoubling the lashes of fear and shame, lest I should give way again, and lest that slight remaining tie, instead of being broken, should recover strength and bind me more firmly. For I said within myself, let it be done now, let it be done now. And as I spoke, I almost did it. I almost acted, and yet I did not act. Still, I did not sink back into my former state. I stood close beside the act and took breath. I tried again and came somewhat nearer, and again somewhat nearer still. I almost touched it and grasped it, and yet I did not reach it, nor touch it, nor grasp it. I hesitated to die to death and to live to life. The worst thing to which I was accustomed had more power over me than the better thing to which I was not accustomed. And the nearer the very moment came in which I was to become other than I had been, the greater horror it struck into me. Yet it did not strike me back or turn me away, but held me in suspense. The trifles of trifles, the vanities of vanities, my old mistresses, still held me. They tugged at my garment of flesh and whispered softly, "Are you casting us off? From this moment shall we no longer be with you forever? From this moment shall this or that no longer be lawful for you forever?" And what were they suggesting by those words, this or that? What were they suggesting, O my God? Let your mercy turn it away from the soul of your servant. What defilements they suggested, what shameful things, yet by now I heard them much less than half. They did not openly stand before me and contradict me, but muttered as though behind my back, and secretly tugged at me as I was departing, trying to make me look back at them. Still, they delayed me, so that I hesitated to break loose and shake myself free from them, and to leap over to the place where I was called. Violent habit kept saying to me, "Do you think you can live without them?" But now it spoke very faintly, for on the side toward which I had turned my face, and toward which I trembled to go, there appeared to me the chaste dignity of countenance, serene, not frivolous, cheerfully and honorably inviting me to come and not doubt. She stretched out holy hands to receive and embrace me, hands full of multitudes of good examples. There were so many young men and maidens, a multitude of youth in every age, grave widows and aged virgins, and in them all continence herself was not barren, but a fruitful mother of children of joys, by you, O Lord, her husband. She smiled at me with persuasive mockery, as if she were saying, "Can you not do what these young men and these maidens can do? Or can they do it in themselves, and not rather in the Lord their God? The Lord their God gave me to them. Why do you stand in yourself, and so fail to stand? Cast yourself upon him. Do not fear that he will withdraw and let you fall. Cast yourself fearlessly upon him. He will receive you and heal you." And I blushed exceedingly, because I still heard the muttering of those trifles, and I hung in suspense, Again she seemed to say, "Stop your ears against those unclean members of yours upon the earth, that they may be mortified. They tell you of delights, but not as the law of the Lord your God does." This controversy in my heart was nothing other than myself against myself. But Alypius, sitting close beside me, waited in silence for the outcome of my unusual agitation. Chapter 12. Then a deep consideration drew together all my misery from the secret depths of my soul, and heaped it up before the sight of my heart. A mighty storm arose, bringing with it a mighty shower of tears. So that I might pour it all out with its natural expressions, I rose from beside Alypius. Solitude seemed to me more fitting for the work of weeping, so I withdrew far enough that even his presence would not be a burden to me. This was my state then, and he perceived something of it. I suppose I had said something in which the sound of my voice was choked with weeping, and so I had risen up. He remained where we had been sitting, utterly astonished. I cast myself down, I know not how, under a certain fig tree, and gave full vent to my tears. The floods of my eyes gushed out, an acceptable sacrifice to you, and not indeed in these exact words, but to this effect, I spoke much to you. And you, O Lord, how long, Lord, will you be angry forever? Remember not our former iniquities, for I felt that I was held fast by them. I sent up these sorrowful words, how long, tomorrow and tomorrow? Why not now? Why should there not be, this very hour, an end to my uncleanness? So I was speaking and weeping in the most bitter contrition of my heart, when behold, I heard from a neighboring house a voice as of a boy or a girl, I do not know which, chanting and repeating again and again, "Take up and read, take up and read." At once my expression changed, and I began to think most intently whether children were accustomed in any kind of game to sing such words. I could not remember ever having heard anything like it. So I checked the torrent of my tears and rose up, interpreting it as nothing other than a command from God to open the book and read the first passage I should find. For I had heard of Antony that when he came in during the reading of the gospel, he received the admonition as though what was being read or spoken directly to him, "Go, sell all that you have and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven, and come, follow me." By such an oracle he was immediately converted to you. Eagerly, then, I returned to the place where Alypius was sitting, for there I had laid the volume of the apostle when I rose from there. I seized it, opened it, and in silence read the section on which my eyes first fell. Not in revelry and drunkenness, not in impurity and wantonness, not in strife and envy, but put on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make no provision for the flesh in concupiscence. I would read no further, nor did I need to, for instantly at the end of this sentence, as though a light of serenity had been poured into my heart, all the darkness of doubt vanished away. Then, placing my finger or some other mark between the pages, I closed the book and, with a calm countenance, told Alypius what had happened. And what had been worked in him, which I did not know, he showed in this way. He asked to see what I had read. I showed him, and he looked further than I had read, for I did not know what followed. What followed was this: "Him who is weak in faith, receive." He applied this to himself and disclosed it to me. By this admonition he was strengthened, with a good resolution and purpose, one most fitting to his character, in which he had always differed very greatly from me, for the better. He joined me without any troubled delay. From there we went into my mother. We told her, and she rejoiced. We related in order how it had taken place, and she leapt for joy and triumphed. She blessed you, who are able to do more than we ask or think, for she perceived that you had given her more for me than she had been accustomed to beg with her pitiful and most sorrowful groanings. For you converted me to yourself, so that I no longer sought a wife, nor any hope of this world, standing now in that rule of faith in which you had shown me to her in a vision so many years before. And you turned her mourning into joy far more plentifully than she had desired, and in a much more precious and purer way than she had once sought by having grandchildren from my body. Book 9, Chapter 1. O Lord, I am your servant. I am your servant and the son of your handmaid. You have broken my bonds. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving. Let my heart and my tongue praise you. Yes, let all my bones say, O Lord, who is like you? Let them say it, and answer me. Say to my soul, I am your salvation. Who am I, and what am I? What evil was not found either in my deeds, or, if not in my deeds, in my words, or, if not in my words, in my will? But you, O Lord, are good and merciful. Your right hand had regard to the depth of my death, and from the bottom of my heart you emptied that abyss of corruption. And this was wholly your gift, that I should no longer will what I had willed, and should will what you willed. But where had my free will been through all those years? From what low and deep hiding place was it called forth in a moment, so that I might submit my neck to your easy yoke, and my shoulders to your light burden, O Christ Jesus, my helper and my redeemer? How sweet it suddenly became to me to be without the sweetness of those trifles. What I had once feared to lose was now a joy to cast away. For you cast them out from me, you true and highest sweetness. You cast them out, and in their place you entered in yourself, sweeter than all pleasure, though not to flesh and blood, brighter than all light, yet more hidden than all depths, higher than all honor, though not to those who are high in their own conceit. Now my soul was free from the biting cares of canvassing and gaining, of wallowing in filth, and of scratching the itch of lust. And my infant tongue spoke freely to you, my brightness, my riches, and my health, the Lord my God. Chapter 2. In your sight I resolved not violently to tear away, but gently to withdraw the service of my tongue from the marketplace of speech labor. I would no longer let young men, who are not students of your law or of your peace, but of lying vanities and courtroom battles, buy from my mouth weapons for their madness. Very conveniently, only a few days remained until the vacation at vintage time. I resolved to endure those days, then to take my leave in an orderly way, and having been purchased by you, I would no longer return to be sold. Our purpose was known to you, but it was not known to others except our own friends. We had agreed among ourselves not to spread it abroad, for to us, now ascending from the valley of tears and singing the song of degrees, you had given sharp arrows and destroying coals against the deceitful tongue, the tongue that would appear to advise us, yet would oppose us, and would devour us out of love, as it devours its food. You had pierced our hearts with your charity, and we carried your words as though fixed in our inward parts. The examples of your servants, those whom you had made bright after darkness and alive after death, were gathered together in the storehouse of our thoughts. They kindled us and burned away our heavy sluggishness, so that we would not sink down into the abyss. They set us on fire so strongly that all the blasts of subtle tongues from those who opposed us could only inflame us more fiercely, not extinguish us. Nevertheless, because this vow and purpose of ours under Canaan for your name's sake, which you have sanctified throughout the earth, might also find some to commend it, it seemed like ostentation not to wait for the vacation now so near, but to leave beforehand a public profession that was before everyone's eyes. If I left early, all who saw the act and noticed how close the vintage vacation already was, which I wanted to anticipate, would talk much about me, as though I had wanted to appear to be some great man. And what good would it have done me for people to form opinions and arguments about my purpose, and for our good to be spoken of as evil? Moreover, during that very summer, my lungs had begun to fail under excessive literary labor. I breathed deeply with difficulty, and the pain in my chest showed that they were injured. They refused any full or prolonged speaking. At first, this troubled me, because it almost forced me by necessity either to lay down the burden of teaching, or, if I could be cured and recover, at least to interrupt it for a while. But when the full desire for leisure arose and became fixed in me, the desire to see that you are the Lord, then, my God, you know that I even began to rejoice that I had this secondary excuse, and one that was not false. It could somewhat lessen the offense taken by those who, for their son's sake, wish me never to possess the freedom of your sons. Full of such joy, then, I endured until that short interval of time had passed. It may have been about 20 days, yet I endured them manfully. I endured them because the covetousness that had once shared in carrying this heavy business had left me. I remained alone and would have been overwhelmed if patience had not taken its place. Perhaps some of your servants, my brethren, may say that I sinned in this, that with my heart fully set on your service, I allowed myself to sit even for 1 hour in the chair of lies. I will not be contentious. But have you not, O most merciful Lord, pardoned and remitted this sin also, together with my other most horrible and deadly sins, in the holy water? Chapter 3. Verecundus was burdened with anxiety about this blessedness of ours, because he saw that he would be separated from us, held back by the bonds with which he was most tightly bound. He himself was not yet a Christian, though his wife was one of the faithful, and by this he was delayed and hindered from the journey we had now undertaken more rigidly than by any other chain. For he said that he would not become a Christian except on terms that he could not fulfill. Nevertheless, he courteously offered us the use of his country house for as long as we should remain there. You, O Lord, will reward him in the resurrection of the just, since you have already given him the lot of the righteous. For although, while we were absent and he was now at Rome, he was seized with bodily sickness, and in that sickness was made a Christian and one of the faithful, and so departed this life. Yet you had mercy not only on him, but on us also. Otherwise, remembering the great kindness of our friend toward us, yet being unable to count him among your flock, we would have been tormented with unbearable sorrow. Thanks be to you, our God, we are yours. Your promptings and consolations tell us that you, faithful in your promises, now repay Verecundus for his country house at Cassiciacum, where we rested in you from the fever of the world with the eternal freshness of your paradise. For you have forgiven him his sins on earth, and that rich mountain, that mountain flowing with milk, your own mountain. At that time, then, Verecundus had sorrow, but Nebridius had joy. For although Nebridius also, not yet a Christian, had fallen into the pit of that most destructive error, believing that the flesh of your Son was only a phantom, he emerged from it and came to believe as we did. He had not yet been endowed with any sacraments of your church, but he was a most ardent seeker of truth. Not long after our conversion and regeneration by your baptism, Nebridius also became a faithful member of the Catholic Church, serving you in perfect chastity and continence among his own people in Africa. And after his whole household had first been made Christian through him, you released him from the flesh, and now he lives in Abraham's bosom. Whatever is signified by that bosom, there lives my Nebridius, my sweet friend and your child, O Lord, adopted from the condition of a freedman. There he lives. For what other place is there for such a soul? There he lives, in the place about which he used to ask so much of me, a poor and inexperienced man. Now he does not lay his ear to my mouth, but sets his spiritual mouth to your fountain. He drinks wisdom as much as he can receive according to his thirst, and is endlessly happy. Nor do I think that he is so filled with that wisdom as to forget me, since you, Lord, whom he drinks, are mindful of us. So we were then comforting Verecundus, who sorrowed, as far as friendship allowed, over the kind of conversion we had embraced. We also exhorted him to become faithful according to his own measure, namely in the married state. And we were waiting for Nebridius to follow us, which he was so near to doing that he almost had done it already. And so, at last, those days rolled by. They seemed long and many because of my love for that peaceful freedom in which I might sing to you from my inmost being. My heart has said to you, I have sought your face. Your face, Lord, will I seek. Chapter 4. Now the day had come when I was actually to be freed from my professorship of rhetoric, from which I was already freed in thought, and it was done. You rescued my tongue as you had already rescued my heart. I blessed you with rejoicing, and withdrew with all my household to the villa. What I did there in writing, now enlisted in your service, though still in that breathing space, panting, as it were, from the school of pride, my books may witness. They show both what I discussed with others and what I discussed with myself alone before you. My letters bear witness to what I discussed with Nebridius, who was absent. And when shall I have time to recount all your great benefits toward us at that time, especially as I hasten on to even greater mercies? My memory calls me back, and it is pleasant to me, O Lord, to confess to you by what inward goads you tamed me, how you leveled me, lowering the mountains and hills of my proud imaginings, straightening my crookedness, and smoothing my rough ways, and how you also subdued Alypius, the brother of my heart, to the name of your only begotten, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. At first he would not allow that name to be inserted in our writings. He preferred that they should have the flavor of the lofty cedars of the schools which the Lord has now broken down, rather than of the wholesome herbs of the church, the antidote against serpents. O my God, with what words did I speak to you when I read the Psalms of David, those faithful songs and sounds of devotion, which allow no swelling pride? I was still a catechumen, a beginner in your true love, resting in that villa with Alypius, also a catechumen, and with my mother cleaving to us, a woman in body, but with masculine faith, with the calmness of age, motherly love, and Christian piety. With what words did I speak to you in those psalms? How I was kindled by them toward you, and burned to recite them, if I could, throughout the whole world against the pride of mankind. And yet they are sung throughout the whole world, and no one can hide himself from your heat. With what vehement and bitter sorrow I was angry at the Manichees, and again I pitied them because they did not know those sacraments, those medicines, and were mad against the antidote that could have healed them of their madness. How I wished they could have been somewhere near me then, without my knowing that they were there, so that they might have seen my face and heard my words when I read the 4th psalm during that time of rest, and how that psalm worked upon me. When I called, the God of my righteousness heard me. In tribulation you enlarged me. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, and hear my prayer. I wish they could have heard what I uttered over these words, without my knowing whether they heard. Otherwise, they might have thought I was speaking for their sake. In truth, I would not have spoken the same things, nor in the same way, if I had known that they heard and saw me. And if I had spoken them, they would not have received them as they were when I spoke by myself and for myself before you, out of the natural feelings of my soul. I trembled with fear, and again I was kindled with hope, and with rejoicing in your mercy, O Father. All of this poured forth through my eyes and my voice when your good Spirit turned toward us and said, O sons of men, how long will you be slow of heart? Why do you love vanity and seek falsehood? For I had loved vanity and sought falsehood. And you, O Lord, had already magnified your Holy One, raising him from the dead and setting him at your right hand, from where he would send from on high his promise, the Comforter, the Spirit of truth. He had already sent him, but I did not know it. He had sent him because he was now magnified, rising again from the dead and ascending into heaven. For until then, the Spirit had not yet been given, because Jesus had not yet been glorified. And the prophet cries out, How long will you be slow of heart? Why do you love vanity and seek falsehood? Know this, the Lord has magnified his Holy One. He cries out, How long? He cries out, Know this. And I, for so long, not knowing, loved vanity and sought falsehood. Therefore I heard and trembled, because these words were spoken to such as I remembered myself to have been. For in those phantoms that I had held for truths, there was vanity and falsehood, and I spoke aloud many things earnestly and forcefully in the bitterness of my remembrance. How I wish those who still love vanity and seek falsehood had heard them. Perhaps they would have been troubled and would have vomited it up, and you would have heard them when they cried to you. For by a true death in the flesh he died for us, who now intercedes to you for us. I read further, Be angry and do not sin, and how I was moved, O my God, for I had now learned to be angry at myself for past sins, so that I might not sin in the future. Yes, I was justly angry, because it was not another nature belonging to some people of darkness that sinned for me, as the Manichees say. They are not angry at themselves, and they store up wrath against the day of wrath and of the revelation of your just judgment. Nor were my good things now outside myself, nor were they sought with bodily eyes in that earthly sun. For those who wish to have joy from outside soon become vain. They waste themselves on visible and temporal things, and in their hungry thoughts they lick even the shadows of those things. Oh, that they might grow weary from their hunger and say, Who will show us good things? And we would say, and they would hear, The light of your countenance is sealed upon us. For we are not that light which enlightens every man, but we are enlightened by you, so that we who were once darkness may be light in you. Oh, that they could see the eternal inward reality. Having tasted it, I grieved that I could not show it to them, so long as they brought me their heart in their eyes, wandering outside themselves and away from you, while they said, Who will show us good things? For there, where I was angry with myself within my chamber, where I was inwardly pierced, where I had offered sacrifice by slaying my old man and beginning the purpose of a new life, putting my trust in you, there you had begun to grow sweet to me, and you had put gladness in my heart. And I cried out as I read this outwardly and found it inwardly. I did not want to be multiplied with worldly goods, wasting time and being wasted by time, since I had in your eternal simplicity another corn, another wine, and another oil. With a loud cry of my heart, I cried out in the next verse, "Oh, in peace, oh, for the selfsame." Oh, what did he say? I will lie down and sleep. For who shall hinder us when that saying comes to pass which is written, "Death is swallowed up in victory"? And you are supremely the selfsame who do not change. In you is the rest that forgets all toil, for there is no other with you, nor are we to seek those many other things that are not what you are. But you, Lord, alone have made me dwell in hope. I read and was set on fire. I did not know what to do for those deaf and dead people, among whom I myself had once been, a pestilent man, a bitter and blind shouter against those writings, which are sweet with the honey of heaven and bright with your own light. I was consumed with zeal against the enemies of this scripture. When shall I recall all that passed during those holy days? Yet I have not forgotten, nor will I pass over, the severity of your scourge and the wonderful swiftness of your mercy. At that time you tormented me with pain in my teeth. When it had grown so severe that I could not speak, it came into my heart to ask all my friends who were present to pray for me to you, the God of every kind of health. I wrote this on wax and gave it to them to read. Immediately, as soon as we bowed our knees in humble devotion, that pain went away. But what pain it had been! And how did it go away? I was terrified, O my Lord, my God, for from infancy I had never experienced anything like it. The power of your command was deeply impressed upon me, and rejoicing in faith, I praised your name. Yet that faith did not allow me to be at ease about my past sins, which had not yet been forgiven me by your baptism. Chapter 5. When the vintage vacation ended, I gave notice to the people of Milan that they should provide another teacher for their students, another man to sell words to them. I told them that I had chosen to serve you, and also that, because of my difficulty in breathing and the pain in my chest, I was no longer equal to the professorship. By letter I informed your bishop, the holy man Ambrose, of my former errors and my present desires. I begged his advice about which of your scriptures I should read, so that I might become more ready and fit to receive so great a grace. He recommended the prophet Isaiah, I believe because Isaiah, more clearly than the others, foretells the gospel and the calling of the Gentiles. But I did not understand the first lesson in Isaiah. Imagining the whole book to be like that beginning, I laid it aside, intending to return to it when I had become more practiced in our Lord's own words. Chapter 6. Then, when the time came for me to give in my name for baptism, we left the country and returned to Milan. Alypius also wished to be born again in you with me. He was already clothed with the humility befitting your sacraments, and was a most valiant tamer of the body, even daring, in an unusual way, to tread the frozen ground of Italy with bare feet. We joined with us the boy Adeodatus, born according to the flesh from my sin. You had made him excellently. He was not quite 15, and in understanding he surpassed many grave and learned men. I confess to you your gifts, O Lord my God, Creator of all, abundantly able to reform our deformities. For I had no part in that boy except the sin. That we brought him up in your discipline was something you and no one else had inspired in us. I confess to you your gifts. There is a book of ours entitled The Teacher. It is a dialogue between him and me. You know that all the thoughts there ascribed to the person conversing with me were his own ideas, expressed in his 16th year. I found much else in him, even more admirable. That talent filled me with awe, and who but you could be the maker of such wonders? Soon you took his life from the earth, and now I remember him without anxiety, fearing nothing for his childhood, his youth, or his whole self. We joined him with us as our companion in grace, to be brought up in your discipline, and we were baptized, and anxiety over our past life vanished from us. Nor in those days could I have enough of the wondrous sweetness of considering the depth of your counsels concerning the salvation of mankind. How I wept at your hymns and canticles, deeply moved by the voices of your sweetly singing church. The voices flowed into my ears, and the truth distilled into my heart. From there the affections of my devotion overflowed. Tears ran down, and I was happy in them. Chapter 7. Not long before this, the Church of Milan had begun to use this kind of consolation and exhortation, with the brethren joining zealously in harmony of voices and hearts. It was about a year earlier, or not much more, that Justina, mother of the young Emperor Valentinian, had persecuted your servant Ambrose in favor of her heresy, into which she had been seduced by the Arians. The devout people kept watch in the church, ready to die with their bishop, your servant. There my mother, your handmaid, bearing a chief part in those anxieties and watchings, lived in prayer. We, not yet warmed by the heat of your spirit, were nevertheless stirred by the sight of the amazed and troubled city. Then it was first instituted that hymns and psalms should be sung according to the custom of the Eastern churches, so that the people would not grow faint from the weariness of sorrow. From that day to this, the custom has been retained, with many, indeed almost all, of your congregations throughout other parts of the world following it. Then, by a vision, you revealed to your bishop, already mentioned, where the bodies of the martyrs Gervasius and Protasius lay hidden. In your secret treasury you had kept them incorrupt for so many years, so that you might bring them forth at the right time to restrain the fury of a woman who was also an empress. When their bodies were discovered, dug up, and with due honor translated to the Ambrosian Basilica, not only were those troubled by unclean spirits healed, the devils themselves confessing, but also a certain man who had been blind for many years, a citizen well known to the city, was healed. When he asked the reason for the confused joy of the people, and heard what had happened, he sprang forward and asked his guide to lead him there. Once brought there, he begged to be allowed to touch with his handkerchief the bier of your saints, whose death is precious in your sight. When he had done this and put the handkerchief to his eyes, they were immediately opened. From there the report spread. From there your praises glowed and shone. From there the mind of that enemy, though not turned to the soundness of faith, was nevertheless turned back from her fury of persecution. Thanks be to you, O my God. From where and to where have you led my memory, that I should confess these things also to you? Great as they are, I had passed them by in forgetfulness. And yet even then, when the fragrance of your ointments was so sweet, we did not run after you. Therefore I wept all the more among the singing of your hymns, once sighing after you, and at last breathing in you, as far as breath may enter into this house of grass. Chapter 8. You, who make people dwell of one mind in one house, joined Euodius with us also, a young man from our own city. He had been an officer of the imperial court, and before us he had been converted to you and baptized. Leaving secular service, he girded himself for yours. We were together, intending to live together in our devout purpose. We sought where we might serve you most usefully, and together we were returning to Africa. On the way there, when we had reached Ostia, my mother departed this life. I pass over many things, for I am hastening on to many things. Receive my confessions and thanksgivings, O my God, for innumerable things about which I am silent. But I will not omit whatever my soul would bring forth concerning that handmaid of yours, who brought me forth in the flesh, so that I might be born to this temporal light, and in her heart, so that I might be born to eternal light. I do not wish to speak of her gifts as though they were her own, but of your gifts in her. For she did not make herself, nor did she educate herself. You created her, and her father and mother did not know what sort of child would come from them. The scepter of your Christ, the discipline of your only Son, educated her in your fear in a Christian household, as a good member of your church. Yet when she spoke of the good discipline she received, she was accustomed to commend not so much her mother's diligence as that of a certain aged maidservant. This woman had carried Monica's father when he was a child, as little children were often carried on the backs of older girls. For this reason, and because of her great age and excellent conduct, she was well respected by the heads of that Christian family. The care of her master's daughters was therefore entrusted to her, and she attended to it diligently. When necessary, she restrained them earnestly with holy severity, and she taught them with grave discretion. Except at those hours when they were given food and drink in moderation at their parents' table, she would not allow them, even when burning with thirst, to drink even water. She did this to prevent a bad habit, and she added this wholesome advice. You drink water now because wine is not in your power. But when you are married and become mistresses of cellars and cupboards, you will scorn water. Yet the habit of drinking will remain. By this method of instruction, and by the authority she possessed, she restrained the greediness of childhood, and shaped even their thirst toward such excellent moderation that they did not desire what they ought not to have. And yet, as your handmaid told me, her son, a love of wine had crept upon her. For when, as was the custom, she, as a sober young girl, was ordered by her parents to draw wine from the hogshead, she would hold the vessel under the opening, and before pouring the wine into the flagon, she would sip a little with the tip of her lips. She would not take more, because her natural feeling refused it. She did this not from any desire for drink, but from the overflowing liveliness of youth, which breaks out in playful mischief and is usually restrained in young spirits by the seriousness of their elders. By adding little to little each day, for whoever despises little things shall fall little by little, she had fallen into such a habit that she would greedily drink off her little cup almost full of wine. Where then was that discreet old woman, and where was her earnest forbidding? Would anything avail against the secret disease unless your healing hand, O Lord, watched over us? Her father, mother, and guardians were absent, but you were present, you who created her, you who call us, and you who also work through those set over us for the salvation of our souls. What then did you do, O my God? How did you cure her? How did you heal her? Did you not bring forth from another soul a hard and sharp taunt, like a lancet from your secret store, and with one touch remove all that corruption? For a maidservant with whom she used to go down to the cellar began quarreling with her little mistress, as sometimes happens, when they were alone together. She taunted Monica with this fault, using a most bitter insult, and called her a wine drinker. Stung to the quick by this taunt, Monica saw the ugliness of her fault, immediately condemned it, and gave it up. As flattering friends corrupt, so reproachful enemies often correct. Yet you repay them not for what you do through them, but for what they themselves intended. That maidservant, in her anger, sought to vex her young mistress, not to amend her. She did it in private, either because the time and place of the quarrel happened to find them alone, or perhaps so that she herself would not be blamed for discovering the fault so late. But you, Lord, governor of all in heaven and earth, turn to your purposes the deepest currents and the ordered turbulence of the tide of time. By the very unhealthiness of one soul, you healed another, so that no one who observes this should ascribe it to his own power, even when another person whom he wished to correct is corrected through his words. Chapter 9. Brought up in this modest and sober way, and made subject by you to her parents, rather than by her parents to you, she was given in marriage as soon as she reached marriageable age. She served her husband as her lord, and she diligently sought to win him to you, preaching you to him by her conduct. By that conduct you adorned her, making her respectfully lovable and admirable to her husband. She endured his violations of marital fidelity in such a way that she never quarreled with him about them. For she looked for your mercy upon him, that by believing in you he might be made chaste. Besides this, he was passionate not only in affection, but also in anger. But she had learned not to resist an angry husband, not only by deed, but not even by word. Only when he had become calm and tranquil, and was in a state to receive it, would she explain her actions, if perhaps he had taken offense too hastily. In short, many married women, though they had milder husbands, bore marks of shame even on their faces. When in familiar conversation they blamed the lives of their husbands, she would blame their tongues. In jest, yet with serious advice, she would tell them that from the time they heard the marriage contracts read to them, they should regard those contracts as documents by which they had become servants, and therefore, remembering their condition, they ought not set themselves up against their lords. And when they, knowing what a hot-tempered husband she endured, wondered that it had never been heard, nor shown by any sign, that Patricius had beaten his wife, or that there had been any domestic quarrel between them even for one day, they asked her privately for the reason. She taught them the practice I have just described. Those wives who observed it found good and gave thanks. Those who did not observe it found no relief and suffered. Her mother-in-law also had at first been stirred up against her by the whisperings of malicious servants, but Monica so overcame her by attentiveness, persevering endurance, and meekness, that her mother-in-law of her own accord revealed to her son the meddling tongues by which the peace of the household between herself and her daughter-in-law had been disturbed, and asked him to correct them. Then, in obedience to his mother, and for the proper ordering of the household, he punished with stripes those servants who had been exposed, according to the will of the one who had exposed them. She then promised the same reward to anyone who, to please her, should speak evil of her daughter-in-law to her. After that, no one dared, and the two women lived together with a remarkable sweetness of mutual kindness. This great gift also you bestowed, O my God, my mercy, upon that good handmaid of yours, in whose womb you created me, that whenever she was able, she showed herself a peacemaker between disagreeing and discordant people. When she heard from both sides the most bitter things, such things as swelling, undigested anger often pours out, when the crudities of enmity are breathed forth in sour words to a present friend against an absent enemy, she would never report anything from one to the other except what might help to reconcile them. This might seem to me a small good, if I did not know, to my grief, countless people who, through some horrible and widespread contagion of sin, not only repeat to mutually angry persons what was said in anger, but even add things that were never spoken. To a humane person, it should seem too little merely not to stir up or increase ill will by evil words, unless he also strives by good words to quench it. Such was she, because you yourself, her most inward teacher, taught her in the school of the heart. At last, toward the very end of his earthly life, she gained her own husband for you, and once he was a believer, she had no need to complain of what she had endured in him before he believed. She was also the servant of your servants. Whoever among them knew her praised, honored, and loved you much in her, because through the witness of the fruits of a holy life they perceived your presence in her heart. For she had been the wife of one man, she had repaid her parents, she had governed her household piously, she was well reported of for good works, and she had brought up her children, laboring in birth for them again and again, whenever she saw them turning away from you. Lastly, O Lord, she cared for all of us, your servants, those of us who, by your gift, are permitted to speak, who before her falling asleep in you were living together in one household, already having received the grace of your baptism. She cared for us as though she had been the mother of us all, and she served us as though she had been the child of us all. Chapter 10. The day was now approaching on which she was to depart this life. You knew that day well, we did not. And it came to pass, as I believe by your secret ordering, that she and I stood alone, leaning at a certain window that looked into the garden of the house where we were staying at Ostia. There, away from the noise of men, we were resting from the weariness of a long journey before the voyage. We were speaking together alone, very sweetly, forgetting the things that are behind and reaching forward to the things that are before. We were asking one another, in the presence of the truth, which you are, what the eternal life of the saints would be like, that life which eye has not seen, nor ear heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man. Yet with the mouth of our heart we thirsted for those heavenly streams of your fountain, the fountain of life that is with you. We long to be sprinkled from it according to our capacity, so that in some measure we might meditate on so high a mystery. Our conversation reached the point where we saw that even the highest delight of the earthly senses, even in the purest material light, was, compared with the sweetness of that life, not only unworthy of comparison, but not even worthy of mention. Then, lifting ourselves with a more burning affection toward the self-same one, we pass by degrees through all bodily things, even through the heaven itself, from which the sun, moon, and stars shine upon the earth. We soared still higher by inward reflection, by speaking together, and by admiring your works. We came to our own minds and went beyond them, so that we might arrive at that region of unfailing plenty where you feed Israel forever with the food of truth. Their life is wisdom, by whom all these things are made, all that have been and all that shall be. She herself is not made, but is as she has been, and so she shall be forever. Or rather, has been and shall be are not in her, but only is, because she is eternal. For has been and shall be are not eternal. And while we were speaking and longing after her, we touched her slightly with the whole effort of our heart. Then we sighed, leaving there, as it were, the first fruits of the Spirit, and returned to the spoken words of our mouth, where the word has a beginning and an end. And what is like your word, our Lord, who remains in himself without growing old and makes all things new? We were saying, then, suppose that in someone the tumult of the flesh were hushed. Suppose the images of earth, waters, and air were hushed. Suppose the heavens themselves were hushed. Suppose even the soul were hushed to itself, and, by not thinking of itself, rose beyond itself. Suppose all dreams and imagined revelations were hushed, every tongue and every sign, and everything that exists only by passing away. For if anyone could hear them, all these things would say, "We did not make ourselves, he made us who abides forever." Suppose then that after saying this, they too were silent, having only stirred our ears toward him who made them. Suppose he alone spoke, not through them, but by himself, so that we might hear his word, not through any tongue of flesh, nor through an angel's voice, nor through the sound of thunder, nor in the obscure riddle of a likeness, but so that we might hear him whom we love in all these things, his very self without these things. This is how we too strained ourselves, and, in a swift movement of thought, touched that eternal wisdom which abides above all. If this could continue, and if all other visions of a far lower kind were withdrawn, and if this one vision alone ravished, absorbed, and wrapped up its beholder in these inward joys, so that life forever might be like that one moment of understanding for which we sighed, would this not be, enter into the joy of your Lord? And when shall that be? When we shall all rise again, though we shall not all be changed. Such things I was saying, and even if not in this exact manner and with these same words, yet, Lord, you know that on that day, while we were speaking of these things, this world with all its delights became contemptible to us. Then my mother said, "Son, as for me, I have no further delight in anything in this life. What I am doing here any longer, and why I am still here, I do not know, now that my hopes in this world are accomplished. There was one thing for which I desired to linger a little while in this life, that I might see you a Catholic Christian before I died. My God has done this for me more abundantly, since I now see you despising earthly happiness and becoming his servant. What am I doing here?" Chapter 11. What answer I gave her to these things I do not remember, for scarcely 5 days later, or not much more, she fell sick with a fever. During that sickness, one day she fell into a faint, and for a while was withdrawn from these visible things. We hurried around her, but she soon returned to consciousness. Looking at me and my brother as we stood by her, she said to us as if asking, "Where was I?" Then, looking steadily at us as we stood amazed with grief, she said, "Here you shall bury your mother." I was silent and held back my tears, but my brother said something, wishing for her, as the happier lot, that she might die not in a strange place, but in her own land. When she heard this, she looked at him anxiously and reproved him with her eyes, because he still savored such things. Then she looked at me and said, "See what he says." Soon afterward she said to us both, "Lay this body anywhere. Do not let concern for it trouble you in any way. This only I ask, that you remember me at the Lord's altar, wherever you may be." Having expressed this thought in such words as she could, she fell silent, being afflicted by her worsening sickness. But I considered your gifts, O unseen God, which you instill into the hearts of your faithful ones, from which wondrous fruits spring forth, and I rejoiced and gave thanks to you. I recalled what I had known before, how careful and anxious she had always been about the place of her burial, which she had provided and prepared for herself beside the body of her husband. Because they had lived together in great harmony, she had also wished, so little can the human mind grasp divine things, to have this added to that happiness, and to have it remembered among men, that after her pilgrimage beyond the sea, the earthly remains of that united pair had been permitted to rest together beneath the same earth. But when this emptiness had begun to cease in her heart through the fullness of your goodness, I did not know. I rejoiced with admiration at what she had now revealed to me. Indeed, even in our conversation at the window, when she said, "What am I doing here any longer?" there appeared in her no desire to die in her own country. I also heard afterward that while we were at Ostia, on a day when I was absent, she spoke with some of my friends with a mother's confidence about contempt for this life and the blessing of death. They were amazed at such courage, which you had given to a woman, and asked whether she was not afraid to leave her body so far from her own city. She replied, "Nothing is far from God, nor is there any need to fear that at the end of the world he will not know where to raise me up from." On the 9th day of her sickness, in the 56th year of her age, in the 33rd year of mine, that religious and holy soul was freed from the body. Chapter 12. I closed her eyes, and a mighty sorrow flowed into my heart, overflowing toward tears. At the same time, by the strong command of my mind, my eyes drank up their fountain completely dry. Woe was me in such a struggle, but when she breathed her last, the boy Adeodatus burst out into loud lamentation. Then, checked by us all, he became silent. In the same way, the childlike feeling in me, which was seeking to pour itself out in weeping through the youthful voice of my heart, was checked and silenced, for we did not think it fitting to solemnize that funeral with tearful lamentation and groaning. Such things are usually used to express grief for the departed, as though they were unhappy or altogether dead. But she was neither unhappy in her death nor altogether dead. Of this we were assured on good grounds, the testimony of her holy life and her unfeigned faith. What then was it that so grievously pained me within, except a fresh wound caused by the sudden tearing away of that most sweet and dear habit of living together? I did rejoice in her testimony when, in her last sickness, mingling words of affection with my acts of service, she called me dutiful. With great love she mentioned that she had never heard any harsh or reproachful sound from my mouth against her. But still, O my God, who made us, what comparison is there between the honor I paid to her and her long service for me? Being now deprived of so great a comfort in her, my soul was wounded, and that life was, as it were, torn apart, which had been made one out of hers and mine together. When the boy had been quieted from weeping, Euodius took up the psalter and began to sing the psalm, "I will sing of mercy and judgment to you, O Lord," with our whole household answering him. When many of the brethren and religious women heard what we were doing, they came together, while those whose office it was prepared the body for burial according to custom. I went to a suitable part of the house and spoke with those who thought it was not fitting to leave me. I spoke about something appropriate to the time, and by this balm of truth I eased that torment which was known to you, though they did not know it. They listened intently and thought I was without any sense of sorrow, but in your ears, where none of them heard, I blamed the weakness of my feelings, and I held back the flood of grief. For a little while it yielded to me, then it came again like a tide. Still, it did not break out into tears or change my countenance, yet I knew what I was holding down in my heart. I was very much displeased that these human things had such power over me, though in the due order and appointed condition of our nature they must necessarily come to pass. With a new grief I grieved over my grief, and so I was worn down by a double sorrow. And behold, the body was carried to burial. We went and returned without tears. Even during the prayers we poured out to you, when the sacrifice of our ransom was offered for her, and when the body was already beside the grave, as the custom there is, before it was laid in, even during those prayers I did not weep. Yet the whole day I was secretly heavy with sadness. With troubled mind, I prayed to you as I could, asking you to heal my sorrow. But you did not, impressing upon my memory, I believe, by this one instance, how strong the bond of habit is even upon a soul that now no longer feeds upon any deceitful word. It also seemed good to me to go and bathe, because I had heard that the bath took its name, balneum, from the Greek balanion, because it drives sadness from the mind. And this too I confess to your mercy, Father of the fatherless. I bathed, and I was the same after bathing as before, for the bitterness of sorrow could not sweat out of my heart. Then I slept and woke again, and I found my grief not a little softened. As I lay alone in my bed, I remembered those true verses of your Ambrose. For you are the maker of all, the Lord and ruler of the height, who, robing day in light, have poured soft slumbers over the night, that to our limbs the power of toil may be renewed, and hearts that sink and cower may be raised, and sorrows subdued. Then, little by little, I returned to my former thoughts of your handmaid, her holy conduct toward you, and her holy tenderness and care toward us, of which I had suddenly been deprived. And I desired to weep in your sight, for her and for myself, on her behalf and on my own. I gave way to the tears that I had previously restrained, letting them flow as much as they wished. I rested my heart upon them, and it found rest in them, because it was in your ears, not in the ears of men, who would have interpreted my weeping scornfully. And now, Lord, in writing, I confess this to you. Let whoever wishes read it and interpret it as he will. If he finds sin in this, that I wept for my mother for a small part of an hour, my mother who for that time was dead to my eyes, and who for many years had wept for me, that I might live in your eyes. Let him not mock me. Rather, if he is a man of great charity, let him weep himself for my sins before you, the Father of all the brethren of your Christ. Chapter 13. But now, with my heart cured of that wound in which an earthly feeling might have seemed blameworthy, I pour out to you, our God, on behalf of your handmaid, tears of a very different kind. They flow from a spirit shaken by thoughts of the dangers of every soul that dies in Adam. And although she had been made alive in Christ, and even before her release from the flesh had lived to the praise of your name by her faith and conduct, yet I do not dare to say that from the time you regenerated her by baptism, no word ever came from her mouth against your commandment. Your Son, the truth, has said, "Whoever shall say to his brother, 'You fool,' shall be in danger of hellfire. And woe even to the commendable life of men, if, setting mercy aside, you should examine it. But because you are not extreme in searching out sins, we confidently hope to find some place with you. Whoever counts up his true merits before you, what does he count up but your own gifts? Oh, that men would know themselves to be men, and that he who glories would glory in the Lord. Therefore, O my praise and my life, God of my heart, setting aside for a while her good deeds, for which I joyfully give thanks to you, I now beseech you for the sins of my mother. Hear me, I entreat you, through him who is the medicine of our wounds, who hung upon the tree, and who now sits at your right hand and makes intercession for us. I know that she acted mercifully, and that from her heart she forgave her debtors their debts. Do you also forgive her debts, whatever she may have contracted through so many years since the water of salvation. Forgive her, Lord, forgive her, I beseech you. Do not enter into judgment with her. Let your mercy be exalted above your justice. Since your words are true, and you have promised mercy to the merciful, you made them merciful by your gift, for you will have mercy on whom you will have mercy, and you will have compassion on whom you have had compassion. And I believe that you have already done what I ask. But accept, O Lord, the freewill offerings of my mouth. For when the day of her departure was now at hand, she took no thought for having her body wrapped with splendor or embalmed with spices. She did not desire a chosen monument, nor to be buried in her own land. She did not command us to do these things. She desired only that her name be remembered at your altar, which she had served without missing a single day. From that altar she knew the holy sacrifice was dispensed, by which the handwriting that was against us is blotted out, through which the enemy was triumphed over, who, summing up our offenses and seeking what to lay to our charge, found nothing in him in whom we conquer. Who shall restore to him his innocent blood? Who shall repay him the price with which he bought us, and so take us away from him? To the sacrament of our ransom your handmaid bound her soul by the bond of faith. Let no one separate her from your protection. Let neither the lion nor the dragon come between by force or fraud. For she will not answer that she owes nothing, lest she be convicted and seized by the crafty accuser. Rather, she will answer that her sins are forgiven by him, to whom no one can repay the price which he, who owed nothing, paid for us. May she rest, then, in peace with her husband, before whom and after whom she had no other. She obeyed him, bringing forth fruit to you with patience, so that she might win him also to you. And inspire, O Lord my God, inspire your servants, my brethren, your sons and my masters, whom I serve with voice and heart and pen, so that as many as shall read these confessions may remember at your altar Monica, your handmaid, together with Patricius, once her husband, through whose bodies you brought me into this life, though I know not how. May they remember with devout affection my parents in this passing light, my brethren under you, our Father, and our Catholic Mother, and my fellow citizens in that eternal Jerusalem, after which your pilgrim people sigh, from their going out until their return. Thus my mother's last request of me may, through my confessions more than through my prayers, be more abundantly fulfilled for her by the prayers of many. This concludes Part 1 of the Confessions of St. Augustine. Part 2 begins with Book 10 and continues through Book 13. To continue listening, please click the Part 2 link shown on screen, or find it in the video description or pinned comment. Thank you for listening to the Catholic Listening Library.